Chapter 605. Constance. Asda. Thales walked on the dirty underground street expressionlessly. He thought about the air mystic he knew over and over again. Be it the ruthless villains in Red Street Market, the elegant and knowledgeable mystic in the chess room, or the inhuman monsters in Dragon Cloud City who destroyed the world. No, it's not just that. Thales' thoughts returned to the prison of bones, to the secrets buried in the darkness. The Blade of Purification, the Three Disasters Alliance, the two Empresses, Fruland. Asda Sakern, what did you do? And your so-called moderates, you and your companions in the Bloody Year, what kind of role did you play? If what Morris said is true, then 18 years ago you worked with the late king and murdered Constance, a member of the Jadestar royal family, right? I was born in the Jadestar royal family. What does that mean to you? A thought flashed through Thales' mind. He suddenly remembered what Asda had told him. What I look forward to, Thales, is not your ultimate success, but the fact that you are caught between the mystics and humans, between the calamities in the world, between your own nature and the gazes of others, between the inescapable future and the unforgettable past. In the end, you will be torn apart by conflict, destroyed by conflict, devoured by regret, until the day you compromise with us. When he thought of this, Thales subconsciously clenched his fists and the cut on his palms. This again. Cohen stared at Thales' back with a burning gaze. Beside him, Glover was staring at Morris warily. When he heard this, he could not help but frown. What do you mean? Cohen pointed at the expressionless Thales, who was pacing quietly in front of him. I have seen His Highness like this in Northland and Extet. He placed his palm by his mouth. With a mysterious expression, he lowered his voice. In a dark corner of the altar, after he was alone with a bright moon priestess for more than 10 minutes. Bright moon priestess? Alone? More than 10 minutes? Glover was stunned. He subconsciously looked at Thales' back. He was like this back then too. Cohen's gaze shifted, revealing the shrewdness and wisdom unique to police officers of the Wang family. After he came back from chatting with the priestess, he became absent-minded. His footsteps were unsteady and he looked dispirited. His eyes were lifeless, as if all the energy in his body had been sucked dry. Glover's gaze changed slightly. But His Highness recovered very quickly. Cohen revealed a nostalgic expression. A few minutes later he became lively again. He went to look for the little girl from Dragon Cloud City in high spirits, and he quickly planned to do something big. The next second the zombie turned its head and glared at Cohen. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, overflowing with killing intent. Cohen's words were stuck in his mouth. Why don't you try and make fun of His Highness again? Glover snorted coldly as a warning. He quickened his footsteps, brushed past Cohen and rushed to Thales' side. What happened? Cohen caught up with him and looked aggrieved. I'm telling the truth, I'm not joking. Alright, even if it's fake, you don't have to be so angry. Thales was still immersed in his complicated thoughts. Unknowingly, he took a turn at a familiar street corner. The bumpy, muddy road, moss-covered corners and signboards that were strewn all over the place. Everything was so familiar. Just like when he was a child, he walked through this street countless times. The only difference was, he was alone. He lifted his feet, lifted his legs and put down his boots. Thales repeated the rhythm of his advance mechanically and numbly, but he felt as if his ankles were hooked by chains, and every step he took was extremely heavy. Noises of people came from the front. Thales raised his head slowly. Not far away from him was a shop with a grand appearance that stood out from the rest of the area. Many people gathered outside the shop in twos and threes. Some of them were beating their chests and stamping their feet while sighing, while others were dancing and laughing in ecstasy. Thales stopped and glanced at the luxurious signboard above the shop. He knew what was going on. Black Gold Casino. When they were young, this was one of the places that tested the judgment of the child beggars the most. The gamblers who won would naturally be generous and spread their wealth everywhere, while the gamblers who lost would be hot-tempered. Sometimes they would even punch and kick the people who grabbed their clothes to beg. Don't worry, brother. Under a small shed outside the casino, a thin man who was dressed neatly was continuously comforting another man who was dressed in shabby clothes and had a gloomy face. You're just occasionally unlucky. Think about it, how many times have you won before this? Do you know all you need is a chance to win back your money? Just one chance, maybe only 10 silver coins, but just to be safe it's best if you have 100. Behind Thales, Cohen saw this scene, and his expression immediately became solemn. Damn it. Glover also understood what was going on and he snorted coldly. I know, brother. I used to be like you, but look at me now. I'm living a good life. Do you know why? The thin man under the shed passed his wine bottle to the man and patted his shoulder regretfully. Drink slowly, don't choke. I assure you, within a radius of 10 streets, the interest of this loan is the lowest, and it's just a peripheral business of the casino. Recently they even have a discount. If you lose the first round, they won't calculate the interest for the part you lose, and it will start from the second round. Their exchange rate is also the best. Do you know that a while ago the exchange rate for Mindy's was even 90-1? I'll praise the virtuous king. And the exchange rate here is absolutely fair. I relied on this to win back my money back then. The despairing man drank a few mouthfuls of wine and listened to the thin man's words. His expression changed again. Thales looked at this familiar scene and sighed silently. But when he was about to turn around to look for Morris, a black shadow flashed behind him. Cohen walked forward with a gloomy expression, and Glover did not even have the time to pull him back. Yes, as long as you are willing, they will immediately release the money. Look at this heavy money bag. Oh, don't worry, how much money have they lent out? It's much more than your large amount. How can it be less than your money? At most, they will let you repay in installments. Yes, right here, sign your name. Can't read? Alright, then put your fingerprint on it and mortgage some small things. No, it's just proof, not robbery. What, the house is rented? Do you have a daughter? You know, sooner or later she will get married and give birth to other people's children. The thin man happily pulled the man to a small table under the shed. The accountant behind the table lifted a money bag from underneath and lazily took out a contract for the man to put his fingerprint on. Then do you have a wife? No, if you are really unlucky, the owner is very easy to talk to as long as you do some odd jobs and work in exchange for the debt. Do you know, brother, women all have private stashes of money, and they would rather buy earrings for themselves than give them to you so that the head of the family can use them to do business and make a lot of money. It can't be helped, they are short-sighted. Sometimes you have to squeeze them a little to squeeze out their little stash, just like milking a cow. The man looked at the money bag on the table and swallowed. The thin man beside him added, Besides, you might not necessarily lose. Think about it. The head of the family made a lot of money, came home in high spirits, stuffed a new dress and a new gift into the hands of his wife and daughter, and then threw the heavy bag of money on the dining table. Let's see who the F***ck still dares to give you a hard time. The man wiped the ink pad, but hesitated when he was about to press on the contract. The thin man and the accountant looked at each other. The former sighed and pulled the man to the back. Forget it, brother. Since you are so hesitant, there is no need to force yourself. Don't worry, their loans are all voluntary, they won't force you. Come, have a drink, we will help you think of an excuse. Why did you lose your wages for carrying goods today? I hope it can fool your wife. But the man shuddered and subconsciously pulled the indifferent thin man. His eyes were pleading. The man looked at the small contract with difficulty. At this moment. Hey. The one in front, stop. The police officer's loud voice rang loudly, attracting the attention of the people in front of the casino. Don't sign, don't put your fingerprint. Cohen angrily pushed through the crowd, pushed the thin man away and pulled the poor man to his side. Do you want your family to be ruined? Or sell your children and wife? Or be forced by them to do illegal trafficking and smuggling? Go to jail and suffer for them? The man was stunned and looked at the big man in front of him in confusion. Outside the crowd, Glover frowned and said to Thales, Your Highness, But Thales only raised a hand and shook his head. As a police officer, he is the most suitable person to step in. In the crowd, the thin man who was disturbed became angry. Where the F***ck did this unlucky idiot come from, put him. But the accountant behind him pulled the thin man and whispered a few words in his ear. The thin man's expression changed. He looked at the angry Cohen and suddenly smiled. Oh, so it's the stupid Mr. Police Officer. The thin man rubbed his hands and gestured for his companions in the crowd to step back. He went to Cohen himself. What, you want to check our qualifications again? This is a black gold casino with a long history. It has a license issued by the virtuous king 100 years ago. Do you want to go in and take a look? The unexpected commotion here attracted the gamblers and passers-by around them. They surrounded Cohen and the man. All of them looked hostile. Thales heard someone in the crowd around him spit at the word, damn greenhorn, in a low voice. But Cohen only snorted coldly in the face of so many people. He faced the thin man and shielded the man behind him. But Cohen only snorted coldly in the face of so many people. He faced the thin man and shielded the man behind him. That's right. I don't even know when you guys coerced and bribed us to get the license. Oh, the casino is run diligently. Every year we report it seriously and pay taxes in full. The thin man became even more fearless when he saw so many onlookers. As for threats and promises, your colleagues often come here to inspect. Why don't you go and ask them? If you don't have evidence then, Cohen suddenly raised his voice and interrupted him. But illegal loan sharks are different. As Cohen spoke, he pushed the thin man away and rushed into the shed, only to find that the contract on the table was long gone. Illegal loan sharks. The thin man smiled slyly and said to the crowd, "Do you have evidence?" The people around them burst into laughter and boos. The police officer's expression tensed up. He looked up and glanced at the crowd, but found that the accountant was nowhere to be seen. He turned around and asked the unlucky man, "Tell me, how much interest did they charge you for the money they lent you?" The man was obviously terrified. He stuttered and trembled. Hey, I'm friends with him. Stupid cop. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Police Officer. The thin man deliberately addressed him in a disdainful manner. He crossed his arms and snorted, "Why, do friends have to report the money to the police station for taxes as well?" Cohen turned around suddenly, his eyes filled with anger. The crowd around him was startled and dispersed to form a small empty space. "I know it's your old trick." Cohen gritted his teeth and said to the thin man. He then turned around and reprimanded the man who was supposed to press his fingerprint. A certain guy dressed neatly, looking refined and elegant. He took a liking to a decent family like you with a meager income and a sad face, so he tried to persuade you to come to the casino to try your hand. You won a few times in the beginning, so you couldn't help but come every day until you suddenly lost your money today. You probably want to buy some jewelry for your wife and earn some dowry for your daughter, right? Let me tell you, you've come to the wrong place, idiot. The man lowered his head in shame. And you? Cohen raised his hand and pointed at the thin man. His aura did not lose to the crowd around him. Scumbags give the fat sheep some benefits first to lure them in. After a few days, when they lose all their money, you scumbags will wait outside to steal the sheep and sell your high-interest loans. And even if he borrows money, he'll lose it all again. Once he can't pay back the money, you won't be so nice to him. You'll go to his door to collect debts, threaten him, and even demand his wife and daughter. If you meet a tough guy, you'll find the Brotherhood's black debt collectors, until his family is ruined and he'll be at your mercy. Cohen was furious. Do you understand now, idiot? And you, thin man, you won't be able to escape today. Come with me to the West City Police Station. I'll teach you a lesson. Cohen grabbed the man's hand and walked towards the thin man. The helpless man trembled and looked at Cohen, then at the gloomy thin man. He did not know what to do. But the thin man took a step back and sneered. "Tell me, Mr. Police Officer," the thin man clicked his tongue. "Since you're here to enforce the law, where's your police badge? Won't you show it to us?" Cohen snorted angrily. "Old tricks again? Trying to steal my badge?" But when he reached for his waist, he suddenly froze. The police officer stuttered. Badge." Cohen put his hand back in place, his expression a little terrible. "I wouldn't dare." The thin man shrugged nonchalantly. "Who doesn't know that stealing from you is courting death? You've sent so many thieves to jail. So where's your police badge?" The crowd started to make a ruckus, urging Cohen. But Cohen's expression was still ugly. Damn it. Looking at Cohen's reaction, Thales sighed. He suddenly knew why Cohen wore a hood to hide his identity when he went out. He also knew why the dimwit's words were contradictory. First he said he was here to patrol the area, then he said he was on leave, and he was even hesitant about going to downtown. This guy, I know. The thin man pretended to be enlightened and took a step forward. "Last time at Red Street Market, you fought with someone over-the-top girl at Laurel Club and injured a few nobles, right?" Cohen wanted to say something but stopped. Laurel Club top girl. These words caught Glover's attention. He frowned and looked at Cohen. "So you were suspended by the police station, your badge was confiscated, and you were told to reflect on your actions." The thin man from Black Gold Casino walked arrogantly to Cohen. Now you don't have the law and power. The thin man poked the police officer's chest again and again. He was extremely pleased. Someone whistled and the crowd immediately jeered even louder. There was no lack of mockery, ridicule, and even abuse. Cohen's expression was stiff. How did I know? The thin man took over his words, bowed forward and said in an arrogant tone, "Haha, stupid green skin. Of course, it's someone from your inner circle who's going to complain to me." Cohen's expression changed and he subconsciously grabbed the thin man's collar. What? You're so embarrassed that you want to beat me up? The thin man was not afraid and allowed the other party to grab his collar. He even raised his hands provocatively and said sarcastically, "Everyone be my witness. The corrupt police officer is beating up innocent people for no reason." Cohen was instantly stunned. A few shills led the crowd towards the center, and the curses became louder and louder. The crowd pressed against Cohen, and he had no choice but to let go of the man. The latter saw that the situation was not good and slipped out of the crowd. Amidst the chaos, the thin man sneered and said loudly, "I know you're that stupid police officer who's good at fighting. A few months ago, a brother of mine met you at the Sunset Bar and he's been bedridden ever since. But we're law-abiding citizens. Don't scare us. If there's violence, I'll call the police." The surrounding crowd immediately burst into laughter. Many of them were gloating over his misfortune. Cohen was so angry that he could not say a word. His hand that was grabbing the thin man's collar did not move up or down, and there was no place for him to put it. The thin man looked at the trembling Cohen with a funny expression as if he was looking at a clown. "Why weren't you acting all high and mighty? Come on, hit me. Hit my face, come on, hit me. Aren't you cops the best at bullying the people?" Cohen clenched his teeth, and his expression was one of struggle as he tried his best to control himself. The crowd started to jeer and many of them were angry. "Oh my, what's this, a hood? Incognito. This material is really good. He's from a rich family, how much blood and sweat did they eat to get this? I heard that his father is a great noble. I knew he's not a good person. Come on, would a great noble let his son come here to suffer? I'm afraid he's an illegitimate bastard. F***CKU, my stall was one day late to pay the deposit and the cops smashed it. It's scum like you." "That's nothing, my father refused to be blackmailed by them and went to jail. When he came out, both his legs were broken. Stupid cops. Downtown is not getting better, and it's all because of corrupt officials like you. Hit him. What are you afraid of? We have so many people here. Who dares? They're the servants of the king. They're here to rule us on behalf of the royal family. Isn't that right, stupid?" Although no one dared to really hit him, many people pushed and shoved the blockhead back and forth. Mocking and cursing were endless, and someone even secretly spat on his boots. The police officer was in a difficult situation. He wanted to make a move a few times, but he forced himself to hold back. Looking at this scene, Thales sighed and nodded at Glover. But when Glover was about to walk forward, another deep voice sounded. "Is that enough?" This voice shook the air as if it rang in everyone's ears, and everyone was shocked. The people turned their heads in unison. They saw a short and stout fat man walk into the crowd with lazy steps. "Then let's disperse." The onlookers looked at each other. Seeing that his entertainment was interrupted, the skinny man in the crowd turned his head and said angrily, "Who the F***ck are you again?" But in the crowd a horrified voice sounded. It's Morris. That's Morris. The Brotherhood is here." At that moment there was no need for anyone to remind them. A low exclamation broke out in the crowd. The feeling of fear quickly spread. With Morris at the center, the people in front of the casino suddenly scattered, leaving a large empty space. It also revealed Cohen, who was disheveled. He pushed away the gambler closest to him and looked at the people around him, unconvinced. But no one was paying attention to the police officer anymore. Fear, surprise, escape, with all kinds of emotions, everyone stared at Morris, who suddenly appeared. The scene was silent for a moment. Thales looked at the silent crowd, then at Morris, and could not help but frown. In the casino, many people secretly turned around and slipped away, while some timidly retreated and lowered their heads. There were also people who were thick-skinned and greeted him enthusiastically and ingratiatingly. "It's the boss. Someone raised his head and the greetings came one after another, full of enthusiasm. Hello, boss. Good day, boss. I heard that you guys beat up the red bandana again. Well done. Boss, I want to join the Brotherhood to make a living someday. Do you think I can do it? But in the face of the noise from the crowd, Morris did not say a word. He only raised his arm gently and clenched his fist in the air. As if there was a silent command, the lively crowd quietened down again. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk only Morris' footsteps could be heard in the casino. He slowly walked past Cohen and snorted at the disheveled police officer with a faint smile. I think you need a little help from me? Cohen was indignant at first. He wanted to speak but he held it in. Morris turned his head again and looked at the skinny man in the casino. The skinny man's face was pale and he quickly nodded and bowed. Ah, Boss Morris. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I didn't see you and I didn't hear that you were coming. You're such a busy person, how could you have the time to come here? Another customer appeared behind Morris. Leork glanced around coldly. The crowd visibly shivered again. The skinny man's expression became worse. He tried his best to make small talk but the fear in his eyes was clear. Hey boss Leork, you're here too. Oh, my two bosses, do you want to come and play? Welcome, welcome. Please come in, we have a private room. But Morris only raised a finger and shook it. Today's business is over. All of you get lost. The skinny man was stunned. The crowd also quietened down. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Leork snorted coldly. He turned around and looked around. He said softly, someone didn't understand? The silent killer's voice faded away. Whoosh. In the next second the crowd seemed to explode. Amidst the endless footsteps, no one dared to stay any longer. They turned around and left. They did not even dare to look back. Cohen stood on the spot and looked at the scattering crowd in a daze. He could not come back to his senses for a long time. The skinny man wanted to slip away, but Leork grabbed his shoulder from behind. Remember, I've made an agreement with Senza. Morris came to him. The fat man was calm and collected. He spoke slowly but there was a hint of coldness in his words. The profits from this casino belong to him. After all, his men are injured or dead and he needs a lot of money. I'm just taking care of him. The skinny man trembled slightly. He turned his head around mechanically. His smile was uglier than a cry. Boss, you see, Morris interrupted him. But we also agreed that we would only deal with those unscrupulous merchants and rich nobles. And that guy just now? He looks like a poor coachman. He does not have any profits. Morris narrowed his eyes at the skinny man. The skinny man gulped and looked at Morris with a fawning look. Boss, before we took action we really did not know what that guy did. Morris snorted. The skinny man immediately shut up. So, when you looted a sheep you did not check its fur before you took action? Are you more amateur than a beggar? Morris glanced behind him intentionally or unintentionally. If you touch the Prince of Constellation one day, Thales furrowed his brows. Morris' gaze turned cold. Then wouldn't my entire street be in big trouble? The skinny man was about to cry. You must be joking. Why would the prince come to us? Leork, who was behind him, suddenly exerted force. The skinny man was in so much pain that he begged for mercy. All right. About this, Boss Morris, you see there are not many rich people in the 3 districts of the city. Even the nobles are afraid of the Brotherhood's reputation. We were forced into a corner. Morris just looked at him expressionlessly. The skinny man felt that he had a chance. He wailed and said, besides, we are just looking for business at the entrance. It is not considered as earning money from the casino. After all, we have to eat. The skinny man's expression changed. His voice suddenly became hoarse. He looked like he was in pain. He started to gasp for air. Cohen was shocked. He instinctively touched his neck. Morris looked at the skinny man quietly. There was no emotion in his eyes. Leork coldly let go of him. The skinny man fell to the ground with a thud. He grabbed his neck with both hands and breathed in pain. Tears and snot flowed down his face, but he could not form a complete sentence. No, boss, don't. Please. Hey. Cohen could not help but take a step forward. You want to kill me in front of me. But his arm was immediately grabbed by someone, preventing him from approaching. It was Leork. If the boss wants to kill. The silent killer pressed Cohen's hand. He clicked his tongue in disdain and shook his head in disdain. He doesn't need psionic powers. Cohen clenched his teeth. In the next second, the skinny man's breathing suddenly became smooth again. Ha! Ha! He fell to the ground and cried for the right to breathe again. Thales looked at everything in front of him silently. For some reason he was reminded of his interaction with the air mystic. This time I gave face to Xianxia and also to this police officer. Morris bent down and bared his teeth. He was kind and calm. Next time remember, do not refute me. The skinny man, who was extremely terrified, could not say a word. He could only nod his head desperately. And do not harm the poor. The city is our route. Morris clapped his hands. He did not care at all. Get lost, Leoric kicked him and said coldly. The skinny man struggled to get up. He cried and nodded as he retreated. The rich are the same. Cohen came to his senses and added with a roar. Anyone. The skinny man's figure disappeared around the corner. The entrance of the Black Gold Casino was suddenly deserted. Wow, police officer. Leoric glanced at Cohen and sneered in disdain. Words are really useful. Cohen bit his lip and his expression was unpleasant. Thales and Glover walked forward. Cohen did not dare to look at them and turned his head away in shame. Have you been here before? Police officer? Maurice looked with interest at the deserted street, which had been frightened by him. Cohen came to his senses and saw that it was Morris. He turned his head away in disdain. Of course, this is my jurisdiction. Whether it is patrol, investigation, manhunt, or the crime crackdown arranged by the police station every year. But this place. Cohen wanted to say something but did not. In the end he could not continue. Morris exhaled. He felt at ease as if he had returned home. But this place is far beyond your imagination, right? Whether it is the degree of chaos in the city's layout, the difficulty in handling it, or the complexity of the personnel. Cohen turned his head away angrily and did not reply. Thales sighed silently in his heart. For Cohen, being helped by the leader of the Brotherhood is almost a great humiliation. Do you know, when I heard that there was a new, extraordinary and rash greenhorn in Western City's greenhorn nest, I knew. Morris patted his belly and clicked his tongue. You're going to be unlucky. The fat man from the Brotherhood continued to walk forward. Leoric followed closely. Me? Unlucky? Cohen was stunned. Thales had a lot on his mind. He waved his hand and followed the fat man's footsteps. Glover reached out to grab Cohen's arm, but the indignant police officer shook his hand off and followed stiffly. Humph, Cohen said stubbornly. I'm fine. I've always been unlucky anyway. But you, Cohen glared fiercely at Morris back. Theft, extortion, robbery, intimidation, violence, murder. No, it's more than that. The police officer counted with hatred. Drug trafficking, prostitution, gambling, smuggling, bribery, and even the usury just now. Don't think that you're being merciful just because you stopped the moneylender. You have to know that it's all the evil you brought. As the main culprit, do you think you can get away with all the evil deeds you've done? Morris seemed to find this amusing and laughed. Leoric shook his head in disdain. Cohen gritted his teeth and said, one day all of you will pay for your crimes. Pay. Morris did not turn around. He only took a deep breath. Be it you or the Blood Bottle Gang, all of you are parasites that do not fit this world, Cohen said coldly. Thales swore that he had never seen him like this before. All of you are destined to die. Die. Morris paced as he chewed on the word. He suddenly laughed. I have to say. The fat man sneered and shook his head. Very ambitious, Green. Oh, Mr. Police Officer. Why do you think you're an exception? Cohen snorted coldly. Morris shook his head. No. Please do not misunderstand me, Mr. Police Officer. Don't worry, I've been aware of this for a long time. Morris raised his head and sighed. This line of work is the same as being a mercenary. Maybe one day I'll fall and I might even fall into your hands. The fat man glanced at Thales. The teenager looked back at him coldly. But, Morris exhaled. Look around. The fat man stretched out his arm. Thales followed his gaze and looked around. On the street, in the community, in the alleys, the inconspicuous grocery store and the apprentices who have nothing to do, the simple and crude workshop and the temporary workers who have nowhere to go, the empty food stalls and the idlers who have nothing to do, the dilapidated nests and the homeless who rely on them for shelter, the narrow and dim attic houses and the single dog who is alone even on Valentine's Day, the street peddlers who push their carts, the unkempt children who walk on the street, including the lower class, more miserable and more frowning professions. Beggars, prostitutes, hooligans, gamblers, authors, gangsters, including the groves just now, the coachman who was forced to borrow money from loan sharks, the crowd surrounding you and denouncing the police officer, and even the family of the little girl who tried to blackmail you on the streets. Morris sighed. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. These people, who do you think they are? Cohen frowned. Poor people. Cohen paused for a moment and said indignantly, "What I mean is poor people. They're all poor people who have been harmed, deceived, coerced, and had their blood sucked by you." Glover thought of something and frowned. Morris burst into laughter. Thales sighed softly. "No, Cohen. They're not just poor people. They're even more. No." Morris finally stopped laughing. He turned his head and looked at the indignant Cohen. "You don't understand, Mr. Police Officer. All these people, they are all our people." Cohen was instantly stunned. The fat man from the Brotherhood narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous glint flashed in them. "They all belong to Blackstreet Brotherhood." Chapter 606. All of them are from the Brotherhood? They turned a corner and Cohen looked at both sides of the street in confusion. Everywhere on the street? Morris smiled without saying a word. "Of course not." Thales quickened his pace and walked to their side. He said coldly, "If it had come to that, the Brotherhood would have been destroyed a long time ago." At that moment Thales and Morris' eyes met in the air. The former was cold and the latter was laughing. They began a game that only they knew. But Thales' tone immediately changed. "But there is no doubt that when we appeared in these people's sight, we were already targeted by the Brotherhood." Cohen frowned. Glover subconsciously placed his hand on his weapon and vigilantly observed every passerby on the street. "Exactly." Morris laughed heartily. "From the moment you stepped on the first brick in Lower City District, the craftsmen's shops, peddlers, beggars, merchants and passers-by along the way have already seen you clearly." Cohen raised his head and spat. "Bah, who doesn't know that all the shops on this street have to pay protection fees to the Brotherhood? They are all under your threat." But this time it was Thales who interrupted him. But what he said wasn't wrong. The prince looked outside a shop. There were a few temporary workers who were sweating profusely as they unloaded goods. These people are indeed members of the Brotherhood. Cohen was puzzled. One moment it was not the Brotherhood, the next moment it was the Brotherhood. Is it the Brotherhood or not? Morris seemed to be deep in thought. "Oh, Your Highness, do you know?" "I don't know." Thales' expression did not change. "I only know that you want to use this opportunity to show off your muscles to me and show the Brotherhood's foundation." Morris, whose thoughts were exposed, turned around in embarrassment. "Mr. Police Officer and this person. Both of you have extraordinary backgrounds. You must know and have seen the Blood Bottle Gang." Morris adjusted his emotions and chuckled with contempt and disdain. "They have been around for 100 years. They are a gang aristocrat, with a long history and a complicated background. The chain of interests behind them is deep and solid. Most of their members are scum who walk in the gray area." Glover's gaze fell on him. "But..." Morris changed the topic and said meaningfully, "Although in your eyes they are doing the same business, as their mortal enemies the Brotherhood are completely different." At that moment Thales saw a shop in front of him. He could not help but narrow his eyes and slow down. "Different?" Cohen shook his head in disdain. "You're saying that even though we're all scum, they're scum of the old while you're scum of the lowly?" Leork snorted coldly behind him. "This is your bar." Everyone turned around. Thales stood rooted to the spot and stared at a tavern across the street. In the shop, which was completely deserted, a fierce-looking man was sprawled behind the bar counter in annoyance, stabbing the counter with a knife from time to time. Cohen and Glover raised their heads and looked at the rusty old iron signboard at the top of the tavern. "Sunset bless you." It looked like it was taken from a rural church in the Sunset Temple. Thales stared at the familiar tables and chairs in front of him. He recalled the countless times he walked through the shop. "That bartender, he looks very fierce." Morris whistled from afar. The fierce-looking bartender saw them and immediately pulled out his knife in surprise. He looked like he wanted to fight, but Morris immediately gestured for him to calm down. Leork walked into the bar and patted the fierce-looking bartender's shoulder. He started talking to him, and finally when the bartender looked disappointed he calmed him down. That Sunset Bar. Krowensky took over only a few months ago. His predecessor got his head split open in a bar fight. Morris looked at Kerensky's unapproachable face, then sized up the deserted scene in Sunset Bar. He sighed. You can probably tell that he is not good at this job. Thales nodded slightly. There was a melancholy in his words that only he could understand. Being a bartender here is probably not easy. Things remain the same, but people have changed. The old man behind the bar counter is no longer around. Thales shook his head and turned to leave. This bar used to be owned by an old friend. Morris followed the prince's footsteps and clicked his tongue helplessly. I have to say, after they moved away, there are not many people in the Brotherhood who know how to run a bar and manage the place. Your old friend must be very powerful, Thales said sincerely. When he heard this, Morris hummed in agreement with complicated feelings. At least when they were still around, no one dared to fight here. Yes, who doesn't know that this is the Brotherhood's own green zone? Cohen snorted angrily, his anger still lingering. There are still people who dare to fight here? Morris glanced at him. Mr. Police Officer, since you said that this is your jurisdiction, do you really understand this place? Cohen was about to speak, but Morris raised his finger and interrupted him. Or do you only care about catching thieves and punishing peddlers, keeping an eye on illegal crimes, but you have never gone deep into their communities, their families, and their daily lives to see what kind of life they lead when they are not on the streets? Cohen paused. But he quickly replied in an unconvinced manner, I know. Lower City District is a gathering place for immigrants and the poor. This place is very poor. Poor. Morris suddenly raised his voice, looking as if he was amused. Poverty. The fat man's gaze suddenly changed. But what is poverty in your eyes, Mr. Police Officer? Is it the imagination of the nobles who can't eat meat for every meal and don't have new clothes during the holidays? Or is it the kind of poverty that is described in stories, where the rich and powerful like to find them to donate to charity because they are going to starve to death tomorrow? It seems tragic but is not realistic at all. Cohen's eyebrows twitched as he pondered the words of the leader of the Brotherhood. No cop, Morris said bluntly, even forgetting to use street slang in front of the prince. True poverty lies somewhere in between. It is not so rigid and old-fashioned, and it is not so tragic. Thales had a thought. In fact, true poverty is numbness, tolerance, muddling through life without a future. It is poverty that does not lead to death, but it is difficult to live. It is a strange predicament where there is no need to commit suicide even though it is painful. Morris' words were filled with emotion. This kind of poverty is the real plague that can drive people crazy. It is highly toxic, contagious, and will continue to spread. However, the poison does not kill. It seems mild. Cohen thought hard, but in the end it was to no avail. I don't understand. Morris sneered. All right, you are of noble birth and you are a police officer. You live a luxurious life and do things conveniently. It may be hard to imagine, but some poor people work for a day and get paid according to their work, and they get 20 copper coins. His tone changed. But half a day after work they have to use up all of them in order to fill their stomachs and feed their families. They don't have any left, or they only have 1 or 2 left. So, the next day they can only work hard for the other 20 copper coins that are destined to be spent again. Glover and Cohen frowned at the same time. Yes, they won't starve to death. Morris' face was dark as he walked down a shabby, low flight of stairs. But they have to repeat it forever to ensure that they won't starve to death. For example, the poor coachman who lost money in gambling just now. Why do you think he wanted to borrow money to gamble? Do you think he will be fine just because you prevented him from falling into the scam of borrowing money? Cohen's gaze changed and he suddenly raised his head. Poverty is not a sharp blade that cuts off one's head, police officer. Instead, it is a rope that slowly tightens and a millstone that rolls patiently. When Thales heard this, he sighed quietly. At this moment, Morris was unhurried, like a teacher who was telling a philosophical story to his students. It gives you a little hope to live, but does not let you enjoy the joy of living so that it can continue to exploit your life. It forces you to the edge of death but just happens to not die so that you can squeeze out everything from the numbness you feel day after day. Morris took a deep breath as if he wanted to taste the sweetness of the air. It is called survival, a long death. Morris clasped his hands behind his back. Without realizing it, he walked to the front of the group. He looked at the stinking leather workshop in the distance and the workers working hard inside. In the towns and in the countryside, there are always the darkest and lowest class of people who struggle to make ends meet, but are often ignored by the kingdom. Foreigners who enter the city to seek work, farmers who lose their land, merchants who go bankrupt and are in debt, handicapped people who lose their labor, craftsmen who are eliminated by the market, poor people who have nothing to live for, beggars without dignity, old people without descendants, widows who have lost their pillar of support, lousy men who only know how to swing their fists after they retire from the army, lowly workers who have no choice but to sacrifice their bottom line and sell their dignity, but are still discriminated against and bullied. They are all poor hosts and they are everywhere in the kingdom. There are far more of them than you can imagine. The lower city district is just the tip of the iceberg and it is the better kind. Cohen tried to loosen his clenched fists a little. I know, but this cannot be. But Morris ignored him. They are often unable to speak, or even if they speak, no one will pay attention to them. They are not even seen, even by a conscientious and kind-hearted police officer like you. In the peaceful and prosperous official announcements, in the passionate and magnificent historical narratives, in the eyes of most happy people who do not have to worry about food and clothing, they do not even exist. Or perhaps the meaning of their existence is to prove the sympathy and morality of others, and to bring the latter correct, hypocritical and cheap self-satisfaction. Morris' tone became incomparably cold. They are excluded from the discourse and it is difficult for them to understand, and they do not have the spare energy to feel what it means to pursue and desire ideals and ambitions, dignity and responsibility. These are things that can only be seen in bardic poems and stage plays. His expression suddenly became ferocious. Under such circumstances, if they do not seek and change, people will slowly deteriorate, and they will become objects or beasts. In the face of a difficult life, a harsh environment, a hopeless future, unfair reality, domineering public power, and the most urgent need to survive, they must find a way, they must have something to rely on, and they must grasp at the last straw. Morris' gaze drifted to the sky, passed through the thick clouds and landed on the ground again on the messy underground street. So, one day, a certain opportunity, a certain moment, a certain accident, they are forced to come together. They help each other overcome difficulties together and seek recognition and value. Perhaps it is just neighbors looking out for each other, perhaps it is a gathering of pitiful people in the same industry, perhaps it is a gathering of gangsters from poor backgrounds to boost their courage. Even if sometimes these actions are not that legal. Fales quietly watched the dozen or so ruffians who were fighting in a street corner. But this time, Cohen only stared at them in a daze. He no longer had the intention to step forward and intervene. And the original purpose of them huddling together for warmth was to live a less painful life. The crime that you hate, or rather, the behavior that goes against the mainstream law, is just an inevitable but secondary byproduct. Morris also watched the brawl in the street corner. He shook his head at Leork, who was questioning him with his gaze. So, we appeared Blackstreet Brotherhood as a former member of countless gangs at the bottom of the hierarchy. At that moment, his gaze was distant and profound. I don't know when or how, but from the moment we appeared, we were deeply rooted in the community of the people at the bottom of the hierarchy. We were born from chaos and we rely on chaos. At that moment, a stone suddenly flew up and hit the forehead of a leader of the gangsters, causing him to bleed profusely and fall limply to the ground. The gangsters who were fighting were startled and subconsciously stopped. Everyone turned their heads around. Fales stood up and dusted off his dusty hands. All of you were indeed born from chaos, Fales said coldly. But you also feed chaos. The gangsters reacted and rushed over while clamoring. Morris sighed and waved his hand. Leork walked forward with a gloomy expression. In fact, Your Highness, in Black Street, the Underground Street, and the 3 districts of the lower city, most of the poor do not directly participate in our grey activities, Morris said with a shrug. Fales smiled. You mean crime? Morris nodded. But they have never been stingy with providing convenience and tacit understanding to the Brotherhood. For example, in addition to their main business, they provide information, stand guard, occasionally run errands, provide logistics, and even rely on the economic prosperity brought about by our big business to supplement their household expenses. Their lives are intertwined with our activities. On the other side, Leork was finally recognized by the gangsters after he took down the third person. The latter did not even dare to turn their heads back as they scattered in panic. Cohen stood where he was in silence as he watched the gangsters disappear into the streets. Over time, habits became second nature and repetition became the rule. Blackstreet Brotherhood is no longer just a mutual aid organization, and no longer just a violent gang. Morris clicked his tongue and spread his arms, as though he wanted to embrace the dilapidated street in front of him. Instead, we became the backbone deeply rooted in these communities, the backbone of the people at the bottom of the hierarchy, and an important driving force to maintain the ecological operation of the communities at the bottom of the hierarchy. He glanced at Cohen, intentionally or unintentionally. This is much more effective and practical than the police station, which is not seen once every 10 days or half a month, the patrol team which has to suck the marrow out of their bones when they come, the inefficient and lazy low-level officials, the relevant departments that only appear for city inspections and political achievements, the king's warrant that only exists on the bulletin board and receives the same treatment as a small advertisement for syphilis treatment, and the charitable citizens who are passionate and talk about morality but have never set foot in this place, who are filled with sympathy but are far away and only know how to move themselves. They have evolved their own rules and the ecology at the bottom of the hierarchy. A copper coin is louder than the king and a wine glass is heavier than a long official. Morris looked at Thales and sighed. No offense, but this is an old saying often said by the scumbags in Blade Fang's camp. Thales did not answer. But Cohen slowly raised his head. His gaze was dazed. Glover had no choice but to pull him to prevent the police officer from losing focus and missing his footing. I fought in the war in Western Desert. Zombie looked at Cohen's dazed expression and snorted indignantly. I have never heard of such a bullsh*t old saying. Morris was not bothered. He waved his hand and chuckled. Then either you are still young, or you have too much earwax. His laughter stopped and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. You have blocked your ears. Glover was speechless for a moment. So yes, most of the people here may be poor, cunning and disgusting, but most of them have never followed the Brotherhood to collect debts, to steal goods, to steal, to fight, to kill or to commit crimes. But they have more or less provided convenience for the Brotherhood, and more or less benefited from the existence of the Brotherhood, even though these benefits make you hate them to the core. Morris sneered. These people from the Brotherhood may not be directly employed by our core 6 powerhouses, nor are they the purest and most formal members of the gang. They may not even have done any business that is even remotely related to the Brotherhood. But most of the time, there is no need to differentiate between themselves and outsiders. Because we have always been them and they are naturally close to us. We can transform into them at any time and they can transform into us at any time. In that second, Morris gritted his teeth and stood on the street that belonged to him. He clenched his fists lightly. They are not the Brotherhood, but they are better than the Brotherhood. Tell me, Mr. Police Officer, how are we going to disappear? Are you going to send everyone in this street, from the young laborers to the old, weak, sick and disabled to the Brotherhood's accomplices, to prison? Cohen's body trembled as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. Morris turned his gaze to Thales, who was deep in thought, and smiled. This is the root, soil and essence of the Blackstreet Brotherhood, Your Highness. Black silk. Morris' eyes shone brightly. We are all brothers. Leork smiled. Intentionally or unintentionally, he crossed his arms so that the black ribbon on his left arm fluttered in the wind. We are all brothers with black silk. This was not the first time Thales had heard this common saying in the Brotherhood, but his eyebrows furrowed. Glover retorted in disdain. All of you are just a motley crew. Worthless. Even the most undisciplined of the feudal lord's conscripted soldiers can beat you to the point of scurrying away. Morris sized up Glover, who stood tall and straight. It was obvious that he came from a military background. Yes. Perhaps many people think that the Brotherhood is just a motley crew with a mix of good and bad. Compared to the kingdom's army and violence, they are all weaklings. They are not a match for the Brotherhood at all and can be destroyed at any time because of a word from a nobleman. Morris' gaze changed. He looked at the scene in the underground street and revealed a fierce expression. But don't forget, unlike the large-scale government officials in the army, we, including the people at the bottom of society who are inseparable from us, are timid and weak. We are filled with the wisdom of the streets and the cunning of the people at the bottom of society. We are inconspicuous and slippery. We will avoid direct confrontation at any time and break up into smaller groups. Even the police department and the patrol teams that are familiar with the local area often feel overwhelmed and powerless when faced with us. It is needless to mention the troops that have been prepared for the enormous battlefield. They are like broad, thick brooms. There are bound to be corners that cannot be swept. This is the true source of the Brotherhood's confidence. This is also the reason why we are born in the void. We are weak, isolated, and undisciplined. But when we face giants like Blood Bottle Gang and even the kingdom's officials, we are always powerless to resist. We are destroyed, but we can always rise from the ashes and make a comeback. Mr. Police Officer and this big brother who has fought in the war, do you understand? At that moment, Cohen looked hesitant. Glover was still not convinced. But neither of them could say anything. As for Thales, he just walked quietly and calmly on the street, one step at a time. The teenager sighed and suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, do you know Araka Merch?" "Do you know Araka Merch?" Morris frowned. "The kingdom's wrath is famous, your highness." The plump man shook his head. "But even as powerful as he is, he can't do what we can for you." "These words sound familiar." Thales smiled. "Right. Stake from Shadow Shield." He seemed to have said something similar. "I remember." The person who answered was Glover. His eyes were full of admiration. In the Battle of the Altar, Baron Murch was the vanguard. His Fury Guards clashed directly with the elite orcs from the three major tribes. He was brave and fearless, but he succeeded in breaking the formation. He opened up a path for the legendary Wings Cavaliers and His Majesty's main army to deliver the decisive blow. He also shocked all the friendly forces present, whether they were mercenaries, conscripts, or the regular soldiers of the royal family. He also established the final victory of the Desert War. Morris and Leorc's expressions tensed. Thales' thoughts drifted away. He returned to Broken Dragon Fortress 6 years ago and he could not help but sigh. Araka Merch was not a human, Cohen said faintly. He was a broken soul that lacked a corner and was no longer complete. When he saw the others looking at him, Cohen snapped out of his daze. He shook his head and said, "Not me, my old man said it." Thales nodded. He remembered how the kingdom's wrath carried him on his back and charged forward in the Black Sand Army's formation 6 years ago. But he did not want to talk about his bravery. "Murch told me that he was not the kingdom's wrath," Thales said with a sigh. "The guards beside him are. All of them." The others were instantly stunned. Thales turned his head around. Similarly, the unkillable and mysterious Black Sword might be the leader and spiritual symbol of the Brotherhood. Morris' expression changed. But he was not the Brotherhood itself. Thales gestured at the view of the underground street with his chin and said with certainty, "These people, as well as the lives, backgrounds, and experiences they represent, when all of these are added together, they form the true Blackstreet Brotherhood. And the Brotherhood is the symbol of their resistance amidst their numbness and poverty." Thales nodded and said with a sigh, "It is also the weapon of the weak." Morris was a little surprised, but he quickly adjusted himself and chuckled. "Your Highness, you are a wise man. So, Mr. Police Officer, in this city, you and the police station you represent and even the kingdom itself." Morris spoke to Cohen, but he stared at the prince as if waiting for his response. "What you are fighting against is not gangs, not crime, not even evil," the fat man said with a sneer. "It is poverty, injustice, indifference, despair. It is a group of people's self-satisfaction and complacency that leads to another group of people's inadequacy and dissatisfaction. It is the shadow that is cast by the overabundance of light. You represent the power of this country, stand in the position of the strong and face the resistance of the weak." Cohen raised his head and stared at him blankly. "You mean when I enforce the law in Lower City District I fight against the weak?" "Don't be bewitched by him," the teenager's words rang out, pulling Cohen back from his trance. Thales' words were steady and powerful. "That's right, the Blackstreet Brotherhood might be a weapon that the weak at the bottom inadvertently picked up. But on the contrary, Cohen, what you are fighting against is not the weak." Due to his past trust in the prince, Cohen's eyes lit up as if he had caught a straw when he was drowning. He looked at Thales hopefully. But Thales' words were heavier than Morris. "It is something deeper, deeper and more terrifying." Once he said this, even Morris frowned. Thales took a deep breath. "What you have to fight against is the side of the strong that you were born from. It is the unfair oppression they have been inflicting on the weak for a long time. Cohen was stunned. Even Glover began to think deeply. The crimes you punish on the streets every day, the chaos and disorder you experience, the darkness and pain you witness are just one of the consequences of this oppression and injustice, whether we want it or not. You drew your sword, Thales said softly, to fight against the wounds it cuts. In this world, there is no resistance that is more unbearable and more precious than this. Cohen stared at Thales in a daze. His thoughts were in a mess. Yes. A thought appeared in Morris' eyes. Your Highness is better at talking than I am. But, to borrow a phrase from the Tower of Eradication, Morris revealed a cunning look. How are you going to use your strength to fight against power? You can only embrace power. Everyone was silent for a while. Even Thales frowned and said nothing. I don't understand. After going through painful thoughts, Cohen clenched his teeth and shook his head. There are no such words in the Tower of Eradication. Morris snorted softly. Yes, the plump man's words were drawn out and there was a deeper meaning behind them. There are no such words in the tower. At this moment Thales suddenly asked, Who are you, Morris? The plump man from the Brotherhood paused for a moment before he smiled from ear to ear. You are a forgetful person, Your Highness. I am Morris, a small-time ruffian in the Brotherhood. Thales snorted coldly. No, I am asking. The prince's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Morris coldly. Who are you? Morris' smile froze for a moment. A small-time ruffian would never say something like this. You have already shown off your muscles, Thales said in a deep voice. Why not show your true self? At this moment Morris' smile disappeared completely. Thales' expression did not change. He only stared at him deeply. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Glover and Leorc subconsciously placed their hands on their weapons and exchanged hostile glances. But Morris only paused for a moment before he chuckled softly. He sighed and raised his head to look at the sky. Morris Ishka. The plump man's tone was full of sarcasm and hatred. Ishka? Thales frowned. He had never heard of this surname during the prince's lessons. I remember you saying that you did not have a surname. Morris lowered his head, nodded, and shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Not anymore. I am from Dragon-Kissed Land, born in Chang'an City. Morris' gaze was unfocused. Starting from my great-grandfather, my family has been the private financial officer of the Archduke of Chang'an City for generations. From Dragon-Kissed Land, born in Chang'an City. Thales' expression changed. I see. You are from Anlenzo Dukedom and your background is not considered low. And, he is indeed in charge of the accounts. But Thales immediately asked. Then how did you end up in? Before he could finish his question, Morris interrupted him and answered very straightforwardly. A few decades ago, Anlenzo Dukedom had a land annexation rebellion. Morris smiled sheepishly. That was a political game played by the upper class. In short, it was a mess. In the end, the incompetent Archduke Shida pushed our family out as a scapegoat to appease the anger of his feudal vassals. Thales sensed Morris' emotions and did not continue to speak. Glover and Cohen looked at each other. Even Leorc seemed a little surprised. Morris sighed. When the rope was around my neck I was still a child. He touched his almost shapeless fat neck. At that time my mother was hanging to my left. I still remember that her rope swayed for a long time. Thales frowned. And outside the scaffold the prison warden was expressionless, like a stone statue. The people watching the execution were extremely fanatical, like an endless tide. I was still young at that time. When I was hanged I only thought. Morris stared at the street absent-mindedly. It was so unbearable. Sunset and bright moon bless me. If only I could take a breath of fresh air. He said faintly, one breath, just one breath, so that I won't feel so much pain, so that I won't want to die so much. The atmosphere was gloomy. No one said a word. Only Morris' voice rose. He spoke of the past. For that breath of air I am willing to give up anything. Morris' eyes were blank. I am willing to do anything. The silence lasted for a while. Morris woke up from his memories. So, when I woke up in a pile of corpses that was like a small hill, I understood one thing. The leader of the Brotherhood took a deep breath. He cherished the freedom of breathing. This world is not fair, Your Highness. Morris' hand moved away from his neck. He revealed a fierce expression that was unique to leaders. Even the air that we breathe. We have to fight for it with our lives. From the mouths of those who can breathe freely. Thales did not speak. I have other matters to attend to, Your Highness. Morris' mood obviously changed. He turned his head. Forgive me for taking my leave. Leorc will treat you well for the rest of your sightseeing trip. Once he said that, while everyone was still in shock, the plump man turned into another street corner without turning his head and disappeared before their eyes. Thales and the others were left behind. They stood where they were silently. So that's my boss. Leorc snapped out of his daze from Morris' background. He regained his gloomy expression that was not to be trifled with. Where do you want to go next? Glover and Cohen looked at each other. In fact, Thales snorted coldly as he stared at the spot where Morris' back disappeared. I was almost robbed of my wallet by a little girl who begged, and I was almost blackmailed. I am very unhappy now. Leorc was stunned. Glover and Cohen were equally stunned. Thales turned his head and said solemnly, So in Lower City District, where do these little beggars stay the most? On the other side of the street. Morris, who looked unhappy, turned a corner hurriedly and met up with another person in a cloak. If Thales was here, he might have recognized that it was the subordinate of the Brotherhood who whispered into Morris' ear when he met him. Lance. Morris was not interested in talking much. He directly called out the person's name. How is it? The person in the cloak, the Brotherhood's chief of intelligence, the sleepless eye. Lance Corpion lowered his hood. Fatigue and haggard were written all over his face. Prince Thales was assassinated at the banquet last night, Lance said faintly. There are many rumors in the streets, but because the assassin is from Western Desert, the target of the rumors is the vassals of Western Desert, saying that they have ulterior motives. Morris frowned. Really? Lance snorted coldly. Anyway, that's what the Secret Intelligence Department said. What else? Mindy's Hall, which is also the prince's mansion, has just been sealed by the royal guards and the city hall. They said that they want to find clues about the assassin. So he is not in cahoots with your boss? It's the former boss. I'm not sure. But I know that an old friend has returned to the Secret Intelligence Department. He used to be the person in charge of the Western Desert branch. Something big might happen in Western Desert. Morris did not speak. He was deep in thought. Finally, it was Lance who broke the silence. Compared to the previous one, how is this Jade Star? I don't know. Morris shook his head. There was a barely noticeable confusion on his face. It's a little similar but not the same. It depends on Black Sword's attitude. Lance was not satisfied. You talked to him for half a day and this is the conclusion you came to? Hey, why don't you go talk to him yourself? Morris retorted in dissatisfaction. Do you know that the brat is very slippery and crafty like a ghost? Every word he says is hidden and he has sinister intentions? That's why I want you to go. Lance did not feel guilty at all. You yourself are this kind of person. You are very familiar with it. Morris was momentarily speechless. But his expression soon changed slightly. I remember that a few years ago you asked me for someone, right? Lance narrowed his eyes. Who? 6 years ago. Morris scratched his chin seriously. On the day of the one-night war. Lance's eyes turned and immediately found the corresponding memory. Yes, a small accountant. He used to be the person in charge of the abandoned houses. He was quite talented and ambitious. For this he killed his superior, that useless Quide. But I sent him to the capital. You know, Rhoda definitely does not want the person who killed his son to appear in front of him all the time. Morris interrupted him. Write a letter to him and look for the list of child beggars in the past. Lance frowned. What's wrong? Morris exhaled and kicked the broken wall at the entrance of the alley, causing some stones to fall. Do you remember, Lance? When we first came to Lower City District, we suffered greatly in this maze of rotten streets. Anton would go astray once he walked more than 50 meters, and he would not be able to find his way back to Black Street. Lance did not speak. He knew that Morris had more to say. Morris narrowed his eyes. Do you still remember who we first looked for as a guide in order to settle down in Lower City District as soon as possible? Child beggars. Lance answered without hesitation. We bribed the child beggars. They were the most inconspicuous and they had been walking the streets since they were young. They were the most familiar with the roads here. Morris' gaze was fixed on the wall. Yes, The plump man repeated Lance's words and thought carefully. They were the most inconspicuous and they had been walking the streets since they were young. They were the most familiar with this place. Lance seemed to have figured something out. He could not help but widen his eyes. So, I have a small guess. Morris raised his head and looked at the extremely complicated streets in Lower City District. His expression was profound. I want to verify it. Chapter 607. Cohen lowered his head and walked in the alley of the underground street. His eyes were absent-minded, and he ignored the beggars and tramps under the eaves on both sides of the street, as well as their secretive gazes. Cohen. The unkempt man on his left covered the bloodstains on his clothes. Further away, a ruffian was peddling the items in his pockets furtively. A beggar under the eaves of the opposite house was fighting with another emaciated man for the ownership of an ownerless ring. But Cohen just walked past them absent-mindedly. He did not see them nor did he hear them. What does that have to do with me? Cohen. The glory of the stars allowed him to focus on his own world. He had no distractions. The noise in the distance could not attract his attention, and the filth around him could not affect his thoughts. The underground street and even Lower City District seemed to be just a name on a piece of paper to him. He seemed to be walking beyond the horizon, transcending everything and forgetting himself. Just like many of the nobles he knew, they had their sights set on the kingdom, their hearts were on the world, and they were destined to achieve great things. But, Cohen. Finally Cohen, who was absent-minded, shuddered and staggered back to his senses. What's wrong? Cohen looked around subconsciously. Leorc was still 10 steps away. His attitude towards them was full of disdain and rejection. Glover dutifully guarded the prince by his side, using his body and expression to block all malicious gazes. Cohen lowered his head. The speaker. The second prince looked at him deeply. His gaze was full of inquiry. Pull yourself together. There was an unquestionable tone in Thales's words. You've been a police officer for 6 years. Morris' words shouldn't have affected you so much. What Morris said? Cohen's eyes were slightly dazed. You're not fighting against gangs, criminals, or even evil. You represent the power of this country. You stand in the position of the strong and face the resistance of the weak. Cohen shook his head furiously. No, it has nothing to do with what that scumbag said. It will not affect me, as if, Glover interrupted him coldly. Cohen stared at the zombie in a daze. He looked like he was struggling. Thales sighed. Listen, Cohen, you have to know that Morris is a member of the Brotherhood. Everything he said, no. Unexpectedly, Cohen suddenly spoke loudly, startling both Thales and Glover. Even Leorc frowned and turned his head. Thales frowned as he looked at Cohen. Cohen doesn't usually react like this. If it's not him, no. At this moment, Cohen's expression changed as he muttered anxiously. Hey. Glover patted Cohen carefully. At the same time, he glared at a few idlers who were attracted over from afar. You're fine. Cohen suddenly looked up. When you turned the situation around in Heroic Spirit Palace and forced all parties to stop fighting and retreat, Your Highness. The police officer stared at Thales eagerly as if he was searching for an answer. The Extettians, were they moved by your words? Thales was stunned. Extettians. But Cohen shook his head, his expression bitter. My old man's reply was like this. Words are only expressions, actions are only about the heart. As for sweet words can bewitch the heart, this is just a beautiful fantasy of the writers. Thales' expression changed. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. He said that it was not your words that moved the Extettians, Your Highness. The police officer lowered his head dejectedly. It was their true thoughts, their personal experiences and their interests. You were just the person who lifted the curtain and revealed their true intentions. Thales was silent for a while. Count Turami Caribbean is indeed the descendant of the wise minister. The prince sighed. If there is a chance in the future, I will visit your father. Cohen's gaze was conflicted, as if he was going through a cruel struggle. At that time I was not convinced by the old man's words, but it's the same, Your Highness. Cohen exhaled. That fat man is good with words, but he could not have swayed me with just a few words. Unless there was something else that swayed me. He stared at the narrow alley quietly as if he could never see the end. Thales looked at him and sighed in his heart. I refuse to admit it, but... Cohen hesitated for a moment, but in the end he gathered his courage and spoke decisively. Yes, my heart of the sword was swayed. My moves became more and more practiced and the edge of my sword became sharper. Cohen gritted his teeth and said, but the person wielding the sword was rusty. This is the reason why I stagnated and did not improve in the past 6 years. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Maybe you should go back to the battlefield and roll in blood again. Glover snorted softly. He did not like Cohen's expression. Instead of going out on the streets to catch thieves every day. Callan. Thales gave Glover a warning glance and the latter did not say anything else. I'm serious. Cohen did not show any signs of anger, but his gaze was dejected. But what swayed me was not that stupid fat man's nonsense. It was me. It was my experiences in the past 6 years in this city. Experiences in this city. Thales paused for a moment because of this sentence. The memories in the abandoned house were like a dream or fog, and they entangled around his feet again. Do you know, Your Highness, the little girl who stole your money just now? Cohen walked behind the prince and said absent-mindedly, she might not like to steal or extort money. When she grows up, she might not like to receive customers like her mother, or fool around like her father. But she had no choice. Thales and Glover froze at the same time. The former thought of the abandoned house and the latter of Red Street Market. Cohen tripped over an irregular rock, but he didn't seem to notice it. He continued speaking. He continued, under the example of her mother and father, or perhaps just her mother's lover, she could only learn from them and become like most of the people on this street. Shrewd, vicious, shameless, and narrow-minded. When she grows up, she will only become another numb prostitute like her mother, or an idle hooligan like her father. There is no other way. Thales and Glover sank into silence. Cohen clenched his teeth and pressed on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Because she was born here. Just like everyone else on this street. Glover raised his head and interrupted Cohen with a cold expression. Then do something. Do something, Cohen muttered. Do something. Glover snorted coldly. Send her scum parents to prison or the gallows. Isn't it your responsibility to fight crime and maintain law and order, Blue? Police officer? But Thales shook his head secretly. Cohen took a deep breath. Yes, but, he paused and relaxed his chest. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but they did not have the strength to rush out. Cohen shook his head dejectedly. What happened? Thales asked in a low voice. Cohen was silent for a long time. It was so long that Glover was about to urge him, but he finally spoke. 6 years ago, Your Highness, when I first came here for a few months, I was full of confidence. I wanted to make some achievements and make some changes. At that time, I treated this place as a battlefield. I thought that my only opponents were the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang. Only their filth and sins, only darkness and evil existed. But, Cohen's words came to a halt. What you fought was not even evil. Cohen clenched his teeth and shook his head. So I worked overtime to fight crime, maintain law and order, put an end to injustice and illegality, and brought security and law back here. But, the word appeared on the tip of his tongue again. In Lower City District, after arresting a batch of criminals, there will be another batch. After clearing out the nests, there will be another batch. Cohen's breathing became more and more erratic and he spoke faster and faster. After arresting people, they will be released in a few days. After cleaning up the streets, illegal gangs will soon gather again. The sealed warehouses will soon become a cover for crimes. Every year, the number of corpses transported out for burial will be the same, or even more. Cohen's words were filled with bitterness and even a hint of helplessness. Strictly enforce the law and impartially punish people. All these things we learned in politics textbooks are not useful here. I don't know. Maybe I didn't learn politics well. Maybe my methods of stopping crime are too inferior. Maybe I have to be like Cousin Derek and get full marks in politics every time. Then I will know what to do. Thales listened quietly. His mood was gloomy. But Glover was unmoved. It's useless to only catch small fries. Cohen raised his head and said hurriedly, I did it. He stared at Glover. I did it. I learned from some of my colleagues. I raised my eyes and started to target the big fish like Morris just now. I took down a leader of the Brotherhood who was in charge of child beggars and cut off all the chains under him. But in less than 2 days, a newbie fought his way up from below and replaced him to fill in the gap. It was faster than the police officer's vacancy. Glover snorted in disdain. That means his level is not high enough. You have to find the source. Maybe you have to use that annoying black sword. The source. Cohen raised his voice again. Glover frowned. At that moment the police officer stared at Glover in a daze. You're right. Zombies. Their level is not high enough. We have to find the source. The source. Cohen was like an ascetic who was pursuing his faith. He stared into the distance in a daze. As the police officer in charge of Lower City District, the area I can reach is too shallow. It's too close. I can't solve the root of the problem. So I thought I have to do more. I have to push harder, go deeper and penetrate deeper. Cohen took a deep breath. So I chased after them to the source of those sins. But his determination suddenly fell. Just like the ascetic who was pursuing his faith, he eventually fell on the road. Then I met them. Glover and Thales were puzzled. Them? Cohen nodded expressionlessly. The one you met on the street just now, Your Highness, was just a little girl. The police officer's voice was barely discernible. But here, there and in other places, I've met countless such children. Children. Thales opened his mouth subconsciously. The childhood of criminals. Is there a deeper source than this? Cohen gulped. Zombie. Just like what you said, I took action, acted and interfered like the most competent police officer. That includes taking down the gangs behind them, punishing their scumbag parents, cleaning up their living environment and threatening those scumbags who want to make use of them. I hate to say this, but thanks to my family name, a police officer of lower birth would have disappeared without a trace a long time ago. Those children, I sent them to the orphanage under the jurisdiction of the Office of Discipline, adopted families, and even the Sunset Church's Sanctuary of Grace. For this, I did not hesitate to face the hostility of the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang, the internal punishment of the police station, and the disgust of my colleagues in the Office of Discipline. I even put down my pride and promised the old man to participate in the Nobles' matchmaking ball. Only then could I get some money from his stingy hands to help some of the children who had no relatives, to satisfy their needs, and to prevent them from falling into depravity again. As they listened to Cohen's narration, Thales and Glover looked at him with increasingly different expressions. The more Cohen spoke, the more excited he became. Then his emotions suddenly changed. But the police officer seemed to be frozen in time. He was stunned for a few seconds before he spoke again. A few years ago I rescued an orphan. At that time he was a little over 10 years old. I asked the Office of Discipline to send him to the orphanage. Cohen's gaze moved slightly and the colors in his eyes gradually disappeared. But a few years later I caught a group of scumbags from the Brotherhood who collected debts. They tortured the debtor's son with red-hot tongs in front of him just for God knows how many coppers. Glover's expression tensed. Cohen took a deep breath. That child, the child I rescued. He was among those scumbags. He was 14 or 15 years old. Cohen said in a daze. He was too old. He's too old. I can only send him to prison. Just like when I sent him to the orphanage. Thales closed his eyes, then opened them again. Cohen exhaled a pained breath. He wasn't the only one. I only found out a long time later that the children I thought I rescued, most of them will reappear on the streets. The children who originally had parents. After their scumbag parents became obedient for a while, they would basically revert to their old ways and continue to bring them up. Just like that little girl just now. As for the others, they could not stand it anymore. They escaped from the orphanage or the families who adopted them. Cohen lowered his head sadly. You idiot. Glover suddenly interrupted. He said a long string of words which was rare for him. Most of the orphanages are no different from prisons except that the prison guards are worse. Rather than letting them go there, they might as well go back to the streets to steal bread. Cohen shuddered slightly. As for adoption, it's like a bet before your eyes. Glover's tone was cold. If you're lucky, you might be able to eat some leftovers in the stable as proof that your family can receive orphanage compensation from the Office of Discipline. If you're unlucky, the zombie tightened his collar and did not continue speaking. Cohen frowned. How did you know? Glover interrupted him coldly. I heard it. Cohen frowned. From whom? No one. Glover seemed to be extremely wary of this topic. He raised his index finger and warned sternly, enough. The problem ends here. Thales sighed softly. Although Cohen was extremely puzzled, he did not pay too much attention to it. He only sighed helplessly. Yes, the orphanage and the families who adopted them. I know about their situation. I want to take a look later. These good governance measures from the era of the virtuous king have long since deteriorated. Cohen lowered his head. As for the Sunset Church's House of God's Grace, it's even more disgusting, a deep voice was heard. Cohen and Glover were both shocked. They turned their heads. The quiet killer, Leorc, who had appeared beside them at some point of time, snorted softly. His gaze was vicious. I once had a friend who went in. Cohen and Glover looked at each other, but Leorc ignored them and said coldly, he continued coldly, there was a very good old priest in the House of God's Grace. He patiently taught him how to read every day, recited the sunset scriptures and learned etiquette and morality. My friend was young at that time and had never received such care. He was very grateful. Until one day. Leorc snorted softly. He seemed to be smiling, but he did not seem to be smiling. That kind priest told my friend that as a devout believer of the sunset goddess, the grace of the goddess had once descended upon him. It was hidden in his underwear under his thick robes. The others frowned. The old priest untied his belt and encouraged the child with gentle words. He asked him to break through all obstacles and find the carrier of the grace of the goddess. He then tried his best to grasp it. He cherished it devoutly and pondered it with all his heart. He never left his mouth until he said, "Let the mortal body produce miracles and spray out pure white divine rain." When he said this, Leorc burst out laughing. "Ah, pure white divine rain. Ah." On the altar of the House of God's Grace, in front of the goddess' sacred elephant. Ah. He laughed in an extremely exaggerated manner. He even bent over, but there was no joy in his eyes. Instead, there was a frightening morbid look. However, the others, including Thales, only felt a deep chill and oppression. "Your friend," Glover replied warily and coldly. He relayed it quite clearly. Leorc's smile faded and he glanced at him coldly. Because he was not the only one. The group was silent for a while. Then Cohen sighed. "I did not expect to say this, but Leorc, I am very sorry." "There is no need for that," Leorc rejected him mercilessly. Because the knowledgeable and holy master priest still made a mistake in the oracle. Many years later, on the day he retired, my friend and he discovered it together. When he heard this, Thales, who knew the tranquil assassin's nature, had a change in his gaze. "I see. The so-called grace of the goddess, the divine rain." Leorc lowered his head and gently pulled out the blade hidden at his waist. There was a fierce glint in his eyes. "It is bright red." Cohen and Glover's expressions changed slightly. They were silent for a while. Then when Leorc sheathed his blade, he woke up from the silence. Cohen raised his head and looked gloomy. In short, when these children return to the streets, they either return to their old jobs, begging, stealing, swindling, or even following behind the scumbags to make a living. They imitate, assist, or even yearn to become them because at least the latter can eat well. Or their lives are even worse. Without the organization and protection of the gangs, they are like weeds and no one cares about them. I still remember that there was a child who spat at me. He said that rather than being rescued by the police station, he would rather return to the Brotherhood. Even if he was beaten up a lot, at least he had an organization and companions. He could survive, and if he was lucky, he could grow up to be as awe-inspiring as them and bully other bastards. Thales subconsciously clenched his molars. Because this is the only way to survive, Leorc, who had unknowingly joined the conversation, said in disdain. It is the only way for them to find their own kind, find happiness and find a reason to live. And not the so-called relief of you upper-class people. Cohen snorted. He was dispirited. And almost every criminal, gamblers, robbers, swindlers, prostitutes, thieves, gangsters and thugs, has had a similar bad experience since they were young. Sometimes they had an irresponsible drunkard father, sometimes they had an immoral playmate, sometimes they had to live in poverty, sometimes they had to deal with the cold and heartless society, and sometimes they had to deal with this dirty street. Compared to these, even the Blackstreet Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang do not seem so ferocious and detestable. The police officer's words made the rest of them sink into deep thought. Pitiful, hateful, pathetic, and hilarious. In the end, I don't even know whether it was natural for them to become what they are today, whether it was their own choice or not, whether it was their own choice or not, whether it was their own choice or not, whether they deserved it or were wronged. Yes. Leorc was the first to speak. He spat on the ground in disdain. As if we care about what you think, cop. But Cohen did not care about his offense at all. We just over and over again lock their scum parents in prison or send them to the gallows. Then we leave them in a bigger, messier and darker whirlpool. We wait for them to absorb the nutrients, acknowledge the rules and grow up bit by bit. The police officer's face was gloomy. They will become the new scum. Then we will capture them when they become scum. Then we will wait for their newborn children to grow up in the same whirlpool and become the new scum. He raised his head again and looked into the distance of the dilapidated street, but he still could not see the end. That is their own choice. Glover spoke. There was a hint of indignation and anger in his words. They will bear the consequences. Choice? Choice? Leorc laughed in a morbid manner again. His laughter grew louder and louder, making everyone's skin crawl. Ha! Cohen did not answer. He only looked at Zombie bitterly, which made the latter even more unhappy. But they have no choice. Thales, who had not spoken for a long time, slowly opened his mouth and attracted the trio's attention. They have no chance. The prince walked up a few steps and headed towards the place he was once most familiar with. In this kind of community, the socioeconomic status of their parents is limited. Sorry, I mean they can't go to school since they were young, can't acquire a skill and can't see the wider world. Thales walked past a corner that he had passed countless times when he was young. They are bound here and can't find a normal and stable job. They can only wander between idleness and committing crimes. They have no time to care about morality and the law. They can only prioritize things that can support their survival. They can't understand ideals and dreams. They can only reproduce the selfishness, narrow-mindedness, viciousness, laziness, despicableness and anger forced upon them by life in the mud of reality. They don't have the chance to feel morality, gratitude, selflessness, unity and justice like us who claim to be healthy people. They can only learn the true meaning of life from the ruthlessness of the streets and the cruelty and terror of their peers. Thales sighed. Their poverty will only be passed down from generation to generation. The same goes for crime. Cohen's expression became more and more unpleasant. Glover's expression did not change. Only his breathing quickened. Leorc crossed his arms and walked along the wall subconsciously. And when the kind-hearted people outside ask, "Why is it like this?" Thales said sadly, "People will pinch their noses and answer with condescension and disgust. Because they are scum, because they have a bad upbringing, because they do not learn well or even because they were born that way. Selfish, narrow-mindedness, viciousness, laziness, despicableness, anger, ignorance and even committing crimes. It's all their own choice." The teenager's words suddenly sped up. People will say, "We didn't force them not to be self-reliant, force them not to improve, force them to be immoral, force them to commit crimes and become criminals, right?" The prince's emotions shocked Glover. The zombie asked hesitantly, "Your Highness?" Thales said absent-mindedly, "Some of what they say is true, but it's not just that. Not just that. If we really want to change the situation and not comfort ourselves." Glover and Cohen looked at each other. Leorc still crossed his arms and said nothing. Thales slowly raised his head. "And when their existence and behavior, all nurtured in such a deviant environment, threaten the freedom and safety of people," Meng Chao said, "people will be filled with righteous indignation and will say, 'Criminals must be hanged because they deserve it.' People will say as long as these scum die, they will not be able to harm others and the future will become better." Cohen bit his lip. "Ha, if all the scum die," Leorc sneered. "Then what else can people use to prove that they are good people?" Thales shook his head and ignored Leorc's extreme words. "Just like what you said just now, in the desert, be it orcs or humans, they all believe that as long as they kill all their enemies and leave none alive, peace will come. Then peace will come." Glover and Cohen were both stunned. But the problem is... At that moment, Thales felt like he had returned to the prison of bones, Crassus of the disaster sorts. Ricky's words echoed in his ears. "How are we going to kill those?" Thales said in a daze. "Enemies that cannot be killed?" Everyone was silent for a long time. "So, just like what that fatty said, the Brotherhood is everywhere and will never die." Cohen carelessly combed his hair and said in pain, "Even if I kill Blacksword, there will still be countless new Black Swords. They will pick up his weapon, speak his language and even take on his appearance. This is our real enemy, an enemy that cannot be killed." Leorc chuckled and tightened the black silk on his arm. Punishment will not work, prohibition will not work, help will not work, and charity will be useless. There was a deep sense of helplessness in Cohen's tone. That was the first time I understood that my sword can kill. Cohen raised his head in a daze. But it cannot save lives. Not even one. Chapter 608. Glover snorted angrily. At the very least you can stop others from killing. The zombie stared ahead. Then you can save lives. Cohen laughed bitterly and did not answer. No. The person who spoke was Thales. This made Glover's desire to refute fade away. Trust me, zombie. That's not it. Thales shook his head. Stop killing and save lives. They look very similar. Thales said faintly. There are also many people who say that as long as the murderer is killed before he kills, it is equivalent to saving the person he is about to kill, and the problem can be solved. But trust me, Callan. Those are two different things. There is still a long way to go between the two. Glover did not answer. He was still deep in thought. At this moment Leorc's cold laughter traveled into their ears. You don't have to be so kind, young masters. There is no one in this world who deserves or expects you to save them. The assassin from the Brotherhood raised his hand and pointed at the dilapidated houses around him. Look, this is our life. It has always been like this. There is no need to change it, let alone save it. Upper-class people like you who are so arrogant can't save anyone. Cohen's frown deepened. You know, I have a friend, a very good friend. She also grew up in a similar environment. When I asked her, she also sneered and told me to give up, Cohen said gloomily to Leorc. This is how the world is. It is self-contained and has its own rules. It's good enough that I can take care of myself. Acknowledge the rules, accept the rules, adapt to the rules, use the rules and control the rules. Only by doing so can we rewrite the rules in the future. Thales clenched his fists. At that moment he actually thought of the two people saying the same thing despite their differences. Hold on to your sword. Don't lose it. What you need to do is not to make up for it but to control it. Not to stand on this high wall and sigh but to lean on this high wall and ride the wind and waves. Cohen sighed. She always said that, then she picked up the knife and killed the scumbags I caught and released. Cohen came to his senses. He knew that he had made a slip of the tongue, so he shook his head. Sorry. Your friend, Leorc said nonchalantly as if this was his personal rule. He's right. At least. The killer cast a glance at the police officer. It's much more effective than your nagging. Cohen shook his head. But the same, he said bitterly. She can kill. But I can't save anyone. She and I, we often quarrel about this. Thales chuckled. Believe me, Cohen, the quarrel is not your fault. The teenager raised his head and sighed. Even after a few thousand years, there will still be people quarreling over it. Cohen shrugged. Maybe. He sneered in a rather self-deprecating manner. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. I've talked about these troubles to my colleagues, my superiors, and even my superiors' superiors. But every time they would pat me on the shoulder with tolerance and sympathy. They would tell me that they understood because they were once like me. They were young, passionate, hardworking, and confused. Cohen's tone turned gloomy. Then after a long time when they came back one day they give up, Glover said hoarsely. They gave up. Cohen nodded subconsciously. They're either used to it and become numb to it, or they're in cahoots with others to take advantage of the situation, or they don't care about it at all, or they're self-righteous and virtuous. Even if there are a few newcomers, they'll slowly be assimilated by the rules and regulations, the tiring work and the fruitless effort. They'll eventually lose their original selves. Leorc snorted coldly. Unbelievable. These words came from a young master of noble birth who never worries about basic necessities. He glanced at Cohen. I promise you, cop, the quiet killer said casually. If I want to kill you in the future, I will be more precise. Cohen sneered without a care. If I want to kill you, I will leave your corpse intact, Glover coldly countered on behalf of the police officer. For your tour guide this time. Leorc looked at him coldly. It doesn't matter what I think, Cohen sighed. Western District, Lower City District, West City Gate. These are supposed to be under my jurisdiction. I should be the guardian here. He raised his head haggardly and looked at the filthy road in front of him. But the truth is they are like my nemesis. They devour all my fantasies. Glover pursed his lips and said nothing. Leorc looked smug. Thales, on the other hand, looked at Cohen sorrowfully. I want to bring about some changes. When he said this, Cohen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. But his fists suddenly loosened and he seemed to have lost his soul. That fatty Morris and you, Your Highness, you made me understand that what I am fighting against is not just crime. Cohen said in a daze, I don't know. I don't know if what I'm doing is useful. Sometimes I wonder if I'm really like what they say, an idiot who does useless work, a stupid police officer. Thales looked at him, unable to bear it, but he did not know how to comfort him. Even changing the position of a flower pot in the police station. Cohen smiled. His smile was a little sad. I can't do anything about it. Glover could not help but say, you are the young master of the Caribbean family. If even you can't, you are right. Cohen looked at him and shook his head with a bitter smile. It is precisely because I am the heir of the Caribbean family. But, Cohen lowered his head slowly. I only have one sword and I am alone. The police officer looked at his family heirloom sword and sighed. But I have to face the wound that it has cut itself. It is too difficult. Thales sighed as well. Do you remember the girl in the pharmacy? The prince said softly. Yanni. The three of them turned their heads. She only has a pair of hands. Thales lowered his head and looked at the increasingly uneven road under his feet. He was focused on counting the pits. Just like you only have one sword. Who do you think is more difficult? Cohen was stunned. But Thales did not speak again. He just stared at the road under his feet. This material, this feeling of his feet, this direction. They are getting closer. A sense of familiarity and panic attacked him at the same time, making him unwilling to raise his head. But the journey would eventually come to an end. We are here. It felt like only a second had passed before Leorc's cold and lonely voice rang in his ears. This is the abandoned house. The child beggars are usually abandoned house. Thales forced himself to stop trembling and raised his head. The familiar facade, the familiar trench, the familiar rows of dilapidated houses. Almost at the same time Cohen and Leorc's expressions changed. Strange. Cohen sized up the rusty iron gate of the abandoned house. What's wrong? Glover did not understand. Cohen stepped through the iron gate and looked at the rows of old and dilapidated houses before him. Many people in ragged and dirty clothes raised their heads and looked at them numbly. The police officer frowned. There are people inside. Glover snorted coldly. Nonsense. No. You don't understand, Cohen explained. A few years ago I followed the police station's team to sweep the place. The abandoned house was always empty. The scumbags could always move ahead of time, including the countless street children under their control. They couldn't catch anything. Cohen walked forward, puzzled. It's just that I've never seen anyone living in it. Thales caught up with him and frowned. They walked on the terrible muddy road and passed by rows of stone houses that had not been repaired for a long time. They are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Glover walked past a house and glanced inside. There are also tramps. There are also child beggars. But Thales still frowned. They turned a corner and walked on the road that the teenager was very familiar with. The 8th house, the 14th house, the 2nd house. Thales tried hard to regulate his breathing. On the road, beside the door and under the eaves, there were poor people who were scantily clad and emaciated. They were either sitting or lying down. There were also people who stretched out their begging hands to them. That's not right. Leorc kicked away a tramp who extended his hand to touch his boots. He could no longer stand it. The abandoned house is not right. Glover turned his head in disdain. What's wrong with you? Leorc shook his head. I haven't been here for the past few years, but... He looked around vigilantly. The management of the abandoned house should not be so lax and, according to the usual practice, there should only be child beggars and thugs here. And there should not be so many tramps. Some of them are not from the Brotherhood at all. Glover still could not understand, but Cohen narrowed his eyes. Thales was the only one who did not speak as he looked at the abandoned house that was filled to the brim by the poor people. At this moment, a lazy voice came from a broken recliner beside him. Hey, if you are here to rob, then you have come to the wrong place. The 4 of them turned their heads. A pitiful man with a sallow and emaciated face straightened his back on the recliner and yawned. The abandoned house belongs to Blackstreet Brotherhood. Leorc's gaze shifted. Mayor Tessa. When he heard this name, the man with the sallow face shuddered. He struggled to get up from the recliner and stared at the quiet killer. In the end he called out his name in a daze. You're Leork? Yes. Leork recovered from his astonishment. Why are you here? The expression of the man named Mertessa changed several times. In the next second he stood up, turned around and left. Hey wait. Leork chased after him. Thales and the rest were baffled. Who is he? Leork gritted his teeth and chased after him. He joined the Brotherhood in the same year as me. It's just that I haven't heard his name for a long time. Mertessa, stop. Mertessa's footsteps were limping and he was not agile. Get lost. Stay away from me. The man did not even turn his head around, but he retorted irritably. Leork's gaze turned cold and he suddenly sped up. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a dull thud rose. Mertessa felt his feet stumble. He then lost his balance and fell to the ground in pain. You forced me to do this. Leork walked to his side coldly and watched Mertessa roll over in a pathetic manner. Now tell me, why are you here? Leork's words came to a halt. He saw Mertessa clenching his teeth with all his might as he propped himself up with only his left hand. Mertessa's other sleeve, where his right arm should have been, was empty. Did you see that? Mertessa turned his body sideways to cover his broken arm. He said angrily, Of course I'm here. Where else can I go? Thales and the rest rushed to their side. What happened? Leork looked at the man's sleeve, then at Mertessa's haggard and sloppy appearance. His expression was complicated. Your arm? Mertessa seemed to be insulted, but he was not afraid of the silent killer. Instead he roared loudly, What happened? You did it on purpose, didn't you? Glover and Cohen looked at each other. They did not know what happened. What on purpose? Leork asked, puzzled. Mertessa's breathing quickened. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Leork. 6 years ago. The one-armed man sat on the ground and said in pain, Red Street Market, the one-night battle, remember? The familiar term made Thales and Cohen's thoughts move. Leork thought for a while. Of course we won. Yes, of course the Brotherhood won. Mertessa trembled as he tugged at his empty sleeve. But I lost. The one-armed man spat out these words filled with hatred. He took a deep breath and turned his head away from them. Leork was silent. They said that you went missing. Mertessa snorted coldly. Yes, I did go missing. That damned red bandana and that damned explosion, I was buried under the rubble for 3 whole days and it was the patrol team Steelskins who dug me out. When I woke up I was already in prison. Didn't I go missing? Explosion. Thales looked at Mertessa's severed right arm. He felt complicated. They said that it was a miracle that I survived. But look at this. Mertessa sneered and shook his empty sleeve. What's the difference between a gang's thug becoming like this and being dead? Leork raised his head and exhaled through his nose. He did not know what was on his mind. Mertessa panted angrily. The others were silent for a while. Mertessa, what happened here? Leork spoke again. His tone became much calmer. What happened? But Mertessa's words were very rude. Leork raised his head and saw that the people around him were either leaning against the wall or hiding under the door cracks. They were all looking at them timidly. Abandoned house. Why are there suddenly so many tramps here? Are they members of the Brotherhood? And the child beggars? Mertessa interrupted him impatiently. Don't you know? Aren't you the one who killed Morris? How could you not know? I only care about killing people. Leork lowered his head. I don't care about child beggars. Mertessa snorted disdainfully and spoke in a strange tone. Of course. After all, you are Morris's favorite. Look at your little round butt. Leork sighed. In the next second the quiet killer's expression turned cold. He moved his arm. Asterisk thud. Asterisk as Mertessa screamed in pain, Leork forcefully pulled his left arm backward and pressed his face against the ground. Listen up, Mertessa. I'm not being polite to you because your butt is round. The quiet killer pulled out the blade at his waist with his other hand and said coldly, I'm also not interested in your severed arm and your bullsh asterisk T. Now answer my question or I'll make your arms more symmetrical. Cohen furrowed his eyebrows, but Glover pressed him down tightly and shook his head. Ha ha ha. Mertessa seemed to be a tough nut to crack. Even though the pain was unbearable, he glared at Leork with hatred and spat out 2 words. F asterisk CKU. Leork's expression turned cold. He pressed Mertessa's face into the ground. At this moment, Moody? An old and gentle female voice came from the dilapidated house beside them. Mare Tessa shuddered. Moody? Where are you? Everyone saw a hunchbacked old woman walking out of the door shakily with the help of a tree branch. She tried her best to extend her hand into the air. Her gaze was lost and her eyes were abnormally pale. Moody, I can't find our cauldron. The one with less rust and only 2 nicks. I'm afraid it was stolen by the people in the 6th house again. The 6th house. Thales was in a daze. Then the sound of the old woman's branch tapping on the ground brought him back to reality. Mother, go back. Mare Tessa struggled to get his mouth out of the ground and shouted anxiously, now. Leorc stared blankly at Mare Tessa under him before he raised his head to look at the old woman. When Thales saw the old woman's expression, his expression changed as well. But we still need to fill our bowls with water for cooking. We don't have a container. The old woman with white eyes extended her hand in puzzlement. She turned her head and listened carefully. Moody? What are you doing? Who's with you? The old woman's words came to a halt. Damn it. She turned her pale eyes in Leorc's direction and put on a cold expression. No matter who you are. At that moment, the old woman appeared calm and collected. We don't have money. Mare Tessa struggled even more, but he could not resist Leorc since he had lost an arm. Leorc just stared at the old woman in front of him in puzzlement. Look at Moody. Not only did he lose his right arm, even the right side of his body is not very agile. The old woman sighed. How else can we earn money? You won't be able to get anything. Leorc was silent. But the old woman's words seemed to have angered her son. Damn it, mother. Mertessa's face was filled with humiliation. Shut up and go back into the house. But the old woman turned a deaf ear to Mertessa's words. Instead, she calmly spoke in Leorc's direction. If this doesn't make you stop. This old woman has a little friendship with the people in the Brotherhood. Moody is also a member of the Brotherhood. If blood is spilled, it won't look good. A few seconds later, Leorc quietly put away his weapon and let go of Mare Tessa. He looked at the old woman and his tone became much better. Mother Bess, your eyes, are they blind? Blind? Huh. The old woman widened her eyes as if she had heard a big joke. My ears are good enough to hear that there are 4 of you, 3 of whom are armed. The old woman's words came to a halt. But you know my name. So, you're one of the brats in the Brotherhood? Leorc sighed. Don't worry, I'm just passing by. Leorc stared at the blind old woman Bess and lowered his head in disappointment. I'm just visiting an old friend. But the old woman named Beth ignored him. Instead she asked her son, what's wrong? Moody? I'm fine, mother. Mare Tessa, who had escaped, sat on the ground and panted angrily. I said just King, hurry up and go back. The old woman sneered. Maybe I'm not your real mother, Moody. Maybe I still need you to remind me so that I won't trip over the stairs. In the next second, Bess slammed her branch on the ground. She raised her voice abruptly. But at least I didn't let you freeze to death on the road or suffocate to death in the sewers when you were still a little kid who only knew how to cry. So King brat, King son of AB T. Show some respect. The old woman's swift and fierce roar caused everyone to tremble involuntarily. Mare Tessa rubbed his forehead in pain. He felt helpless and uncomfortable. Mare Tessa gave up on talking back to his mother and sighed. All right, I'll talk to the 6th house about that stupid pot. Now I beg you, go back to the house. Thales and the others looked at each other. That's good, that's good. Bess regained the old woman's weakness. She hunched her body and muttered as she turned around. The Brotherhood, ha. How much more do we owe them? That devil's black sword. Mother. Mare Tessa began to roar angrily again. Bess snorted softly and stretched out her branch to explore the way. Then you guys have a good chat. After all, this may be the last time you see each other. The last time? What's wrong? Leorc glanced at Mertessa's injured body. Is he terminally ill? Bess trembled as she touched the mud wall. No, I'm talking about you guys. Once you join the Brotherhood, you won't live long. Leorc stared at Bess fixedly. Mother. This was the umpteenth time Mare Tessa had shouted angrily. But at the same time there was another voice. Granny. Bess's figure froze. The old woman slowly turned around with an amused expression. A young voice. It's crisp, powerful and changing. 15 years old at most. Thales walked forward and stared at the old woman. You said that your name is Bess? The blind old woman turned her head and sniffed a few times in Thales' direction. The smell of nobility, but it's somewhat familiar. There's also a hint of cosmetics. Why, did you just come back from Red Street Market? But Thales ignored her words. You said that you're a member of the Brotherhood. Thales stared at Bess's face. Why have I never heard of you? Bess opened her mouth and laughed hoarsely. Maybe it's because you haven't grown hair down there? Glover and Cohen had strange expressions on their faces. The old woman's expression immediately became stern. She raised her voice in Thales' direction. And your little chick is still as soft as a caterpillar and can't get hard on its own? Impolite little brat? Mare Tessa said in pain. Mother. Enough. Bess snorted coldly. Her white eyes were lifeless, but they sent chills down people's spines. Little brat, go find Morris in this neighborhood and ask him if he's heard of the black-hearted widow, Bess. And ask the other ungrateful brats in the Brotherhood how many of them have not been spanked by me. Thales was silent. I see. He looked at Bess's face quietly, searching for a memory that flashed through his mind when he was young. He grinned. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Mother Bess. Thales repeated Leorc's name. It's best not to, the old woman said coldly, unappreciative. This old woman would rather have some peace and quiet. She slowly but skillfully stepped over the pit on the ground and disappeared behind the wall, leaving behind only her swift and fierce voice. Moody, don't forget that pot. Thales quietly watched the old woman leave as if he had returned to the past. The moment when he remembered the events of this world for the first time. Look at you, brat. Cry. Damn it, why don't you cry? Don't be an idiot. No, it's better if you're an idiot. I'll be less worried. At that time her voice was not so old, but it was as rough and ear-piercing as it was now. You have to call me Mother Bess. Mother, do you understand? Even if you become successful in the future, I'll still be the one who raised you. Little brat, may the god of the underworld take care of you as soon as possible so that you don't cause any trouble. At that time Mother Bess's face was full of disgust, but there was also a hint of reverence. All right, Thales, this is your name. Don't mind it. I know it's not nice, but I didn't give it. It's okay. I'll raise you until you're old enough and I'll be free. I won't have nightmares all day. At that time the Brotherhood's nursery nest was dark, narrow, damp and simple. All right. Hurry up and take him away. I don't want to see him again in this life. Why? You won't believe me even if I tell you, but he's destined to cause a lot of trouble. A monster born to a monster. At that moment, Thales opened his eyes and buried all the clear and blurry fragments deep in his heart. There was still one more chapter. He would finish writing it around 12:30. End of this chapter. Chapter 609. Seeing that his mother had left, Murtisa heaved a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Leorc looked in the direction where Bess had disappeared. His expression was complicated. You and Granny Beth have been living here for the past few years? Mare Tessa snorted in disdain. Leorc frowned. You know, Boss Morris can help. This is what Mommy wants. Murtisa interrupted him rudely. She said that the Brotherhood has changed. It's getting bigger and more chaotic. She doesn't want to stay any longer. We might not live well like this, but we can survive. He straightened his body and stared at Leorc with jealousy and hatred. Not like you. Leorc was silent for a while. I remember that you were by Luoda's side back then. Murtisa laughed. His laughter was filled with resentment. Of course. Rhoda. Ironheart Luoda. But hey, look at me. Mare Tessa turned around laboriously and showed his broken arm. He was filled with indignation. He doesn't need trash. And after so many years, how many of us, the so-called 13 generals, do you think are still alive, other than you, Steel All and Thunderaxe? How much? Leorc didn't respond to his question. He only gazed deeply at Murtisa's broken arm. Count your days, silent killer. Mare Tessa snorted coldly and shook his head. In any case, it won't be long. The two old friends of the Brotherhood looked at each other in silence for a long time. Mare Tessa, right? Thales stepped forward in a low voice. What happened to the abandoned house in the past few years? Mare Tessa glanced at Thales. What kind of battle array is this? The man looked at Leorc in disdain. Who are these three? Your new lover? Leorc's expression turned cold. His hand once again touched the hilt of his blade. But Thales coughed. Look, Mayor Tessa, people are watching us. The prince smiled and gestured to the curious faces around him. So, the longer you stay with us, the more those who stole your pot, the sixth house, right? Will be curious about what we talked to you about, or... Thales stopped smiling. How much money did we give you? Mertessa's expression changed. Bah! Mayor Tessa said hatefully, you must be Morris's little bastard. You're as cunning as him. But Thales did not care. He just stared at him quietly. Now do you want to answer the question? What's wrong with the abandoned house? Mertessa snorted twice. He looked at Leorc and the other two big men before he spoke in an unconvinced manner. If you still remember Leorc 6 years ago on the day of the one-night battle. At this point, Mayor Tessa glanced at her severed arm and spat fiercely. F***C. No one else said anything. In short, when we were killing people in Red Street Market that day, something happened to abandoned house. Luo Da's son was in charge of looking after this place. In the end, that trash drank too much and killed a bunch of child beggars. The rest ran away. He drank too much and killed a bunch of child beggars. Thales listened to the story quietly with an expressionless face. It was as if it was someone else's story. Leorc narrowed his eyes. Quiet. I remember that trash and I also remember this. Mayor Tessa nodded gloomily. Someone said that it was a conspiracy of the Blood Bottle Gang. In the end, that trash was killed by a few child beggars. Thales subconsciously raised his hand and pressed on the scar on his chest. But the worst thing was that the guy's father was my former boss. Luo Da destroyed Sunset Pub because of the child beggars. I heard that he even skinned the assistant who was in charge of abandoned house along with his son to go with his drink. Thales furrowed his brows. Mayor Tessa shrugged. I know Luo Da, believe me, this is something he would do. Leorc's expression did not change. I know. Boss Morris talked to Ironheart, and they solved this matter. Mayor Tessa spat in disdain. Solved my foot. He looked at Leorc in displeasure. After this happened, who in the Brotherhood would dare to take care of the mess that is abandoned house? Mayor Tessa turned around and looked at the tramps around him. With this precedent, if something happens to the child beggars again, it will be a slap in Morris' face. He will definitely settle the score with you. Even if you manage the child beggars well, it will be worse. Luo Da is concerned about his son. If he knows that you are in charge of the child beggars, he will definitely find you an eyesore. Who knows, some of the child beggars will become restless. Just like what happened to Quide, they will slit your throat when you are drunk. Mayor Tessa laughed mockingly. He sounded like he had given up on himself. With this, the only people who are willing to come to abandoned house will be the old, weak, sick and disabled. Mayor Tessa. Leorc hesitated for a moment. You? Mayor Tessa spat in disdain. His tone was filled with pain and disdain. Do you know what is even more interesting? Luo Da has always believed that his son's murderer has not been caught, so he asked me to guard here and wait for the child beggar to walk into the trap. Look, this is a good reason. It is a good excuse to throw away trash. The last sentence was almost shouted out by him. Walk into the trap. Thales subconsciously raised his head and looked at Mayor Tessa again. But Mayor Tessa did not care how his words related to the person in front of him. He only laughed self-deprecatingly. You see, people like us, how we are sloppy and do nothing. We open the door at dawn and lock the door at night. Over time, the child beggars gradually become naughty and lazy. Many of them run away. Even the street business is not profitable anymore. Mayor Tessa said gloomily, the new thugs are even more unwilling to come. We have just taken over Red Street Market. Who doesn't want to go there and enjoy life? Cohen, who had been listening attentively, could no longer stand it. He took a step forward. So what about the child beggars in abandoned house? Have they become fewer? Mayor Tessa looked at Cohen, who was standing in a standard military posture, warily. Which one are you? Cohen panicked. A newbie in the Brotherhood. Thales pushed Cohen back without changing his expression. A retired soldier from the army. And then, Mayor Tessa looked at Cohen suspiciously. The Brotherhood has really improved and become more promising. He snorted softly. In the past, the soldiers who had served in the army were only willing to join Blood Bottle Gang. Mayor Tessa, Leorc reminded him in a low voice. Mayor Tessa waved his hand in annoyance. After that, for some reason the city hall set their eyes on this place. When he said this, Leorc, Thales and Cohen were all stunned. City hall. Yes, I don't know what bad luck they had. Mayor Tessa was listless. Every once in a while the government would send a mighty team of green skins, blue skins and even steel skins to attack the abandoned house. The reason was to crack down on human trafficking, crack down on child labor gangs and so on. The most exaggerated time was when the child beggars in the abandoned house had to be evacuated once a week to avoid inspection. It was chaotic and even businesses in other places were affected. Cohen's gaze slowly changed. He scratched his head. Oh, I remember. There were a few big sweeps. But Thales pinched him and asked in a low voice, "Why?" "I don't know." Mayor Tessa shook his head. "I have a friend who is from the Greenskins' nest. He said that they did not want to come here. The leaders of the Greenskins also did not want to do this kind of unprofitable work. But the order was given by someone higher up. They could not do anything about it. Even if they put on an act, they could only obey." Leork was still puzzled. Cohen was also puzzled. Glover looked on indifferently from the side. Only Thales stood by the side in a daze. His mind was in a mess. The city hall set their eyes on this place. The order was given by someone higher up. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. If that's the case, he clenched his teeth and resisted the surge of gratitude that rose from his chest. "Thank you, Gilbert." So the abandoned house had been messed around, and the income was not enough to make ends meet. The losses outweighed the gains. Boss Morris decided to tear down the fence around the abandoned house and let the child beggars out. Then they would be scattered among the various small gangs. A pile here and a circle there. It's better than being caught in one fell swoop. Mertessa's expression darkened. He then sneered. "Once the child beggars are gone, we useless people. Aren't we even more useless?" Leork was silent. Cohen did not care about Mertessa's feelings. He anxiously took a step forward. "So, the child beggars of the Brotherhood are no longer kept in the abandoned house? Instead they are placed in the various gangs on the streets?" Mayor Tessa raised his head and looked at Cohen. His gaze lingered on the hilt of Cohen's sword. He was slightly puzzled, but he still answered. "More than that." Mayor Tessa tightened his empty right sleeve and snorted in disdain. "The Brotherhood has long since stopped having child beggars." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. "What do you mean?" Cohen's reaction was the biggest. He widened his eyes. "Gone? Why?" Mayor Tessa sneered. "Because we can't afford to keep them." Leork retracted his gaze from the poor people around him. "Why can't we afford to keep them?" Mayor Tessa stared at him. "Why? You have followed Morris for so long. Don't you know? Didn't he tell you when he ked your ass?" Leork exhaled. He could not take it anymore. He pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword again. But Thales was faster than him. "Mayor Tessa, do you know what this is?" Thales smiled and extended his fist. Mayor Tessa spat on the ground. "Ha, son of a b***. I hope your fist is harder than the thing down there." But Thales did not take offense. He still raised his fist firmly. "What I am holding in my hand now is a silver coin. It is engraved with the portrait of a king and a line of words." Mayor Tessa furrowed his brows. Thales pointed at the dilapidated house behind him and said gently, 10 seconds later I will throw it into the yard where you and your mother live, and it will make a crisp metallic sound to let everyone here know." Mertessa's expression changed. "Believe me, I have seen it before. A small silver coin can change the fate of many people." Thales pointed at the homeless people who were looking at them curiously from afar. His smile did not diminish. "Now let me ask you again. Why can't the gangs afford to support the child beggars?" Mayor Tessa stared at him resentfully. "I have been living in the abandoned house, so I do not know." When he saw Thales put away his fist and threw it, Mayor Tessa changed his words indignantly. "But I heard from the people on the streets that in recent years, there is a newcomer in the gang." Thales was stunned. "A newcomer?" "Yes, the people call him," Mayor Tessa said nonchalantly, "stupid police officer." In that second everyone was stunned. Everyone looked at the same person. Mertessa didn't care about their abnormal behavior. He continued to speak. He continued, "The people on the streets say that the guy is not very smart, but he is very energetic. I heard that he often causes trouble on the streets, especially when he takes care of the child beggars. He is often served in jail. Even when he sees children helping their parents set up a stall, he will rush up and interrogate them for an entire day. Even the child beggars are annoyed by him." Thales' breathing quickened. He slowly turned his head. Cohen stood where he was in a daze, listening to Mertessa's words. A few gangs want to get rid of him by hitting him with a stick or something, but that son of a b*** is 2f** king good at fighting. He has been beaten black and blue a few times. He can't even walk steadily, but he still patrols the streets as if nothing happened. Mertessa sneered and shook his head. There are also people who want to take the path of the inner circle of the gang, slandering him and bribing him with dirty money. But no matter what, that son of a b** really has a screw loose in his head. He is a complete idiot and is impervious to everything. Over the past few years he's been complained about, reprimanded, punished, suspended, locked up and punished countless times, but he's still ignorant and hasn't learned anything. Once he's reinstated, he's still running around on the streets as fast as he can. He just keeps stirring up trouble. I heard that a few gangs lost their minds and decided to kill people, but there was no news. I guess they were stopped. Are you kidding me? You want to kill a gang in Eternal Star City? Do you really think the police station is a pushover? Mertessa laughed as he spoke, as if he was talking about a joke after a meal. Glover looked at Cohen in surprise and Leyork also frowned. But Cohen stared blankly at Mertessa. For a moment he was absent-minded and his breathing was irregular. Thales had no choice but to bump his arm. A few years have passed. The subordinates of the Brotherhood, the small gangs responsible for looking after the child beggars, are almost in tears. Every one of them is miserable. It's difficult for them to even do business on the streets, let alone earn any income. Cohen swallowed hard. Such a gang will either split up because they can't make a living or fall into the hands of that stupid cop and end up in jail, or switch to other businesses. Wouldn't it be more profitable to be an escort at the West City Gate and deal with outsiders, or to keep an eye on the brothels at Red Street Market and deal with fat sheep? Isn't that better than raising kids to beg for money, sell their skills and run errands? Thales did not speak. He just stood there and took a deep breath. So now, it was Cohen who spoke. His lips trembled and his voice was tense. Now, yes. Mertessa's tone became gloomy. Now there are so many streets around here. No one is keeping child beggars in captivity anymore. At least I know of none. It's all thanks to that stupid gang. The child beggars you meet now are either running around on the streets on their own, or working for their parents at home. You have to be on guard against them. What if one day that idiotic police officer comes to shop again? Bro, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Mertessa looked suspiciously at Cohen, whose chest was heaving up and down. Cohen closed his eyes and waved his hand. He turned his head to the side so that no one could see his face. Only his shoulders trembled slightly. It's nothing. Thales' expression did not change, but he felt complicated. He has a friend who was also tricked by that stupid gang, so he's a little agitated. Cohen hid his face in his sleeves and nodded in resignation. Glover handed him a handkerchief without any expression. Cohen took it and started blowing his nose without another word. Mertessa put on an expression as if he was looking at an idiot. He frowned and looked at Cohen. Wait. Leyork said unwillingly, the Brotherhood no longer keeps child beggars. If the Brotherhood doesn't raise beggars anymore, what about our street intelligence? What about new blood? Mertessa chuckled. Who knows? But it's only when we run into trouble that we secretly give the child beggars some money to work for us. Things like running errands, catching sheep, acting as lookouts, sending messages. As Mertessa spoke, he looked indignant. That's right. Over the years, you've gotten Red Street Market and a large number of territories from the Blood Bottle Gang. You don't even have enough manpower to collect protection fees in these new territories. Who would care about the child beggars? In the past, the Brotherhood was suppressed by the Blood Bottle Gang to the point where they could not raise their heads. But now look at you, the awe-inspiring Leyork. You beat up the Red Turban until they covered their heads and scurried away. Those who want to join the Brotherhood can't even wait in line. Mertessa laughed loudly. His laughter was desolate. Who the f***ck has the time to care about useless people like us? Who the f***ck cares? The air was filled with Mertessa's maniacal laughter. Leyork was silent for a long time. Mertessa was done laughing. He quietened down. Now who else has a question? Cohen was still rubbing his face. Glover twitched the corners of his mouth indifferently. Thales shifted his gaze away from Mertessa's sleeve and did not speak anymore. Leyork stared at him deeply and shook his head. Very well. Mayor Tessa bowed strenuously and said sarcastically, "Now forgive me for leaving, gentlemen." Once he finished speaking, he turned around and limped towards Beth's direction. Leorc quietly looked at his back and his empty sleeves. "Aren't you going to the 6th house?" The silent killer suddenly spoke. "At least go and get the pots and bowls back." Mayor Tessa sneered without turning his head. The people living there are another batch of the Brotherhood's former thugs. Even though they are either disabled or sick, Mayor Tessa pressed on the spot where his arm was broken and his voice was dejected. "But there are many of them." Leorc trembled slightly. Mertessa's footsteps rose and fell, and he gradually disappeared into the distance. "Mayor Tessa, wait." Leorc sighed. He walked forward and handed over a bag of money. "Listen to me, Boss Morris just happens to need." Mayor Tessa subconsciously took the bag of money. But a few seconds later, his expression changed from astonishment to anger, shame, and then ferociousness. "Morris, Morris, Morris. Can you not King keep saying other people's names all day long? You are a human." Mertessa's eyes were bloodshot. He threw the bag of money away and roared, "And he is not your father." Mertessa's violent reaction startled everyone. Leorc stared at the bag of money on the ground in a daze and took a deep breath. "Listen to me, Boss Morris, he is different from Rhoda. He is not the same as you King idiot." Mayor Tessa roared angrily. "I don't need your charity. Get lost." One of the former 13 generals angrily dragged his crippled body and left while trembling. This is the so-called coming out to mingle. Glover seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Mertessa's back and said faintly, "All dignity is an illusion." Cohen sniffed and still hid half of his face in his sleeve. "Oh, I actually think he is not bad." "Boo-hoo." Only Leorc did not say a word. He looked at his old acquaintance's back from afar and closed his eyes. Thales walked past him and also looked at Mertessa's limping footsteps. He sighed with emotion. This is his end, even if he was once one of the 13 generals. "If one day you become like him, what will you do?" Leorc opened his eyes. His gaze was full of murderous intent. "I don't know. But I will definitely not follow you, high-class man." Thales chuckled softly. But he immediately turned around and looked at the big fool who was crying his eyes out. "So Cohen." Thales looked at the abandoned house in a daze. He looked at this place that was once heavily guarded and cruel. The Brotherhood no longer has any child beggars. The police officer shuddered. Thales raised his head. For the first time he felt that the sky in Eternal Star City was no longer gray. "It's all thanks to a certain persistent and stupid, idiot police officer." Cohen let out a heavy whimper. He put down his arms and threw the handkerchief back to Glover, who had a disgusted look on his face. "I don't know, Your Highness. Well, what I mean is..." Cohen's eyes were red. He sniffled and said sincerely, "Wow." Thales smiled. Although it was very complicated and dramatic, but those child beggars who escaped the city hall, who came to clean up the abandoned house, and the most important thing was you. Your hard work, Cohen. Cohen breathed desperately and felt the blockage in his chest. He looked at the prince gratefully. They did change something. With endless emotions, Thales walked forward and was filled with emotions. They were useful. Even if there was only one sword. Cohen swallowed hard at his sore throat. His emotions were complicated. "I don't know, Your Highness, I don't know." He buried his face in his hands again. Glover sighed and took out another clean handkerchief. "Do you still remember, Cohen?" Thales knew how the police officer was feeling at that moment, but he was gradually lost in thought. "What we did in Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago." Cohen looked up in confusion. "You said that I saved the world." Thales said faintly, as if he had returned to the winter 6 years ago. "I didn't understand at that time, but just like what you said, our desperate efforts in Heroic Spirit Palace may seem insignificant." Thales took a deep breath, turned back to the way he came and walked forward. "But for those who might be affected by the war in the future, our efforts indeed saved the world." Thales walked past everyone and curled up the corners of his lips at an angle that no one could see. "Thank you, Cohen." Glover followed Thales and bumped into Cohen, who was still in a daze. No, I didn't do anything at all." Cohen came to his senses and quickly caught up to Thales. He threw the second handkerchief to the zombie. "I'm stupid, I don't understand a lot of things." "No, Cohen." Thales took the lead and walked towards the exit of the abandoned house, which was no longer blocked by iron locks. Only slow idiots can become heroes. Cohen paused for a moment. At that moment, shameless boasting, Leorc straightened his back and picked up the money bag that Mare Tessa threw away. He said coldly, "Even if the Brotherhood doesn't care, do you think that these child beggars will learn by themselves on the streets? Their situation will only get worse." Leorc squeezed the money bag tightly. A hint of pain appeared on his face. "In the end they will still end up like us. You are still far from success." Cohen frowned. Glover snorted and gestured in Mertessa's direction with his chin. "Why don't you worry more about yourself? How can you not become the next him?" In that second the veins on Leorc's arms popped up. "You are right." Thales suddenly took over the topic. "We are still far from success. The lower city area is still chaotic, the kingdom is still in darkness, society is still unfair, and we are still fighting against those enemies that cannot be killed." Glover looked at the prince. He did not understand why he said that. Thales' expression darkened. "In fact, we will never succeed. Even if we do our best and spend our entire lives, even after a few thousand years, our descendants and our descendants' descendants will not succeed." Leorc smiled coldly. But Cohen was the one who replied. "But so what?" Everyone turned their heads and looked strangely at the police officer who spoke. "We will not succeed. That is the meaning of this matter, is it not?" Glover froze. Leorc frowned. "It is precisely because we cannot do it." Cohen breathed absent-mindedly and clenched his fists. "It is more meaningful to persist in doing it." He came to his senses and raised his head in embarrassment. He looked at the others carefully. "Am I right?" Leorc's frown deepened. But Thales laughed. It was a very carefree laugh. "Well said, Cohen." Thales sighed. "Do you know who is the greatest knight in the world?" "Huh." When he heard the cultural studies question, Cohen's expression instantly turned bitter. He scratched his head. "When I was young, the old man and my teacher always taught me about the 10 great knights in the history of the empire. But I seem to remember a knight named Needham." Thales shook his head. "Oh, the greatest knight in the world," Thales said faintly. "His name is—" Glover and Cohen were completely focused. Even Leorc was staring at him. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes and extracted the great name from his distant memory. Don Quixote. At that moment everyone was stunned. Everyone had a confused look on their faces. Only Thales was still smiling. "I was not good at school when I was young. May I ask who he is?" Cohen asked carefully. Thales was silent for a moment. "He is a knight. A knight who is determined to charge towards the most impossible goal." Glover and Cohen were both stunned. The prince raised his head. His eyes were filled with confusion. "But he is still charging. Even if he never succeeds." In the next second, Leorc suddenly took a deep breath. He turned around abruptly and threw the money bag in his hand towards the place with the most vagrants. Thales and the others were all stunned. "I still have something to do." Leorc parted ways with them without turning his head back while the coins fell to the ground and the sounds of people snatching the money. "Walk around on your own. The Brotherhood has spoken to them. No one will dare to make things difficult for you." Thales frowned. "That is not the way out." "I know," Leorc answered coldly. They only saw his back as he walked away. But Thales smiled. He knew that it was the direction of the 6th house. "Is he angry?" Cohen asked carefully as he wiped the last tear from the corner of his eye. "No." Thales shook his head. "He is lost." But Cohen looked at Leorc in the distance. He scratched the back of his head in confusion. "Should we follow him, Your Highness? It will be safer with him." Glover looked around cautiously. "No." Thales suddenly felt extremely carefree. He looked at the road that he was once most familiar with. "We are not going back." Glover suddenly had a bad premonition. "Then where are we going?" Cohen asked dumbly. "I recommend the Western City Police Station." Thales shook his head. His gaze was firm. "Renaissance Palace." Glover frowned. "What for?" Thales stopped in his tracks. He turned around and stared at the horizon. Glover felt a chill in his heart. He knew that it was the direction of Renaissance Palace. Thales took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Charge. Chapter 610. Eternal Star City, Twilight Star District. Your Highness, Waya, please wait. Glover avoided a cart that was pulling goods and hurriedly caught up to Thales, who did not stop walking. Forgive me, but have you thought about what you want to do? Cohen followed closely behind him. Perhaps because he knew that his work was meaningful, the police officer was in a good mood. Don't worry, that's Tai. Why? Just like in Exdet, he has his own ideas. We just need to obediently do as he says. I haven't thought about it yet, Thales suddenly said. Cohen instantly choked. Thales did not even turn his head. He only cared about moving forward. By the way, I haven't thought about it yet when I was in Exdet either. Cohen blinked and watched the prince's back in a daze. Glover sighed. Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt. He caught up to the teenager. No matter what we want to do, we might as well follow Lord Mallow's suggestion and inform Madame Gines first. Mallows. Thales remembered something and stopped walking. Glover and Cohen stopped. Thankfully, they did not bump into the teenager's back. They then realized that they were standing at the crossroads at the corner of the street. They were facing Renaissance Avenue, which ran from the north to the south of the kingdom. Turning right was the way back to Mindy's Hall. As for turning left, zombies, Thales said. Commodore said that Mallows made arrangements before we entered the palace to find a reason to send you out of Mindy's Hall and fetch me outside the palace? Cohen looked up in confusion. Mallows. Oh, the big brother we met in Mindy's Hall last time? Glover ignored him and nodded without hesitation. His Grace said that the matter at the banquet is not a trivial matter. After you enter the palace, any accidents can happen. He must consider the worst-case scenario and leave some useful manpower for you so that you will not be alone and helpless, and we will be at a loss without a leader. Thales was stunned at first, then he smiled. That guy, although he goes against me every day, he still has some redeeming qualities, right? Glover nodded cautiously. Before he became the watchman, His Grace was the herald of the command division. He was in charge of delivering Guard Captain Adrian's orders to each division. Most of the time what he said was the guard captain's will. Thales snorted softly. Yeah, that guy looks like he knows a little bit about everything, but he also hides a little bit about everything. As expected of the watchman. Thales sighed in his heart. Zombie, how long have you been in the Royal Guard? Glover was stunned, but he instinctively replied, I'm still inexperienced, Your Highness. Not even 6 years. With complicated emotions in his heart, Thales' gaze pierced through the passing carriages and pedestrians. Through the gaps between their figures he looked towards the end of the road. Under the setting sun, the towering and heavy dark pyramid stood silently. It was like a huge lock that descended from the sky, firmly pressing down on the heart of Eternal Star City and even the entire constellation. What about Mallows? Glover's expression became stern. Lord Mallows is one of the first batch of royal guards to be reorganized after His Majesty Kessel was crowned. For more than 10 years the new guards have come and gone, but his lordship has always been there. Thales nodded thoughtfully. So 18 years. So he has already surrounded Renaissance Palace and served beside the throne for 18 years. That's why he can be so skilled, so indifferent, so calm and so far-sighted. Under the hood, Thales stared at the dark and deep ancient palace. Regardless of whether it was stopping me from showing my face in public when I entered the city, dealing with the situation at the royal banquet, or making arrangements before disaster struck. It seems that this is his instinct, his normal way of life. He has seen through it, adapted to it, and is used to it. He deals with it as it comes and accepts it. Just like a veteran actor who is used to a stage and a play, he repeats similar lines countless times. Cohen, who was out of sorts, stared at Renaissance Palace at the end of the road in boredom. He did not bother to hide his yawn. It's already evening. Thales suddenly spoke and interrupted him. Do you know what we are facing now? Glover frowned. Thales sank into deep thought. Fred. Glover and Cohen were both stunned. Fred? Thales nodded. Yes, just like in puppet shows, the strings on the idol's body have two ends. One end is over there and the other is over here. It involves me, Mallows, and everyone else's every move. Thales stared at the thick and heavy pyramid in the distance, lost in thought. When he was young, the palace was like a layer of clouds floating in the sky. Although it could not be touched, it always made people look up and stare at it. Now, when he could really touch it, Thales slowly stretched out his left hand, bent his thumb and forefinger, and slowly trapped Renaissance Palace in his sight between his fingers. At that moment, It looked exquisite and delicate, as if everything was under his control. However, no matter how he retracted his fingers, all Thales could feel was the rustling autumn wind that blew past his palm. It left no trace behind, only a chill. Just like in Dragon Cloud City, Blade Fang's camp and the Prison of Bones. The teenager frowned. In everything that happened there was always a thread that pulled everything together, and in the end, it gathered into a torrent that surged forward. Cohen listened in a daze until he caught hold of a term he could understand. What? You went to the Prison of Bones? That place where you can only enter but not exit? Following Thales' movements, Glover looked at Renaissance Palace in the distance and he became alert. Fred. You mean whether it was the accident at the banquet or the disturbance today, you were used and manipulated by someone? Cohen glanced at the zombie and he became equally alert. What banquet? What accident? What disturbance? Thales shook his head gently. Oh. Based on past experience, as long as I understand where the thread is, see through it, grab it and split it open, I can see the exit of the maze, even if there is another maze behind the exit. But Thales' expression became even more solemn. But this time, the teenager said solemnly, this time is a little more special. He stared at the tiny Renaissance palace between his fingers, and he felt that it was becoming more and more illusory and distant. Glover listened attentively but did not speak. In the next second, the golden setting sun passed through the gaps between Thales' fingers, illuminating the scar on his palm that was difficult to remove because of the many cuts he made. When he thought of this, a dull pain came from his palm, replacing the illusory chill. It's not so clear, not so specific, and not so direct. The end of the thread at the other end is not even a person. Sometimes I even feel that everything is just my imagination and there is no thread at all. Thales put down his palm and exhaled. But that's not the case. The thread still exists, but because there are too many of them, too thick, too dense and tangled together, I can't start and it's hard for me to detect them. Cohen was in great pain as he listened, but when he saw that Glover was also puzzled, he immediately felt much more at ease. Because a long time ago, I only needed to solve a single thread. Thales' eyes were burning. The right to inherit the throne of the second prince, King Nuvan's anger, Lampard's ambition, the Archduchess' rule. Simple, convenient and clean. It was already evening and the number of people on Renaissance Avenue gradually increased. Those who had finished work, those who went to the market, those who took shifts, those who were strolling and those who were in a hurry were surging with people. The endless stream of people and carriages blocked the view of Renaissance Palace in the distance. But Thales stared at its silhouette. His gaze never lost focus because of the palace's occasional disappearance. But now, the ownership of Blade Fang's camp, the resistance in Western Desert, the undercurrent in Mindy's Hall, the shadow of Renaissance Palace, the actions of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, the stance of the 7 Jade Star attendants, and the meaning of the Star Lake Guards. Thales' expression became more solemn as he spoke. Ever since I returned to the kingdom and stepped into Constellation, there has been more than one thing, one hand and one person that has been affecting, restricting and oppressing me. I need to solve more than one thread. The chaos in Western Desert, Mallows of the Royal Guards, the gaze from the throne, the hostility from Iris Flowers, the accident at the royal banquet, the war in Extet, the agenda of the Imperial Conference, the encounter in the Secret Intelligence Department. Countless figures flashed before Thales' eyes, like countless images flashing in his mind. In fact, every time I untie a thread, I sink myself into more deeper, messier and more complicated threads. The kingdom, enfeoffment, history, power, and so on. He took a deep breath. I don't know when it started, but what I had to face was no longer just threads. Instead, it was an entire net formed by countless threads. The moment he finished speaking, Thales suddenly felt that the illusory silhouette of Renaissance Palace in the distance began to change. It was as if it had walked out of a painting. The edges and corners were so distinct that they seemed tangible. Glover tried hard to understand the prince's words. Cohen was drowsy from listening, so he decided to let his mind wander. That's why it's ethereal and mysterious. It's empty and formless, and its form can't be seen even in the clouds and fog. But it's also more oppressive and suffocating. The worst thing is that it's closely following my every move, word, and thought. Thales stared at Renaissance Palace in front of him. He felt that the oppressive and tangible feeling became clearer, as if it had a sharp blade, and it made him feel uncomfortable. Under its shadow, I'm no longer the me I know, and I'm no longer the Thales Jade Star who survived in the northern wastes. Every move I make is tightly controlled by it. I can no longer freely make decisions without any worries. Thales touched his heart. But when I draw my sword and look around, I'm at a loss and confused. I don't know where I should slash. Thales exhaled, but his gaze became more determined. Forgive me for being slow, Your Highness. Glover shook his head. I don't quite understand. Ha, you don't understand. Cohen snapped out of his daze and was instantly overjoyed. Thales gave him a sidelong glance. You understand? Cohen was stared at and his tone instantly became awkward. Very good. Thales raised his eyebrows. I knew you understood. Cohen's expression froze on his face. What a pity, Thales sighed and said. Others don't understand. Glover looked at this and that. He was completely at a loss. It's okay. We understand and that's enough. Thales patted Cohen's shoulder with a gratified expression. In response, Cohen could only force an awkward but polite smile. A few seconds later, Thales snorted and laughed heartily. I'm not joking anymore. Actually, everyone has experienced that feeling, but most of the time we don't realize it. Thales' tone became serious. For example, you zombie. You come from a noble family and serve on the throne, but you've been through many hardships in the past and you're covered in mud. The two of you are entangled with each other. Every time you try to reach out to one of them, the other will roll back like a wave, suffocating you. Glover's expression changed slightly. And you, Cohen. You're alone on the battlefield with only a sword and you overcome all obstacles. But at the end of your journey, you realize that what you have to face is not just crimes and order, but everything in Lower City District. Cohen was stunned and he fell into deep thought. Just like me, what you face is an entire net. Thales let out a long sigh and turned around again. He faced the seemingly endless Renaissance Avenue and Renaissance Palace, which was hidden in countless people. They were silent for a while. Then, Glover's voice was hoarse and sluggish, as if he had encountered some difficulties and obstacles. What should we do? Thales' pupils shrank slowly. The scene reflected in his eyes had Renaissance Palace firmly in his mind. According to what the leader of Blackstreet Brotherhood said, first of all, Thales recalled the madness of Dragon's blood that night, and the corners of his lips curled up subconsciously. We have to change our minds. Glover's expression did not change, but his gaze shifted. Cohen was puzzled. How do we change our minds? Thales lowered his head and looked at the scar on his palm again. The net we face can never be cut, broken free, or even undone. As Thales spoke, he slowly extended his hand towards Renaissance Palace. He spread his fingers and covered every corner of the ancient palace. But it is also because of this, the prince said softly as if he did not hear anything. You, me, him and them, all of us are in it. The teenager's tone was cold and his gaze was indifferent. Glover felt a chill run down his spine. We have been under its control for a long time. Thales clenched his fist tightly and Renaissance Palace was completely in his palm. We are powerless to escape. In the next moment, Thales resolutely stepped out of the corner of the street and walked onto Renaissance Avenue. Glover and Cohen looked at each other. They were puzzled, but Thales was already far away. They could only chase after him. At this moment, the three of them turned their heads at the same time and saw another cloaked figure hurriedly catching up to them from the other side of the road. When the other person came closer, Thales saw his face clearly and said in surprise, Commodore, you're awake? Gianluca Commodore, the second-class protector of the Royal Guards who was taken down by Cohen and Glover in Laurel Club, panted and trembled in excitement. He looked as if he had just survived a desperate situation. I was scared to death. When I woke up, all of you were gone. There was only a man who was pulling down his pants. Cohen frowned and looked at Glover. The latter was expressionless. Commodore's eyes were filled with tears. I went back to Mindy's hall. All of you were not there, so I went to Renaissance Palace. The guards also said that all of you did not come, so I could only run to Eastern City District to call for help. Commodore suddenly saw Cohen's figure, and he instantly gritted his teeth. Hey, you're that bastard. Cohen was shocked. He quickly pulled down his hood. Ahem, Lorbeck, I am Lorbeck Dara. Lorbeck Dara. Commodore muttered this name and his expression suddenly changed drastically. How dare you? He grabbed Cohen's collar. How dare you pretend to be Western City Police Station's Director Lorbeck? Cohen, who was at a loss for what to do after his identity was exposed, lowered his head and leaned forward. Let me tell you, I am an inner-city police officer. I know the internal affairs of the police station very well. Thales felt a headache coming on. He coughed. Caribbean. This man is the heir of Walla Hill and Sword of the Twin Towers, Cohen Caribbean. He is now a police officer in the capital. Commodore was stunned. He spent a few seconds thinking about the meaning of this name. Oh, so it's young Master Caribbean. The protector instantly became as enthusiastic as fire, and he smiled like a flower. He loosened his grip on Cohen's collar, and in a very natural manner he adjusted Cohen's clothes. What a coincidence. I was once a police officer as well. We are in the same profession. It's a misunderstanding. If I knew that you were visiting in secret. Cohen stared at him in a daze. He could not react to the situation. However, in the next second, another sobbing voice traveled into their ears from afar. Your Highness. The few of them were shocked. Another man in civilian clothes moved stiffly towards them with a limp. The passers-by looked at him. Glover saw the man's face clearly and he covered his forehead in pain. Dee. Thales frowned. Aren't you recuperating? The first-grade protector beside Thales, Danny Doyle, pounced on the teenager with sparkling eyes. Yes, Your Highness. But Commodore came to my house to look for me. I heard about what happened in Mindy's hall. Silence. Glover pulled Doyle up rudely and dragged him to the corner of the street. At the same time he looked around vigilantly and whispered, Waya. His Highness' current alias is Waya. Doyle was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Okay, Waya. Commodore didn't make it clear. He said that all of you went to look for a woman, but you found an androgynous one. Then a strong and tough man came. Then he fainted from the pain and all of you disappeared. Hey Doyle. It's been a long time. Cohen happily appeared beside Doyle and slapped his back. Arg. Doyle screamed in pain and pounced into Glover's arms. What's wrong with you? Cohen stretched out his hand in confusion. He looked puzzled. Why do you walk like a duck and explode with just one slap? Doyle endured the pain in his back and laid on Glover's body. He turned around to take a look. What's going on? Doyle's face was contorted. He pointed at Cohen with his thumb angrily and asked Glover in a low voice, Why this guy? Glover pulled Doyle off him without batting an eyelid. You know, His Highness. The fool beside Waya has applied for leave. We couldn't find another fool, so we could only use him as a substitute. Doyle groaned weakly and immediately became puzzled. Oh, the fool's substitute. Wait, who's the fool who applied for leave? Glover pursed his lips tightly. Hey, both of you. Cohen waved his hand indignantly at the side. Don't speak ill of me behind my back. I can hear what you're saying. I hear. Yes. Did you hear? I can hear. Did you hear? Glover shrugged at Doyle. Doyle frowned and looked at Cohen, then at Glover, who had regained his cool. In the end he lowered his head and sighed. Alright, so be it if he's a fool. Perhaps I'm really one. Doyle helplessly patted Cohen's shoulder. No matter what, thank you for taking my place and serving His Highness. This time it was Cohen's turn to be surprised. What's wrong with you today? You're a little different from usual? Why aren't you talking back? It's nothing. It's just that before I do something, Doyle tightened the clothes on his back and grimaced as he smiled bitterly. You have to weigh the scales first. Once he said that, Glover could not help but look at him in a different light. What the F***? Cohen looked at Doyle in surprise. Playboy. You've grown up. Doyle returned him a melancholic smile. So Cohen was pleased. Without holding back he slapped Doyle's back again. Listening to Doyle's screams and watching their reunion, Thales curled up the corners of his lips. He suddenly felt that today was not so bad after all. But at that moment, a faintly discernible strange feeling surged in his heart. Thales subconsciously turned around and looked at the crowd behind him. The moment he turned around, the crowd on the street suddenly became restless. It's so noisy behind. What happened? Was there a car accident? The other members of the Star Lake Guards also noticed the commotion and turned around. But the commotion quickly changed its tone. The whispers of the crowd spread into panic. Quick, dodge it. Whose horse is startled? Why did it suddenly go crazy? Who can hold it back? Thale's expression changed. The strange feeling was getting stronger. The next moment, a huge black shadow appeared on the street and charged out of the crowd. It was getting closer and closer to them. Glover, Cohen, Doyle, and Commodore also saw this scene. Their expressions changed. It's charging over here. Run. The panicked whispers turned into fearful screams. The people on the street dodged the black shadow and scattered in all directions. The movement of the black shadow was so great that it stirred up countless strong gusts of wind. It enveloped Thales and his group. Its speed was very oppressive and it reached them in an instant. Be careful. Before Thales could react, Glover pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. Before Doyle could finish his astonished words, he was also pinned to the ground by Cohen and Commodore. Thales could only feel the huge black shadow sweeping past the top of his head. It brought along strong gusts of wind that were as sharp as blades, causing their cloaks to flutter continuously. And the strange feeling reached its peak. Thud, thud. The black shadow landed on the ground behind them. It turned into rhythmic footsteps and gradually moved into the distance. Your Highness, are you all right? Glover got up in a disheveled manner. Damn bastard. Thales, who once again received the Royal Guard's VIP service, spat out the dust in his mouth in pain. He only had time to poke his head out of the zombie's bosom. Doyle pushed away the two men on him. He grimaced in pain due to the double pain of being whipped and falling. Where did this beast come from? How dare it offend the royal family? Damn it, it's back. Thud, 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 thud. The hurried sounds of horse hooves rose again. Everyone was shocked again. The huge black shadow in the distance turned around and charged towards them again. Which idiot's horse is this? Galloping in the middle of the street, see if I don't cut him. Cohen rolled up his sleeves angrily. No, a normal frightened horse would not be so persistent. It might have been drugged and is specifically charging towards your highness. Commodore analyzed cautiously. Hey, stop talking. Someone come and pull me up. This came from Doyle, who was groaning in pain. Glover's ruthlessness was aroused. He jumped up, gritted his teeth and drew his sword. Kill it. Wait a minute. But Thales suddenly extended his hand, pressed down on his sword and stood up. The teenager took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and opened his arms towards the black shadow that was charging towards him. Glover subconsciously extended his hand to stop the prince, but he did not manage to grab anything. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. With lightning speed, the black shadow swept up the dust and charged towards Thales. No. Doyle was terrified when he saw this. In the next second, the black shadow's hooves stomped on the ground continuously. It slowed down drastically and stirred up a lot of dust. Before the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd, the black shadow turned from a rapid gallop to a brisk walk, then to a normal gait. In the end, it arrived in front of Thales with small, elegant steps and lowered its head obediently. Beautiful. You didn't bump into anything. Your posture when crossing obstacles is much more skillful. Thales smiled and extended his hand to stroke the black horse. Good girl. The black horse's eyes were bright and it snorted happily. It extended its head forward and clamped Thales between its chin and neck. It rubbed against him back and forth. Yes, I know. I missed you too. Thales felt a little helpless when it hugged him intimately, but the fear in his heart turned into calmness. He gently combed the other party's mane and said in a gentle voice, Don't worry, Jenny. The Star Lake guards as well as Cohen were dumbfounded at the scene. Doyle, you read a lot. Tell me, what is this scene? Cohen prodded Doyle in a daze. Don't touch my back. Let me think. When Doyle saw that Thales was immersed in joy and did not have time to care about their situation, he frowned and thought for a while. A new lover? Commodore was observant. He waved his hands and dispersed the curious onlookers behind the mess. Disperse. The police officer is here. What's there to see? Have you never seen a second-generation official racing, horse racing? His sternness had some effect. The crowd slowly dispersed, but it was not as fast as Glover's methods. The zombie walked forward with a cold expression and took the money pouch from Doyle's waist without any explanation. He tore open the pouch and sprinkled coins and bills into the distance. Amid Doyle's indignant protests and the crowd's bustling commotion, Glover and the others escorted Thales and his new steed away from the crime scene. But before they could go far, Glover turned around vigilantly. A few figures did not care about the coins scattered all over the ground. They went against the flow and passed through the crowd. They ran towards them while panting. Uncle, it's in front. It's right in front. Take it easy, boy. Where did you put the horse trap? That thing is useless. Do you remember? The last time Mute fell into it, it ran around and flew a kite for the whole afternoon. Humph. We have to tempt it with good horse food. Or wear His Highness clothes. Damn it, how many times has it done this? It bullies the weak and fears the strong. When that dead face was around, it never dared to be so arrogant. Don't stop me. This time I'm going to chop this crazy horse and feed it to Mute. Humph. The Star Lake guards stood in formation vigilantly and blocked the path of the newcomers. The noisy chatter stopped abruptly. The newcomers stopped in unison and looked at the Star Lake guards warily. Glover frowned. There were 4 newcomers. Although they were travel-worn, they were fully armed. The older man carried a sword and shield on his back. The younger man carried a spear and a spear on his back. And one of them wore a strange mask that covered the lower half of his face from his chin. Their leader was a handsome young man with a long sword at his waist. He stared blankly at the black horse that was being intimate with Thales. But their positions, Glover became more vigilant, were extremely professional. They spread out to the left and right, guarding each other's blind spots. They were not gangsters but veterans who had been on the battlefield and seen blood. Cohen suddenly screamed. His face lit up as he rushed between the 2 groups of people. When the strangers saw Cohen, their expressions changed as well. Some were pleasantly surprised, some were disgusted, and some were even more disgusted after being pleasantly surprised. I know him. Cohen's lips parted as he danced around. He opened his arms to the young man leading the group. Let me introduce you. This is my... But the young man only passed by Cohen in a daze and ignored his embrace. Cohen missed his embrace and could only raise his arms awkwardly. Until he saw the next person. Before him, the strange man wearing the silver mask snorted coldly and glared at the police officer with resentment. Cohen's smile became extremely ugly. His arms went limp and his voice trembled. Friend. On the other side, the handsome young man's breathing quickened. His chest rose and fell as he walked towards Thales step by step. His face was filled with disbelief. Your Highness. Thales, who was holding Jenny's hand, looked back at him and flashed a faint smile. Wuxia. The handsome young man Wuxia, who had not been seen for a long time, took a deep breath. His expression changed from disbelief to ecstasy. He quickly caught up to Thales and said, Your Highness, it's you, it's really you. But Glover raised his arm coldly and stood between Wuxia and Thales. Wuxia snapped out of his daze and stopped in front of Thales. He glanced at Glover and forced himself to recall Constellation's etiquette. He embarrassedly tidied up his messy and casual expression due to the many days of traveling, and bowed in a respectful and old-fashioned manner. Thales opened his mouth but could only say a few words. Yes, it's me. Wuxia blinked hard and adjusted his breathing. He turned around in surprise. I was just talking to the Mute. The strange man wearing the mask snorted coldly and hoarsely and turned his head away. Wuxia ignored him. He only sized up Thales excitedly and spoke incoherently. You don't know, when you were kidnapped in Dragon Cloud City, Uncle Genid said that it was all your plan, but I couldn't believe it. The elderly man with the sword and shield on his back revealed a faint smile. The Star Killer checked every single one of us from head to toe, until he returned to Dragon Cloud City covered in injuries. Wuxia was so excited that he spoke incoherently. Until the news of your return to the kingdom came, but Thales smiled. He smiled in relief. In the next second he stepped over Glover and the distance between the prince and the attendant. He extended his arms in a carefree manner, and under the attendant's surprised gaze he hugged Wuxia tightly. Everyone's expressions changed at the same time. Thank you, Wuxia. Thales pressed his chin against Wuxia's shoulder and tried hard to stop his voice from trembling. Thank you for coming back. Wuxia was also stunned. He looked at the prince's unseemly and sincere action, and he did not know where to place his hands. Your Highness. Thales took a deep breath. He suddenly felt that the net he was in was no longer as thick and heavy as it used to be. You don't know what this means to me. Wuxia hesitated for a few seconds, but he still smiled in the end. He hugged the teenager in a natural manner and patted his back lightly. I know, Your Highness, I know, just like before. Yes. Thales closed his eyes. Just like before. What the F asterisk CK? This time it was Doyle's turn to be dumbfounded. He stared at the newcomer who was being hugged by the prince. What's going on now? Cohen sighed. When he remembered his military career, he sighed and said, unfinished business. Chapter 6:11. A few seconds later, Glover coughed stiffly. Thales then let go of Waya and rubbed his eyes. Your Highness. Waya held Thales' shoulders and sighed. It's been half a year. You've grown taller again. Thales smiled. I want to say you too, but... Thales patted him on the shoulder in relief. I'm glad you're back. Thales left Waya. With mixed feelings, he opened his arms and walked to the next person. But you... When Ralph saw this, he quickly retreated while his hand gestures did not stop. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Don't. I won't. Thales, who knew the man's personality very well, smiled in a bashful manner. He lowered his spread arms again. All right, you can forget about it. Not bad, at least he knows his place, Doyle, who was watching from the side, said gloomily. Thales then turned around and hugged the others one by one. Janet, how are you? And you, Willow, who uses 2 guns? Your Highness. Janet the veteran was very calm. I'm just changing my shift. Your Highness. The former recruit, Willow, looked around excitedly. So, Uncle didn't lie to me. We're really in the capital. It's much better than that big village in Dragon Cloud City. After Thales finished exchanging greetings with the old subordinates he was most familiar with, Cohen seized the opportunity to approach him. You're back, Brother Waya. The police officer hugged Waya excitedly, almost lifting him off the ground. Big brother? What kind of a dress is that? Waya had a suspicious look on his face. He was obviously not as enthusiastic towards him as he was towards Thales. Wait, why did you say real? But Cohen didn't care. He lifted him off the ground and spun him around 3.5 times. I missed you so much. Amidst Waya's complaints and curses, Cohen generously hugged everyone. Until he saw Rolf. The phantom wind follower's eyes were cold, but under Waya's warning gaze he only let out a beast-like growl at Cohen before turning around and leaving. All right. The police officer scratched his head awkwardly and shrugged at Ralph's back. Yes, I'm fine. I'm happy to see you too. Let's have a drink sometime. Hey. Doyle frowned and nudged Cohen before he pointed at Ralph. He's ignoring you. Cohen turned his head, his expression changing from an embarrassed smile to one of gnashing his teeth. I know. Glover coughed and attracted Thales and Waya's attention. Your Highness. Doyle, on the other hand, elegantly straightened his clothes, scrutinized the newcomers, and then looked hopefully at the prince. Thales snapped out of his trance. Everyone, I really want to introduce you, but now is clearly not the time. He patted Glover's shoulder and pounded Waya's chest. Let's get to know each other on the way. Doyle's hopeful gaze dimmed and he felt incredibly wronged. Thales sucked in a deep breath and took his steed from Commodore's hands. Are you ready? Jenny whinnied happily. Thales chuckled softly and rejected Commodore's kind offer to crouch down and help him up the horse. He recalled Nicholas' equestrian lessons and the Sin of Hell's River was activated at will. He stepped on the saddle in a straightforward manner and flipped himself up the horse. Let's go. Hence, the group of people who were excited, agitated, curious, and puzzled followed Jenny's footsteps and stepped onto Renaissance Avenue. As a protector, Doyle took stiff steps and was about to catch up to Thales' right side, but another figure had already taken a step ahead of him. Thank you, but I am His Highness' attendant. Waya walked beside Thales' horse and extended his hand to reject Doyle. His words were polite, but there was no room for refusal. It is my duty to serve by his side. Doyle's eyes widened. You are the prince's attendant? Doyle landed beside Waya and whispered in displeasure, What's your name? Waya. Doyle narrowed his eyes. Waya what? Waya. Casso, the attendant said coldly. Casso, I was wondering which, Doyle snorted softly. Then he remembered something and his expression instantly changed. Casso. Doyle instantly became friendly and amiable. Oh, my brother Waya. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. How's your father, Count Casso? Waya was not good at dealing with such enthusiasm. He could only show an ugly smile. On the other side, Ralph sneered. Waya's gaze turned cold. He turned to Doyle and said, "This is Madeira Ralph. This is Madeira Ralph. In fact, he followed His Highness even earlier than I did." Ralph choked on his smile. Doyle turned his head. His eyes lit up again. "Brother, you're Ralph? Wow, good name. Your parents are really talented. Hey, your mask is so cool. Where did you buy it?" "I know you don't like to talk. It's okay, I like people who cherish their words the most, because I know people like you. You don't usually speak, but when it comes to critical moments, you say wise words. Speaking of which, I am untalented. My name is Danny Doyle. I am the protector of His Highness' personal guards. Let's go to Red Street Market together when you are free?" "It's okay, you're welcome. I am very familiar with that place. Even Blood Bottle Gang has to give me face." "Brother, you don't have to say anything. I know." Behind them, Cohen could not hold it in anymore. He convulsed with laughter. "Ha, you don't know? He is a mute. He can't speak." Doyle, who was disrupted, turned around angrily. "So what if he's a mute? Can't a mute speak?" Doyle's words came to a halt. He turned around pitifully and looked at the gloomy Ralph with a fawning and aggrieved look. "That he. I'm sorry, brother." Cohen took pleasure in Doyle's misfortune and mouthed, "Idiot." But Doyle quickly thought of a way to remedy the situation. "It's okay. You don't have to say anything. I understand. Doyle stuck out his thumb and patted Ralph's shoulder. He did not care about the latter's increasingly cold gaze. "You are a real man. For His Highness, it is worth risking my life. So what if I become a mute?" "Ha ha ha." Cohen covered his mouth and laughed viciously again. "What now?" Doyle scowled at him. The police nodded and teased Doyle. "The reason why he can't speak is because I broke his throat during a street fight." Ralph turned around abruptly. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Cohen shuddered and stopped abruptly. He reacted and made an apologetic expression at Ralph. He laughed awkwardly. "I'm sorry. Ahem." But Doyle curled up the corners of his lips and poked the police officer smugly. "I think he heard you." Cohen turned around awkwardly. He was furious. "I know." Ralph snorted angrily and left the row. "Damn it. Another arrogant idiot has come to the prince's side." As he thought of this, he glanced at Waya. "What, isn't one enough?" Thales rode on his horse and asked Waya, who was the closest to him. "How did you come back?" "It's a long story." Waya shook his head. "Viscount Nemain is right. With you gone, we are insignificant to Dragon Cloud City, so the Archduchess ordered us to be released. Of course, the Star Killer was reluctant at first, but they were about to set off for war." Thales thought of his old friend. "Where is he?" Viscount Nemain left halfway. Waya was also nostalgic. "He said he had other important matters to attend to." Thales chuckled and shook his head. "As always, mysterious." Waya perked up. "In short, once we left Dragon Cloud City, it was much easier." But Thales thought of something and remembered what he saw at the royal banquet. "Wait, according to Little Pot Lid, aren't you still stuck at the border between the two countries?" The prince was puzzled. "Why are you back so soon?" Waya shook his head. "No, Your Highness, we returned to Constellation 2 weeks ago. We stopped for a few days on the way." He was slightly puzzled. "Little Pot Lid? Pot-Lid? Oh. You mean the Archduke's son of Reformation Tower? Didn't you send him?" Thales was stunned. "No, I didn't." "Wait a minute, let's recall." Thales took a deep breath and recalled Levi Trentida, who came to him for help during the royal banquet and only asked to stay by his side for 5 minutes. That little pot lid. "So, on your way back, you did meet Levi Trentida, the Archduke's son of Reformation Tower, right?" Waya recalled carefully. "Yes. We met him a few weeks ago, and he even paid for our food and lodging so that we could eat and drink before continuing on our journey. He claimed that you had entrusted Archduchess Saroma, and the Archduchess had entrusted it to him. He came to visit us on the way." The attendant asked doubtfully. "Isn't that so?" Thales stroked Jenny's mane and frowned. "No. In fact, Levi only met me for the first time last night. He told me that you were stuck at the border between the two countries by the people of Black Sand region, and that he was trying to mediate. He came to inform you that you were safe." Thales slowly reacted. "Isn't that so?" Waya shook his head fiercely. "No." Thales and Waya were silent for a while. So you didn't ask him to inform me. So he wasn't sent by you or the Archduchess. Both of them figured it out and exhaled in unison. Levi Trentida. What a good way to get a prince with nothing. Quite like his father. Thales muttered the other's name and recalled the other's sly and flattering smile. He said indignantly, what a deep scheme. Waya was anxious. I'm sorry, did you lose anything because of this? Thales stroked Jenny's neck and said gloomily, yes. A few pieces of lettuce, a few minutes of chatting time, and a resume of, I had a pleasant conversation with Prince Thales. Waya looked confused. But the prince immediately felt relieved. Fair enough, because I didn't really want to help him. Thales recalled Levi running from both ends and dealing with the information gap, and could not help but chuckle softly. Your Highness, how are you? After the joy of meeting again, Waya was as serious as ever and said worriedly, we heard that you were made a duke, but there was an accident at the banquet. Thales waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay, the prince said in relief. You know it's my banquet. If nothing happens, he shrugged his shoulders and spoke his next words in his mind. Then should I still be called Thales? Waya lowered his head slowly. Your Highness, the attendant said sadly, I'm very sorry. I couldn't stay by your side and protect you. Thales looked at him and curled up the corners of his lips. No, in fact you helped me a lot. The prince bent down and patted his shoulder, winking with his left eye. Especially your name. Waya looked up with a puzzled expression. Thales did not explain further, intending to leave the meaning of his words for Waya to ponder on. The prince raised his eyebrows and remembered something. By the way, Ida, where is she? Waya shook his head. I don't know. The moment we stepped into Eternal Star City, she disappeared. Uncle Gened told us not to be nervous. Instead of worrying about her, we should worry about ourselves. In fact, with Lady Aida's personality, even I find it strange that she could follow us safely all the way. As expected, it's Ida. Thales sighed. That's because without all of you she would have lost her way. Waya thought for a while, then came to a realization. It's okay. Thales gestured at Glover and the others with his chin. Without her we can still get things done. I saw that your guards have been upgraded. Waya looked at Glover, who was still vigilant, and there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Especially this man. I can feel that he's very powerful. Yes. Thales turned his head around and looked at Doyle, Commodore and the others. He sighed and said, I have my own royal guards. Even though there are a lot of problems and I'm in a state of disunity, even though the leader likes to go against me, even though he can't even protect himself now. But without my attendant by my side, there's always something missing. Thales patted Waya's shoulder and the latter's eyes burned with fighting spirit again. Of course they are just guards and I am an attendant. We are different. Waya was full of confidence. Ah. Thales held the reins again. He looked at Renaissance Palace, which was getting closer and closer. Of course you are. Glover, who was moving forward quietly, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw the young man who had just hugged the prince staring at him with a burning gaze. The valiant young man extended his hand in a friendly manner. I am Waya, His Highness attendant. Glover stared at the young man's hand warily. 2 seconds later he tentatively extended his hand and shook hands with Waya. Caleb Glover. Royal Guard, Star Lake Guards, First Class Vanguard. Waya smiled. Thank you. Glover responded with a puzzled gaze. The prince's return to the kingdom seems to have settled down, and he has boundless prospects. However, those of us who have been by His Highness' side for years know that there are countless undercurrents and dangers lurking behind the scenes. Waya looked at Thales, who was deep in thought on his steed. He needs more help. But he looked at Doyle, sighed and said, but today when we meet again among the people around him, only you seem a little more reliable. Glover's expression became slightly better. It seems that there are still normal people around His Highness. But he paused for a moment. Wait, you said that your name is Waya? Waya's voice was solemn. Yes. Glover's expression was a little strange. Just Waya. No, other names? My name is Waya Casso, if that's what you mean. Glover looked like he had a sudden realization. Oh, so you are the real Waya. Waya was stunned. Sorry. It's nothing, it's just that. Glover glanced at Thales back. His Highness often talks about you. Waya glanced at Thales, who was on the horse, and a special feeling welled up in him. We were supposed to serve by His Highness' side and protect him. But not only did we fail to fulfill our duties, we even got ourselves into trouble and almost became a burden. But not only did His Highness not blame us, he was even concerned about our safety. Waya sighed. How can we repay this kindness? But after he said this, Waya vaguely felt that Glover's expression when he looked at him seemed to be even weirder. Actually have already repaid him. Waya was puzzled. Why? Because your name is Waya, Zombie replied briefly. Waya was stunned again. That's strange. The attendant could not figure it out. His Highness seemed to have said that before. Does my name have any meaning? Glover coughed. It's nothing, but you better not go to Red Street Market. Why? Because your name is Waya. Waya was even more puzzled. Until Doyle's voice cut in. Oh, my brother Waya, ignore him. You should have asked me about the Royal Guards, especially the defense division that protects the country. Waya turned his head around in shock and saw Doyle approach him with tears in his eyes. Denny, what's wrong? It's nothing. Doyle pressed his back and looked like he was about to cry. It's just that, my back hurts. But, Waya was shocked. Doyle panted and looked like a delicate flower waiting to be cherished. You know, there was a banquet last night. This work injury professional risk. Banquet work injury back pain? Waya's expression became more and more puzzled. But Doyle looked desolately at Glover, whose expression was already very unpleasant. By the way, Glover, your back hurts a lot too, right? The zombie turned his head around coldly. No, I can handle it. Actually, you don't have to force yourself. Doyle sighed weakly. It's all Officer Mallow's fault. He was too aggressive with us, too forceful. My back, I feel like it's going to split open. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have done that last night. Glover froze in his tracks. Waya's expression was strange. What did you do last night? Doyle looked up. His smile was bitter but gratified. It's okay. That was just me and Glover. We were just impulsive. He looked at the zombie with sparkling eyes. Right, Glover? Impulsive. Waya's gaze became stranger. Glover was instantly stunned. He wanted to explain, but in the end he just snorted angrily and walked forward. Doyle, who was left behind, raised his hand and teased. Hey, it's just a joke. Don't be so petty. Glover gritted his teeth and looked at Doyle. Then he looked at Cohen, who was giggling foolishly with Willow. As expected. Lillian is right. All idiots are from the same family. They're all F***King related. Behind Thales, the others were also trying their best to get to know each other and familiarize themselves with their new teammates, such as Commodore and Jened, who were flattering each other. Commodore patted Jened's shoulder and praised him. By the looks of you, you've been in the military before. Jened gave him a thumbs up. By the looks of your habits, you're obviously a professional bodyguard. Commodore shook his head humbly. You flatter me. I'm just an untalented person. I was once in the inner city's police station. Jened said courteously. You flatter me. I've only worked in the Starlight Brigade and the city defense team. Wow, the famous Starlight Brigade. So you're a veteran, a war hero. Commodore's eyes brightened. TSK, the police officers in the inner city are all in charge of important people's protection and internal supervision. Even the city defense teams of the various departments are under their control. Jened lamented from the bottom of his heart. Those are just rumors from outsiders. I'm just trying to get by. By the way, how did you go to Northland to follow His Highness? Commodore asked curiously. What hero? It's unbearable. How did you become a royal guard from a police officer? Jened asked politely. Commodore waved his hand humbly. Speaking of which, I'm lucky. 6 years ago, we gloriously uncovered a series of corruption cases in the city defense team of Eastern City District. I was recommended. Jened shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Speaking of which, I was unlucky. 6 years ago, when I was still in the city defense team of Eastern City District, I was framed for corruption and bribery and I was implicated. When he said this, Jened and Commodore's smiles froze at the same time. They turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other in shock. A few seconds later, the two of them turned their heads stiffly and mechanically, and their conversation fell completely silent. Just like that, the newly gathered group of people talked at once. Some were travel-worn, some were calm, some were used to it, and some were uncomfortable. They surrounded Thales, who was at the center of the group, and they moved forward on their horses. They attracted countless gazes along the way. They looked like a group of disbanded soldiers. Thales swayed as he rode on his horse, but he had a vague feeling that he was hallucinating. They were just like 6 years ago, the diplomat group that was hastily formed. They did not even know each other, and they all set off in a hurry. They trod on the snow and headed north to an unknown path. But now, Thales stared at Renaissance Avenue and Renaissance Palace at the end of it. He did not know what to think. "Your Highness," Wuxia said with a sigh. "Perhaps you don't know what returning to Constellation, returning to Eternal Star City, and reuniting with you means to us." Thales turned his head around. "Oh." Wuxia stared at the familiar streets and sky, and his tone became lighter. "It feels like the journey has ended and we no longer have to work hard. And we can rest now." Thales was silent for a while before he spoke awkwardly. About that, Wuxia. Right now we might not be able to rest yet." "We can't rest." Wuxia's expression froze for a moment. "Your Highness, I'm sorry." Thales took a deep breath and looked seriously at the attendant who had followed him for 6 years. "Wuxia, do you trust me?" Clang. Wuxia subconsciously wanted to nod, but he stopped when he raised his head halfway. "No, Your Highness, I've learned. I have a bad feeling. The last time you asked me this." Wuxia recalled Thales' glorious deeds in Northland. He was first terrified, then suspicious. "He asked me to find Chapman Lampard." This name attracted the attention of his companions. Most of them turned their heads and looked at the prince. Thales' smile froze slightly. "Just say it, Your Highness, you." Wuxia hesitantly looked at the smiling prince. "What do you want now?" Thales exhaled and laughed bitterly. "Yes, I'm very sorry. You went through so much to return to Eternal Star City. I shouldn't have gotten you involved." But when Wuxia looked at the prince, his vigilant expression suddenly relaxed. He lowered his head and smiled. "Fine, Your Highness, you're right." Wuxia raised his head in relief and smiled bitterly. "You're still you after all. If nothing happens." He did not continue, but his expression became solemn. He punched his chest. "No matter what you want to do, this life and this body are yours to command. I will not hesitate to die for you." This made Thales a little embarrassed. He twitched the corner of his mouth. "Well, it's not that bad. Besides," Wuxia unclenched his fist as if he had let go of a huge rock. "We are people who have followed you through mountains of blades and seas of fire in Dragon Cloud City." Wuxia's smile was bright. "There is nothing in this world that can scare us anymore." At that moment, Thales sank into silence. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. The teenager looked up. "Really?" Wuxia looked at Ralph and gestured with his chin. The Phantom Wind follower's gaze was cold. He gestured for them to move forward. Thales smiled in tacit understanding and looked at the others. "We will follow you wherever you go." Jennad bowed deeply. Willow, who was beside him, also bowed nervously. "The royal guards will naturally go through fire and water for you." Commodore's face was filled with loyalty. Thales nodded. Doyle looked to the left and right before he cleared his throat. "You are Your Highness. We should listen to you." "That is true." Doyle's emotions were initially stirred up, but they slowly calmed down. "But you also saved my family." He patted the horse's belly with great emotion. Not every prince can choose not to sacrifice his pawn. Jenny turned her head around and neighed fiercely. Doyle, who had been brewing his emotions, was so frightened that he immediately retracted his hand. "You have listened to my story, Your Highness." While everyone laughed, Glover was silent for a while before he spoke slowly. "I will listen to you as well." Thales stared at him deeply. "Thank you." When Cohen saw that everyone's gazes were directed at him, he was extremely nervous. He struggled for a long time before he came up with a strange word. "Don Quixote? Charge?" Aside from Glover, everyone else was stunned. They sized up Cohen as if they were looking at an idiot. Thales snorted and laughed heartily. "But yes." The teenager took a deep breath and sat up straight. "Don Quixote. Very good," the second prince said solemnly. "Everyone listen up. We are going to Renaissance Palace now." Wuxia tightened his grip on his single-edged sword and answered calmly, "Of course, what do you want us to do?" Thales did not answer immediately. He looked straight ahead and walked forward along Renaissance Avenue until he ran into the dark and deep Great Pyramid. That was Renaissance Palace. It was a net. It was also his windmill. At that second, Thales curled up the corners of his lips and spoke softly. Rebellion. In an instant the group, including Cohen who had been talking and laughing, suddenly became quiet. The street was still bustling with activity. People came and went, and it was filled with the smoke of a citizen's life. It was a stark contrast to the dead silence of this small group. It felt like a century had passed. Conspiracy, conspiracy. Waya's hoarse voice came out with great difficulty, but he could not form a sentence. In this atmosphere where everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter, Thales raised his head and turned his head around. Tell me. The setting sun was golden. With Renaissance Palace as a backdrop, the young duke's smile was clear, and his attitude was calm. What does it feel like to be a king? No one answered him. Only the black horse Jenny, who did not know much about the world, neighed excitedly. She continued to take small steps in response to her master's caress. Happy and excited. A journey into the unknown. End of this chapter. Chapter 6:12. Renaissance Palace, Ballard Room. The setting sun shone through the stone window and cast a long shadow on the conference table, like blades of gold and black. There's such a good thing? Constellation's Minister of Trade, Viscount Kenny, put down the Jade City substitute servitude petition that had just been delivered to the conference room with a doubtful expression. That master of iris flowers. Kenny looked at his peers at the Imperial Conference. Duke Covendier actually volunteered to pay taxes to substitute servitude, reduce the number of recruits in Jade City, and even support the royal family's expansion of the regular army to fill in the important national defense positions left behind by the recruits? The ministers at the Imperial Conference looked at each other. Only the scarred man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department, who had returned with this petition, stood quietly by the side without saying a word. Setting aside his position, doesn't he know the risks of doing so? Viscount Kenny narrowed his eyes, his expression subtle. If Jadeite City really does as they say in the letter, challenging tradition and shaking their interests. When every conscripted person in every level of fief refuses to serve the Lord because of this reason, Covendier will become a vassal, no, the target of the entire kingdom's noble system. Not the entire system. Military advisor Sauter Ryder was in high spirits, excited by the arrival of the letter. Only those aristocratic suzerains who are conservative, old-fashioned and backward, stubbornly clinging to the conscription of militia, and unwilling to accept taxes in lieu of servitude. Viscount Kenny put down the letter and said slyly, "That's pretty much everyone except the king's partisans?" As soon as he said that, the Imperial Conference burst into laughter. This letter came at the right time. It speaks up for us and shifts the pressure, Sauter said with a smile. Whether it's the reduction of the Jade Star private army or the expansion of the regular army, we have strong political support and foreign ministers, as well as the substitute servitude tax paid by Jade City. Kirkirk, the budget issue you mentioned, but the chief of finance rolled his eyes and did not comment. On the other side, Gilbert took the letter with Iris Flower's wax seal from Kenny's hands and studied it carefully, refusing to miss a single word. Even though this was the third time. Finally, someone realized that the Foreign Affairs Minister's expression was extremely unpleasant, which was incompatible with the relaxed atmosphere of the conference. This letter. Gilbert mumbled, "What exactly is it, old friend?" Sauter noticed Gilbert's state and looked worried. "Is there any problem?" The silence of the few people in the meeting affected the atmosphere just now, and Ballard Room gradually quietened down. Gilbert did not answer. He only took a deep breath and slowly raised his head to look at the end of the long table. It was as if he was asking for an answer. However, on the other side, the king's figure was hidden in the darkness and did not move for a long time. Until another chubby hand reached out from the side. What a coincidence! Just when we were thinking about how to reduce the number of recruits without incurring public anger, and how to find the budget to expand the regular army, the host of the Imperial Conference, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom, the Duke of the Eastern Sea, Bob Cullen, took the petition with a rare sullen expression. When we were still treading on thin ice, fearing that this matter would shake the foundation of the country and cause a civil war, this letter came. Giving people, giving money and giving gossip? Prime Minister Cullen's words caused everyone in the Imperial Conference to fall into deep thought. Cullen's gaze left the beautiful and calm handwriting on the paper and glanced suspiciously at the scar-faced spy from the kingdom's secret intelligence department on the other side. But the scar-faced man remained quiet and respectful. He turned a deaf ear and did not say a word. The Duke shifted his fat belly, waved the letter in his hand and snorted softly, "That's right. Where's Xian himself?" The scar-faced man seemed to have just returned to his senses and replied respectfully, "It is reported that the Duke of South Coast has left the capital and returned to Jade City to deal with urgent matters." Urgent matters? Cullen re-examined Xian's letter, occasionally looking at the end of the long table, and let out an unsettling laugh. Indeed, it's too urgent, too urgent. It was obviously good news, but the unusual attitudes of the Prime Minister and the Foreign Affairs Minister left the elites of the Imperial Conference bewildered. They all looked at the owner of the room. But King Kessel remained seated in his seat, not moving an inch. Only the setting sun behind him shone countless golden pillars of light through the window and enveloped him. From afar he looked like a blade guarding the throne. Or a prison pen. "Prime Minister, Your Grace?" Viscount Kinney asked tentatively. But Cullen only raised his finger slightly with an amused expression. "Sauter, I thought at first." Prime Minister Cullen's words were like the evening bell of a monastery, gloomy and meaningful. "Your meticulous report on the war situation in the north today, and your extreme praise of Extet's lesson, was just to show goodwill to Prince Thales and praise his little lover from Dragon Cloud City." Military advisor Sauter Ryder was momentarily stunned. "And your exaggerated exaggeration of the accident at Bladefang's camp, blindly belittling the recruits and strongly advocating for the expansion of the regular army, was just a pretense. At most you're asking for an exorbitant price and you'll pay the price accordingly." Chief of Finance Kirkirkman curled his lips. "But now looking at this letter," Prime Minister Cullen glanced at the iris emblem on the letter, then turned to the king and shook his head. "Your Majesty, you came prepared for today's meeting." Kessel V's eyebrows twitched slightly. The Prime Minister closed the petition and smiled leisurely. "Just like before when the regular army of the royal family went to Western Desert to clean up the Great Desert and welcome His Highness, they also came prepared?" The ministers frowned at the implication of these words. Among the crowd, Gilbert trembled slightly. He stared at the king from afar with a bitter gaze. But the Prime Minister's next words were baffling. "Is it Sand King? Or Whispers? Or both in one?" "Sand King? Whispers?" At that moment the ministers of the Imperial Conference looked at each other, confused. Beyond the long table, the sleeve of the scar-faced man moved without anyone noticing. But the ministers quickly noticed that at the end of the long table, the king's gaze was fixed on Duke Cullen, and he paid no attention to anyone else. "No need to be surprised, Your Majesty. Midir even asked for my opinion back then." Prime Minister Cullen did not seem to care if anyone answered. He just sighed and muttered to himself. "At that time, although I was already plump, I was at least a fat man in the prime of his life." The old duke's words were filled with emotion and desolation. "Now when I lower my head I can no longer see my toes." Duke Cullen looked up. "What about you?" Amidst the confusion, everyone subconsciously looked at the end of the long table, at the silent and majestic figure that was as still as a statue. But after a few seconds of silence, the Iron Hand King spoke expressionlessly. "You're not just fat." At that moment, the rays of the setting sun converged into countless golden blades, lying between the two of them. But the Prime Minister did not seem to notice and remained calm. "I'm old." The Iron Hand King's voice was no longer thick and powerful. It actually had the sharpness of a knife cutting through ice. "And tired." King Kessel and Duke Cullen's gazes crossed the long table and met in the air. The ministers all frowned. "Yes, I'm tired." A few seconds later, Cullen avoided King Kessel's gaze and said slowly, "Not like the kingdom's prosperity where the wheels roll forward." The Duke of Eastern Sea slowly lowered his head and snorted indifferently, looking like an ordinary old man who had no regrets in his old age. "If it's not this horse, then it's that one. Anyway, we have to pick a horse to pull the carriage, right?" King Kessel's gaze was cold and he did not answer. "But you're not him," Cullen said the last sentence and closed his eyes wearily. "Not him." King Kessel still did not speak. At that moment the atmosphere in Ballard Room was no longer relaxed. In the face of the obscure confrontation between the king and the duke, Everyone was very puzzled but dared not speak. Except for one person. Your Majesty. Gilbert looked up with a complicated gaze and became the next person to break the silence. Please forgive me for overstepping my authority. He raised Xian's handwritten letter steadily and showed the iris emblem on it. But when was this petition written? Last night? In the wee hours of the morning? Gilbert's gaze shot straight at the throne. At that moment, the usually gentle cunning fox of Constellation's gaze was sharp, even a little aggressive. Prime Minister Cullen snorted and added, intentionally or unintentionally, or just now. Low whispers could be heard among the officials. A few seconds later, the king slowly turned his head and shifted the focus of his gaze to his once most trusted foreign minister. His gaze pierced through the setting sun like ice, instantly dispersing the warmth. King Kessel stared at Gilbert but did not say a word. The atmosphere of the imperial conference became increasingly heavy and suffocating, until someone could not take it anymore and interrupted. Is it because of the royal banquet? On the other side, the kingdom's chief of finance, Kirkuk Man, gulped and asked cautiously. He knew that the matter was of great importance and no longer acted like a rascal. I left early at the banquet, but I later heard that the Duke of Star Lake and the Duke of South Coast had a little discord during the banquet? The Duke of Star Lake, the Duke of South Coast royal banquet. As soon as these words were spoken, whispers once again arose around the conference table. Discord. Yes, if one brought a sword to the banquet, assisted an assassin, kidnapped a guest and threatened the prince, it could also be considered a little discord. The king snorted coldly and interrupted the whispers in the imperial conference. A little misunderstanding. King Kessel's words were like the final word, sonorous and forceful. It has been resolved. Resolved. Gilbert's heart sank when he heard this. No one at the conference table was stupid enough to ask, how was it resolved? Viscount Kenny and the Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, looked at each other and interrupted the current awkwardness. Very well, then the Duke of South Coast still wishes to mend his relationship with us, unlike the one-eyed dragon from the Land of Cliffs. That's it? But Gilbert's voice rang out again and disrupted their efforts. Just because he acted against Prince Thales behind the scenes and you held on to him as a bargaining chip? Uncharacteristically, Gilbert was relentless in his questioning. His tone was stern and urgent. That's why there's this letter? Everyone could sense that the tension between the king and the foreign affairs minister could no longer be ignored, even more so than the confrontation between the former and the prime minister. Gilbert had always been popular. Sauter, the military advisor, gave him a discreet wink. Archdeacon Stylianides tapped the table without batting an eyelid, and even Kirkuk, the treasurer, coughed pretentiously. Xian is a clever child, the Iron Hand King finally spoke slowly and calmly. He understands everything with a hint. Whenever he does something wrong, he knows how to make up for it. Quite a number of people looked at the petition in Gilbert's hands and seemed to be deep in thought. Make up for it? At that moment, Gilbert stared at the king with an indescribable feeling. Is that so? The cunning fox of Constellation sounded tired. 6 years ago, after Prince Thales' diplomat group was attacked by vampires in the birch tree forest, you and him solved and made up for it in this way, right? The vassals who did not know the story were instantly shocked. 6 years ago. Vampires. Even if you knew that Duke Covendier was related to the attackers? Gilbert's tone was almost interrogative. No one dared to speak. This time, the king of Constellation at the end of the long table was silent for a long time. The essence of politics, my friend, King Kessel said slowly. It is the binding of interests. Hearing this name, Duke Cullen frowned slightly. Gilbert's expression became increasingly bitter. Yes, I remember. These were Prince Midier's exact words. Hearing this name, everyone shuddered. So, Gilbert, my friend, if you want to repay kindness and enmity in a straightforward manner, and repay enmity in a straightforward manner. The Iron Hand King snorted coldly. His tone took a sharp turn. You might as well read more about knights. In the face of the king's merciless words, Gilbert's expression dimmed. Very good, very right, your majesty. The foreign affairs minister put down the letter in his hand and closed his eyes. But Gilbert's voice was as weak as a mosquito. Prince Thales, does he know? Many people's gazes shifted. King Kessel was silent for a moment. His gaze inadvertently glanced at the scar-faced spy from the Secret Intelligence Department. He knows now. Gilbert then lowered his head dejectedly and said no more. Dusk had arrived. The color of the sunlight gradually turned from golden to dark red. At that moment the Supreme King, bathed in the setting sun, even appeared a little scarlet. Only his face remained dark and indistinct under the backlight. The imperial conference fell silent. Enough, everyone. Just as the participants were at a loss for what to do, another voice rang out. It was resolute and broke the silence. No matter how this letter came to be, since it is already here, we cannot let it go to waste. The military advisor, Sauter Rider, glared at him. Whether it is voluntary or involuntary, whether it is compensation or a trade, since Duke Covendier kindly sacrificed his reputation and interests, even at the cost of being condemned by the masses, to submit a petition to His Majesty, to pay taxes in lieu of service, to share our political pressure, and to cheer for Renaissance Palace, he didn't. Sauter Rider turned his head in shock. Gilbert still had his eyes closed and was massaging his forehead. Sorry. Gilbert took a deep breath. As far as I know, during the last years of the late King Adie's reign, under the rule of the former Guardian Duke of South Coast, Leinster Covendier, Jade City's regular military service system had already been disrupted, loosened, and even ceased to exist in name. At the Imperial Conference, the ministers who did not understand South Coast Hill were taken aback. Prime Minister Cullen's eyebrows twitched. I see, the younger generation will surpass us in time. South Coast is ultimately not Western Desert. The kingdom's prime minister laughed involuntarily. The others remained puzzled until Gilbert sighed. After the bloody year, due to the depression of the territory and to repair the damage, the old Duke Leinster granted some of his vassals permission not to respond to the compulsory conscription. They did not contribute any able-bodied soldiers, but instead paid in lieu of service fees, so that he could hire professional mercenaries to deal with large-scale battles such as suppressing bandits. Gilbert explained patiently, slowly returning to his role as the king's advisor. To this day, the military service system under Jade City's jurisdiction is no longer complete and sound. Exceptions have gradually become the norm, and it has been extended layer by layer. When the conscription order comes, every family can be exempted from service as long as they bribe enough. Instead, the conscription system has become a legal loophole for the recruitment officers to plunder the people and stuff their own pockets with the conscription books. The military advisor, Sauter Rider, was deep in thought. Everyone's expressions slowly changed. King Kessel listened quietly to the foreign affairs minister's explanation, his thoughts unknown. I remember now, during the national conference 6 years ago, when everyone was discussing whether to send troops. Prime Minister Cullen shook his head, seemingly having gained some insight. It seems that Xian wasn't completely lying at that time. Gilbert nodded, his mind preoccupied. In other words, this seemingly costly petition is but a favor at little cost. The Duke of South Coast described the established situation in Jade City as his own sacrifice and loyalty, brought the tacit convention to the surface, and turned it into a decree in black and white. He even claimed that this was a need for the king and the regular army. He didn't have to pay anything. Gilbert pushed the petition for servitude to the center of the conference table. Even if this order is approved by His Majesty, Covendier will not suffer any actual losses. Perhaps he can even purge the corrupt and inefficient governance, regulate the chaos of paying taxes for servitude, and let the people who have worked hard for a long time applaud and praise the Duke of Iris Flowers who serves the people wholeheartedly. On the other side, Moneybag Kirkirk snorted softly and added, he can also swallow all the dirty money that his subordinates plundered during the conscription, of course in the name of His Majesty Kessel and the regular army of the royal family. The chief of finance rubbed his hands in envy. Covendier has been rich for many years, he really has a way. Gilbert's expression was cold. Also, as Lord Cullen said, the next time there's a war, South Coast Hill will be able to refute with reason at the national conference that they have received the king's permission to pay taxes for servitude and not send troops. The fat prime minister nodded benevolently. Gilbert turned to the astonished advisor Sauter. As for what you said, Sauter, Iris Flowers' political support and solidarity for Renaissance Palace. Gilbert paused for a moment. Don't forget, Xian only presented the petition to His Majesty after he was publicly accused of being the mastermind by Prince Thales at the banquet. Prime Minister Cullen continued Gilbert's words. He shook his head and appeared to be in a good mood. If the news gets out, as long as it's done properly, this will not be a symbol of iris flowers siding with the royal family, but merely a helpless move by Covendier under pressure from Renaissance Palace. Not only will Jade City not be blamed, but it will also receive the sympathy of his vassals and even the suzerains in the country. The king must have forced him to do this. The prime minister blinked thoughtfully. Is that so? No one answered him. Instead, it's Renaissance Palace. Gilbert's voice sounded again, becoming unhurried, gentle, and drawn out. This matter is sensitive to begin with. If we bear the infamy of forcing vassals, whether it's the reduction of conscripts or the expansion of the regular army, the pressure we face will only be greater. He did not continue, but the atmosphere in the Imperial Conference grew heavier. What a pity. Chief of Finance Kirkuk slapped his thigh in frustration. If only Prince Thales had not howled at Covendier after finding out the truth, but had instead suppressed his temper and quietly reported to His Majesty. So, Cullen looked at the end of the long table, intentionally or unintentionally. Young man, you can't be too hasty. Gilbert's analysis completely chased away the excitement that the Imperial Conference had because of this letter, leaving not a single trace of it behind. Everyone was already exhausted and now they were even more disappointed. But everyone. The military advisor took a deep breath, pulled himself together, and raised his hand to attract the attention of the Imperial Conference. Perhaps Iris Flowers has its own plans, but this will not affect our choice. Sauter tried his best to convince everyone. Most importantly, if this letter comes to fruition, we will have the surrogate labor tax that Covendier will pay and expand the regular army. But he was interrupted. I'm not trying to pour cold water on you, soldier. The Chief of Finance's familiar sarcastic tone sounded again, causing Sauter to frown. But relieving every suzerain of the obligation to recruit soldiers to assist in battle, replacing it with a special tax item, using the collected money to expand the regular army, and in turn filling up the defense and maintaining law and order of the disbanded conscripts. Sounds like a good idea. Steward Kirkuk cocked his cheek with a smile that did not reach his eyes. However, I have to deal with those profiteering suzerains of Jade City every season. Believe me, they can't do anything else but every time they collect taxes. Sauter scoffed angrily. They dare to evade taxes? Worse. Kirkuk narrowed his eyes. They know how to keep accounts. Sauter was taken aback. What? Many people frowned. Prime Minister Cullen glanced at Gilbert and revealed an expression that said, I knew it. Kirkuk shook his head disdainfully. I say their accountants are no less skilled than the Camians. The tax accounts are crystal clear without a single concealment. But whether it's the calculation of tax rates, the choice of tax items, or the flow of tax, it's all extremely complicated. Can you believe it? Jade City is obviously rich, their land and sea trade has been growing year after year, and their total cash flow is enough to buy several small dukedoms. But their books are still in the red. And our tax collectors can't find a single mistake in their books. Not only do they have nowhere to scrape money from, they might even have to give back their taxes. The Chief of Finance flipped open the petition, stared at it in disgust, then threw it down again. As for the surrogate labor tax mentioned here, tell me, Sauter, do you think they'll find their conscience and give you a large sum of money out of thin air? Saldus' eyes widened as if in disbelief that such a thing could happen. Kirkuk turned to the king and his tone became much more respectful. If this is the budget you've been waiting for, Your Majesty, Sauter. With all due respect, it didn't succeed. As for the expansion of the regular army, let's wait until next quarter's revenue. The king said nothing. Sauter, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly. The words of the Chief of Finance brought the entire Imperial Conference back to reality and plunged it into a disappointed silence. So, Jade City's letter is just empty talk? I mean, if our proposal really passes, they won't have lost anything, and they'll appear reasonable and even make a fortune. The Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, spoke shakily. But we, on the other hand, look like we've gotten the short end of the stick, but end up being the bad guys and losing our underwear? Cunning Southerners. Viscount Kenny threw the petition on the table and cursed unhappily. Say, do you think Iris Flowers is going to react to every move that comes their way? Or have they been preparing for this for a long time and have been waiting for this moment? The ministers looked at each other. They had no answer. Until the king spoke. Of course, this is not the best solution. King Kessel's tone was calm as he steered the conversation back in the direction he wanted. But this is already the greatest concession Jade City can make. The Iron Hand King looked at the letter gloomily. That sword from the banquet isn't enough. Gilbert could only sigh inwardly. Damn it, that young master from the western desert at the banquet. Why did he only kidnap the guests? The military advisor slammed the table. If only he had committed a bigger crime such as assassinating a prince. Gilbert reacted and rebuked angrily. Sauter. But Sauter just waved his hand nonchalantly. It's all right, you know that's not what I meant. Sauter turned around and looked at the letter on the table. He sighed and said, Gilbert, think again. Is there really no other way? This letter has finally solved our political and budgetary problems at the same time. Without waiting for the Foreign Affairs Minister to speak, Kirkuk stabbed him coldly from the side. Didn't you listen in class, soldier? It can't solve anything. Gilbert nodded tiredly. If His Majesty approves the proposal of this petition and starts reforming the military system from Jade City, taking this first step that is fraught with controversy. He glanced in the king's direction with mixed emotions. Then Renaissance Palace will have to swallow all the bitter consequences I've mentioned. Aside from the Duke of South Coast's hypocritical support and the taxes that we don't know where they'll come from, the benefits are really limited. It's not even up to us to approve of it. Duke Cullen seemed to be in a good mood. This is different from a small matter like reorganizing the Jadestar private army. As long as this petition is made public in the form of an official document or warrant, the reform of the military system will definitely cause a huge uproar in the kingdom. We will be at the heart of the storm and we will not be able to retreat. In the dark corner of the long table, the king's pupils gradually shrank. After all, asking for a sky-high price is just a tactic, Cullen said as he looked at the dejected Sauter. Just return the money on the ground. You can't really hope to sell it for a sky-high price. These words made the military advisor even more depressed. Majordomo Kirkuk yawned discreetly, looked around and said tentatively in a tone that concluded the meeting. Then this letter, just ignore it. Gilbert's tone was both resigned and resolute. Bury it among the countless official documents and letters in Renaissance Palace every day. Drown it out without causing a ripple. In the Imperial Conference he was answered with an awkward silence. Until the king's voice sounded again. So, King Kessel chuckled softly but without the slightest hint of a smile, making everyone shudder. We've been sitting here for a day, and my son was attacked by an assassin at a banquet and almost died in a duel. At that moment the Iron Hand King's face was revealed under the setting sun. There was an inexplicable strangeness about it. And all we got in exchange for this? All the officials in the Imperial Conference lowered their heads. No one dared to answer the question. Only Cullen calmly took a sip of tea and cast his gaze at the end of the meeting table. It's a pity, Your Majesty, but this letter cannot give you what you want. That's right, the wheels roll forward. The Duke of Eastern Sea put down his teacup and adjusted his crooked belt, satisfied. But not by brute force. At the end of the long table, King Kessel was silent under the setting sun. Only his eyes flickered slightly in the darkness. Chapter 6:13. Everyone. In Ballard Room, King Kessel's voice came steadily, heavy, solemn and resolute. Just like in the past, every time he made a decision for the Imperial Conference. It looked like the outcome was set. With this in mind, the ministers restrained their emotions and adjusted their posture. Some of them relaxed slightly, ready to welcome the end of another conference. But not this time. Under everyone's gaze, the Iron Hand King raised his head and swept his gaze across the ministers. All of you have a point. As he spoke, the king's right hand suddenly reached out from the shadow of the throne and flipped it gently at the crowd. His palm faced up and hovered over the meeting table. Just like a cold, unsheathed blade. Even the warm autumn sun could not reduce its chill. Gilbert Cullen Kirkuk. All the ministers were stunned and did not understand what was going on. But the Iron Hand King remained expressionless and raised his right palm. You've thought it through. As they looked at each other, only the scar-faced spy from the Secret Intelligence Department's eyes flickered. He tactfully stepped forward and picked up the Jade City Substitute Servitude petition from the table. The scar-faced man walked past every stunned minister and respectfully and appropriately placed the letter into the king's palm. This letter is a barb with malicious intentions. King Kessel's voice came out quietly. It appears to be compromising, but in fact, it has seized on Renaissance Palace's weakness and is hiding a trump card. The king slowly lifted the letter up, revealing the iris print on it. We can't even make it public, or we'll be caught in a passive and unjust situation. Every servant who was swept by his gaze subconsciously tensed up and sat up straight. It's better to die for a friend than to perish for an enemy. Old Leinster had such a son. In the next second, the Iron Hand King's fingers suddenly tightened and crushed the letter. The few people who had their eyes fixed on the letter trembled and were startled. Only then did Kessel say calmly, living up to the family name. In the indescribable silence, the Minister of Trade, Viscount Kenny, coughed with difficulty and tried to forget the depression in his heart. He'll pay the price. Kenny bowed respectfully to the king. Just for this letter. King Kessel glanced at him without a word. The letter was still in his hand, crumpled. Of course, Sauter ground his teeth hatefully, and also for his disrespect and disloyalty to you and your highness, Prime Minister Cullen's trembling voice sounded. But not this time. He seemed to have turned back into the doddering old man. He coughed and concluded the meeting. At the very least, the reduction of the recruits and the expansion of the regular army will have to wait until next season. At this moment. But it got out. The king's words came out of nowhere as if he was mumbling to himself. No one could react in time. Pass, what? Chioka looked confused. Mine, your majesty? Sauter probed. I'll talk. At that moment, the king of the Iron Hand raised his eyes, which were particularly oppressive in the narrow Ballard room. While we are talking, every sentence, every word, and every letter on this petition has been publicized, leaked, and spread by someone. Rumors are spreading everywhere. The conference room was silent for a moment. Gilbert was in disbelief. What? Viscount Kenny's surprised gaze kept darting back and forth. You mean this letter has been leaked? Prime Minister Cullen sat up straight and looked extremely serious. Why? However, the king only shook his head calmly and answered the truth. The Secret Intelligence Department is still handling it, but if it's unsatisfactory, I think it won't be long before everyone in the kingdom knows that Renaissance Palace is going to start with Jade City, change the traditional rules, strip the suzerains of their military power, reduce the recruits and expand the regular army. All the way to the whole of Constellation. Renaissance Palace, Jade City, tradition, suzerains. With every word the Iron Hand King said, the chill in his tone intensified. The Prime Minister was the first to understand. His eyes widened slightly. That means, as you said just now, Bob, the king spoke in his calmest tone, not mincing words from the other party's mind. From the top to the bottom of Constellation, a huge uproar is about to break out. From this moment onwards, we are standing at the heart of the struggle. There's no retreat. The ministers quickly understood the meaning of this matter. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. What's going on? Who did it? Has the culprit been caught? What do we do now? Investigate the mastermind behind this. Amidst everyone's varying opinions and the same panic, the king leaned back thoughtfully and melted into the darkness. How could such an important exchange of letters be leaked? Advisor Sauter turned angrily to the other side and said accusingly, What did the Secret Intelligence Department say? What about the rumors? What's the situation now? Beside the conference table, the scar-faced spy from the Secret Intelligence Department bowed steadily. We're still tracking down the source, encircling and intercepting it in an attempt to reduce the impact of the rumors. His tone was calm, as if what they were about to face was not a monstrous wave that could shake the country. But the delivery of the letter, the defense along the way, and the confidentiality of the palace are all fine. At this point, the scar-faced man's voice had an interesting rise and fall. There's only one thing we can't take into account. This letter was delivered directly into the palace by the Duke of Iris Flower's messenger. Everyone suddenly fell silent. You mean Zayn? Prime Minister Cullen frowned. When he delivered the letter, he made up his mind to leak the contents and spread the rumors? The scar-faced man neither denied nor confirmed it. We're still investigating. With a target in mind, the anger of the Imperial Conference erupted like a tidal wave. Covendier, how dare he? Damn it. He's more cunning than his father. Did he fly into a rage out of humiliation and overturn the chessboard? Among the officials, Gilbert only observed quietly at first, but at the end he sighed softly. Perhaps after the banquet, when His Majesty questions him for his crimes, the Foreign Affairs Minister put away his dazed expression and said tiredly, "Jade City saw our weakness from the terms of the negotiations." But Prime Minister Cullen scratched his chin and looked solemn. "Something's not right. Xian is not a good person, but he's not a lunatic either. The fact that he wrote this letter is enough to prove his slyness and self-preservation." The Prime Minister pondered. "He's not stupid enough to force Renaissance Palace and himself into a dead end. That's even worse, it's done by someone else." Viscount Kenny looked suspicious. "Plotting against both of us at the same time. Someone is looking forward to chaos in the kingdom just like back then." Amidst the chatter, the voice at the end of the long table rang out again. "It doesn't matter anymore." Everyone fell silent and looked at the king. "Whether he did it or not, it doesn't matter anymore." A cold glint flashed in the king's eyes. "The kingdom never lacks enemies. What's important is, how should we deal with it?" After King Kessel said this, he let the petition slip from his fingers and fall between the sunset and the shadows. The wrinkled iris insignia faced the ceiling alone. A few seconds later, like a pride of lions awakened by a crisis, the Imperial Conference was no longer languid and slow, and everyone became shrewd and capable. Let the Secret Intelligence Department work overtime. At the same time, we will send a letter to clarify and put an end to such rumors. We might be able to find some clues from the feudal nobles who have expressed their dissatisfaction recently. We have to be careful with the wording of the announcement. There may still be room for maneuver. We need to make contingency plans immediately for the reaction of the nobles, especially the feudal vassals. Send special envoys to appease the feudal lords of the grain-producing areas and explain to them. I'm afraid the preparations for the military reform will have to be delayed. We cannot leave any clues that could lead to misunderstandings. Amid the intense discussion, only Prime Minister Cullen and Gilbert remained silent. The former gazed at Covendier's letter quietly, while the latter quietly tidied up the documents beside him, both deep in thought. Meanwhile, Kessel V sat quietly in his seat, expressionless, indifferent, as if he was the only outsider. Bang. There was a muffled sound. It was military advisor Sauter striking the table with his palm, attracting the attention of the Imperial Conference. Everyone. Saldus' expression was solemn. His gaze was slightly hesitant, but it quickly became focused and determined. "I think at this point things are unavoidable. Our next choice is actually simpler." Gilbert frowned and turned his head as if he had expected something. Sauter said resolutely. "Since there's no way back, why not go forward with all our might?" At that moment the military advisor was in high spirits. "Your Majesty, give Covendier a formal reply. Grant his petition and announce to the nation that starting from Jade City, the military reform is imperative." Everyone was stunned. Or rather, they were shocked by this suggestion. "Sauter, have you thought about the consequences?" Gilbert said with difficulty amid the silence. "Including what we just discussed, of course." Sauter turned around and interrupted him. "But at this point our plan to take things slowly has gone south. We have no chance to disguise ourselves, nor do we have room for compromise." Sauter paused. His voice turned fierce. "We do it. Or never do it again. There's no such thing as next time." His gaze swept across the room. Many of his colleagues could not help but lower their heads to avoid his gaze. Some looked solemn while others hesitated to speak. Only the king at the end of the long table remained silent as if deep in thought. But Sauter could not care less. He waved his hand. "Kirkirk, find the money." The chief of finance raised an eyebrow. "What?" Sauter stared at the chief of finance. "If Jade City did it, then we don't have to count on their financial aid. But under these circumstances, the military reform must be put on the agenda. According to the previous plan, we should first reduce the Jade Star private army from the vassals directly under the royal family around Eternal Star City, and expand the regular army. Only then will we have the strength to deal with what comes next." Kirkirk paused for 3 seconds, then became exasperated. "All right, let's not talk about the fact that the situation might not be that bad. And let's not talk about the fact that His Majesty hasn't agreed to your rotten idea. Our budget is already very tight. Once this letter is leaked and causes trouble, the financial pressure will only increase. If there's no revenue, we might even have to use other sources to make up for it, such as the salaries of the officials, or even increase taxes. That would be even worse. Kirkuk was in a great deal of trouble. Moreover, reorganizing an army is not as simple as registering and creating a register. Even if you have prepared all the officers who are waiting to be incorporated, do you know how many Jadestar private soldiers who are called up at the right time cost to maintain a regular soldier, from the salary, equipment, logistics, and station? I know. Sauter slammed his fist on the meeting table, startling everyone. Kirkuk, I know your difficulties, but I understand your anger even more. He shouted angrily. Whether it's the indignation you felt when you were fooled by those southern bumpkins with their account books when collecting taxes, or the anger you felt when Covendier turned the tables on His Majesty, I can relate to it all. Kirkuk pursed his lips. Sauter stood up abruptly, pressed his arms on the table and leaned forward. But I swear to you, Kirkuk, the regular army is the key to changing all this. Expansion and restructuring are just the beginning. There was an indescribable fanaticism in Saldus' expression, which made Prime Minister Cullen frown involuntarily. The price of a moment is for the future prosperity of the kingdom. And one day the kingdom's wrath will personally walk into Jade City's Palace of Clarity with His Majesty's decree, surrounded by countless soldiers, and persuade Zayn Covendier and his cunning accountants to pay their taxes honestly, and recover all of today's costs. It's a sure win without loss. At this point, Saldus' eyes shone with an unquestionable light. A sure win without loss? Kirkuk answered Sauter with a sneer. Yes, when I was young I had a relative who liked to gamble. He said the same thing when he came to my house to borrow money for business, until he was taken away by the Blood Bottle Gang loan sharks. At this point the chief of finance got up from the back of his chair and leaned forward. What's the difference between you and him? A gambler? The conflict between the two made everyone frown. The military advisor clenched his fists. The emotion in his eyes turned from disappointment to anger. Why don't you understand? Sauter said bitterly. With a regular army you'll have money. Why don't you understand? Kirkuk was equally displeased. Without money, you won't have a regular army. Then find the money. Saldus' furious roar shook Ballard Room. You're the chief of finance of the kingdom. Be a beggar, sell your ass even if you have to borrow from loan sharks. For the sake of the kingdom, find me that damn budget for army expansion. The two men's disrespectful shouting made their colleagues frown. But the Prime Minister and the rather prestigious Foreign Affairs Minister, who were supposed to be presiding over the meeting, did not make a sound. The king, on the other hand, remained motionless on his throne. You finally King got one thing right. Soldiers. Kirkuk stood up. Although he was a head shorter than Sauter, he did not lose in terms of grandeur. I'm the chief of finance. Remember? Last year it was precisely your military affairs sector that shamelessly boasted here, bragged about the benefits of sending troops to the heavens. You forced the Department of Finance to approve the budget, forced the Department of Agriculture to contribute rations, forced the Department of Foreign Affairs to open up a path for you, forced the Secret Intelligence Department to pave the way for you, and inexplicably sent a large number of regular soldiers, retired, active, reserve, training, and new conscripts, to Bladefang's camp. Sent to Western Desert. Sent to the desert. The expressions of the people at the Imperial Conference changed as they recalled the incident with sorrow. Without that unprofitable business of yours, would we need to ask Jade City for money? Would we have been fooled by Covendier like that? Kirkuk glanced at the colleagues around him who agreed with him and said darkly, What, do you want to do it again? Hey. Sauter clenched his fists. That was to welcome back Prince Thales, the Jadestar bloodline, the heir to the kingdom. You're absolutely right. Kirkuk retorted angrily. Then go ask him for money. Sauter was so infuriated by this scoundrel's quibble that he was rendered speechless. Kirkuk, be careful with your words. Gilbert could not take it anymore. He stopped him sternly. Sit down, don't be disrespectful in front of the Emperor. Kirkuk sat down and even banged his chair to express his displeasure. Sauter snorted angrily and sat down heavily, but had no intention of extinguishing the flames of war. Stop being so sarcastic, shirking responsibility and pretending to be innocent, moneybag. About sending troops to Western Desert to welcome back the prince, you knew about it and even supported it. You had your own selfish motives and were trying to profit from it. It was Kirkuk's turn to be stunned. Me? Selfish motives? Profit? Kirkuk was caught off guard, shocked and angry. Very well, you coarse country bumpkin who grew up planting grapevines. But Sauter did not hold back. He pointed at Kirkuk's nose. I only figured it out after the banquet. But that's right, Kirkuk, it's you. After the Desert War, many nobles in the Central Territory targeted Western Desert, where the situation had changed drastically, and illegally invaded and annexed land for personal gain. Now the deadline for the land assessment order is approaching, and they're trying every means possible to clear their names. Kirkuk's face paled. Back then you supported our expedition to the desert and even privately bribed several frontline officers, all because you wanted the regular army to cause a huge commotion and turmoil in Western Desert. You wanted to catch these greedy nobles and landlords off guard, force them to give themselves away, and turn them into a rolling source of income for the Department of Finance to confiscate and confiscate. The news that the military advisor revealed was no trivial matter. The Imperial Conference was in an uproar and King Kessel's gaze shifted. Kirkuk was exasperated. That's slandering nonsense. I have the names of those officers. Why do you want to confront them? Or have the Secret Intelligence Department investigate? Your Majesty, Kirkuk was extremely anxious, but he was tongue-tied. Sauter gritted his teeth and pressed on. For this reason, you even secretly leaked the news of the regular army's expedition to the west. And that unlucky Doyle of Mirror River who got into trouble at the royal banquet? They're just one of the fat sheep on your list. At the Imperial Conference, the ministers were surprised and could not help but look at Kirkuk in a new light. Viscount Kenny coughed and asked worriedly, well, my father-in-law's family also has a few businesses in the Western Desert. You wouldn't? How could I, Lord Kenny? Kirkuk smiled obsequiously. But he immediately turned to the king and put on a mournful face. Your Majesty, I was just that. King Kessel just stared at him with narrowed eyes. Kirkuk, you're indeed money bag. Gilbert saw Kirkuk's expression and guessed the truth. He could not help but sigh. No wonder they say that you can even take money out of your crotch. You're good at making money and can support the kingdom. Kirkuk's cheek twitched. Yes. On the other side, Prime Minister Cullen snorted and added a sentence with an unclear meaning. Someone else's crotch. Sauter snorted angrily, his attitude self-evident. Under everyone's gaze, Kirkuk swallowed hard and hurriedly raised his hand. All right, Your Majesty, listen to me. That's right. We originally had a few extra fines and forfeitures from this expedition, which can be included in the next quarter's budget. The Doyle family? Gilbert said in a low voice. Kirkuk froze. Sensing the suspicion in everyone's eyes, his voice immediately weakened. He took a deep breath. That's right. But the Doyle family deserved it. Over the years, they've crossed the border to occupy land, illegally rented tenancies, smuggled taxes, concealed the population and violated tradition. All these crimes should have been dealt with long ago. Our Department of Finance is dedicated to the kingdom and does things impartially. Cut the crap. Where's the money? Sauter ignored his excuses and went straight to the point. Now it's been several months since the prince's return, and our mission is complete. Your Department of Finance should be full by now, right? The military advisor was aggressive. Why did you make all sorts of excuses during the Imperial Conference about being poor? When South Coast Hill forced us into a corner, you still held onto your wallet tightly and obstructed His Majesty's military reform. Kirkuk was both shocked and angry at the same time at this accusation. He looked around, but none of his colleagues dared to interrupt. Saldus' gaze was sharp and threatening. Kirkuk felt dizzy. He had to take a deep breath and yelled at the top of his lungs, Prince Thales. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned again. What? Sauter asked, puzzled. Kirkuk panted a few times and said angrily, I'm sorry, I didn't want to say what I'm about to say here after all. He calmed his breathing and said in resignation, That's right. Sauter, based on the standard of the regular army, Doyle's case is enough for you to expand the staffing of 800 to 1,000 heavy cavalry, plus their squires, equipment, logistics and perhaps more. Sauter slammed the table and mouthed, I knew it. But Kirkuk changed the topic. But, after Prince Thales, the incident at the banquet, Doyle's case was exposed to the public. From a simple case, it became a hot potato that attracted the attention of the entire nation. Even the case files were taken away by the kingdom's secret intelligence department overnight. Someone could not help but turn around. The scar-faced man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department was expressionless, as if he had not heard anything. Sauter frowned. Western Desert is vast. Your sources of income are definitely not limited to just them. Kirkuk sighed pitifully. Yes. But don't forget, Prince Thales stood up for the Doyle family last night in the name of His Majesty. Now everyone thinks that Doyle is backed by the Duke of Star Lake, the heir to the kingdom. This has implicated our other cases. Now no one dares to touch anything that involves land annexation or the old and new nobles, let alone handle it. Saldus' expression changed slightly. Kirkuk said angrily, so when I said, ask Prince Thales for money, that's true. Gilbert rebuked him angrily. Kirkuk. Kirkuk reacted and waved his hands regretfully. I know. That's why I said sorry. I didn't want to say that either. No one dared to speak rashly when the matter involved the royal family. Many stole glances at the king at the end of the long table. But King Kessel remained unmoved, as if what Kirkuk had just complained about was not his son and heir. The chief of finance regained his composure. Seeing that no one spoke up, he regained some of his confidence. All right, let's not talk about the prince. So don't always blame it on me, soldier. If you had done a better job in Western Desert, more frugal, more efficient and more profitable, would we have ended up in this state? Sauter wanted to retort but hesitated again and again. For more than half a year we mobilized a large force, traveled a long distance and even fought a war with our own family for no reason. How much money and rations did we waste in total? Kirkuk spoke more and more smoothly, to the point that he slammed the table fiercely. His voice spread clearly throughout the narrow meeting room. And what did you bring back? Aha, a report saying that you were going to expand the army. We ate up such a large sum of the kingdom's budget, but not only did we not accomplish anything, not to mention the spoils of war, we didn't even earn back the money we spent on horseshoes. What else do you want? Sauter could not hold it in any longer. He slammed the table and stood up. Do you want my warriors to shed blood in Western Desert and attack the ruins? Plunder Wing Fort? Or take over Brave Souls Fort? Ransack the homes of all the local nobles? Do you want to burn the entire Western Desert to the ground and send all the spoils of war to the Department of Finance, so that you won't have to complain so much when you're sitting here leisurely counting your copper coins? Kirkuk scoffed. Then why don't you do it? And the result? Turns out that you were just there for a vacation. Even the prince himself was sent back by the Western Desert nobles. The military advisor said angrily. Do it. His Royal Highness' whereabouts are uncertain in Western Desert, and you even took a sword and a flag from them. Chroma and Bosdorf escorted him back to the capital in a grand manner, and they were very respectful. What can we do? What should we do? What should we do? Kirkuk, who had regained his confidence and was knowledgeable, said without fear, Then why are you yelling at me? To find the prince. Why don't you tell him about your suffering? Ask him why he mixed with the enemy, blocked your army, cut off my source of income and even gave Covendier an opportunity to take advantage of him. Everyone was at a loss and His Majesty was in a dilemma. In the end he ruined the kingdom's military reform. Enough both of you. Gilbert reminded him sharply. You'll never understand, Moneybag. Sauter was so angry that he laughed. He did not hear the Foreign Affairs Minister's reprimand at all. You'll only see the reflection of copper coins and hear the hum of gold coins. You'll never understand the meaning of us sending troops to Western Desert. You won't understand that for the kingdom. Thud. Thud. Everyone turned in unison to see the scar-faced spy from the Secret Intelligence Department standing apologetically. On the ground was a broken teapot. I'm sorry. The scar-faced man hurriedly bowed. It's my fault. I was just thirsty. Only then did the officials turn their heads around. Yes, Prime Minister Cullen mumbled with his head lowered, but his eyes lit up. It's indeed your fault. Interrupted, Sauter and Kirkuk snorted and sat back in their seats, turning their heads away from each other. But the Foreign Affairs Minister was furious. Sauter, Kirkuk, watch your language. This has nothing to do with His Highness Thales. Gilbert's words were harsh. His Highness's body is priceless. His safe return to the capital is the greatest contribution to the kingdom. Nothing else. And don't forget, we are here to discuss countermeasures to deal with the predicament brought about by the leak of this letter. This is a kingdom's official business. Don't turn this into a personal grudge. Sauter and Kirkirk's expressions softened a little. But the Prime Minister coughed at that moment. Don't blame them, Count Casso. Sauter and Sir Kirkirk had no choice either. Duke Cullen shook his head. Whether it's the expedition to Western Desert or the royal banquet, it's His Highness's fault for appearing at such a coincidental time. Just like this letter. The Prime Minister shook his head at the king, implying something. He's forced us into a tight spot. There's no other way. Chapter 6:14. The ministers shuddered as they listened to Prime Minister Cullen's words. Gilbert could read between the lines and could not help feeling anxious. Prime Minister. At that moment, a third voice joined the discussion. In fact, if the kingdom has no other choice but to bite the bullet, perhaps. The unfamiliar voice attracted the attention of most of the people. The ministers turned to the interlocutor, the only participant in the imperial conference who did not speak, the Archdeacon of the Sunset Church, Stylia Nysides. Stylia Nysides nodded slightly. I can try to persuade the Sunset Church to invest in solving the problem of expanding the regular army? Many people frowned. What? Sauter asked suspiciously. In the corner of the conference table, the Archdeacon smiled and nodded humbly. Gaius Stylia Nysides, the Archdeacon of the Central Diocese of the Sunset Church, attending the imperial conference in place of the ailing Archbishop Zenon. I know who you are, kid, Advisor Sauter interrupted rudely. Say you can find the money we want? The Archdeacon named Guy smiled slightly, then closed his eyes in a prayer gesture. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll try my best. Seeing how straightforward the Archdeacon was, Advisor Sauter looked doubtful. If I remember correctly, in the central Sunset Temple of the King's City, Chief Priest Diallo was the one who opposed the standing army system the most. He once said, the standing army fights for money, greedy and despicable, while the conscripts fight for their duty, holy and respectable. Guy's tone was modest. Yes, most of the archdeacons of the Sunset Temple are of noble birth. They come and go from castles and palaces, and have close relationships with the nobles and dukes. But we're different, Sir Sauter, the Archdeacon said firmly. The Sunset Church is not the Sunset Temple. The Sunset Church. Sauter was silent for a while. He collected himself and looked at the priest with a serious gaze. Who did you say you were? On the other side, Prime Minister Cullen said with a look of understanding, a battle of faith between the temple and the church, the ministry of priests and the ministry of evangelism, the archdeacons and the bishops. The archdeacon turned to the Prime Minister and smiled warmly. No, this has nothing to do with faith but politics and standpoint. The temple is close to the dukes and the church is close to His Majesty. It's that simple. If we can reduce the influence of the temple by reducing the conscripts and increasing the regular army, the bishops of the church will be happy to see it. Hearing this, many people began to ponder. Cullen's gaze flickered. Oh, as a believer of the Sunset Goddess, you really don't hide it all? Cover up. Guy shook his head indifferently. No faith can exist independently of politics, and no religion is not related to power struggles. To avoid politics and talk about faith is to abandon humanity and only ask about divinity. This is a disguise and disguise. This is the contempt and contempt for faith. It is disrespect and dishonesty to the Sunset Goddess. Even the king at the end of the long table raised his head slightly. Cullen was taken aback when he heard the rebellious words. He raised his brows and said, I think I know why Gilbert recommended you. Compared to those priests who are full of holy teachings, you are indeed a bit more interesting. Gilbert forced a smile. Archdeacon Guy sighed. Thank you for your praise, but not everyone understands this principle, especially the priests of the Divine Hall. Therefore, it is not convenient for the Church to intervene in the kingdom's military affairs in the form of direct funding. Sauter, who was most concerned about this matter, instantly put on a cold expression. Then what do you mean? Guy turned to him and said seriously, to support the expansion of the regular army, the Sunset Church must have a valid reason. Reason? Many people's expressions changed slightly. Guy looked respectfully at the end of the long table. If His Majesty can change the tradition and allow our priests to join the regular army of the royal family, I will be more confident in persuading the bishops to invest. Sauter was taken aback. But we already have military priests. Every time there is a war, the temple will send a qualified officiant to preside over the expedition ceremony. Guy's lips curled up and he nodded calmly. Banish them. What? Sauter was incredulous. I suggest, Sir Sauter, that you banish the regular army's military priests and replace them with military priests, Archdeacon Guy explained patiently. Whatever the temple can do for the regular army, the church can do as well or even more. Sauter understood Guy's words. His expression changed back and forth in those few seconds. The others in the meeting looked at each other. The king's gaze was still distant and unfamiliar. Prime Minister Kulun snorted. The Sunset Temple's officiants will never like it. Guy turned his head around and his words were sharp. The temple doesn't like many things. For example, the regular army of the royal family. But this was originally a political issue. With your intervention, it has become a religious conflict. Kulun shook his head and said, It has always been a tradition for priests to accompany the army no matter. Guy calmly replied, Yes, just like how suzerains regularly recruit militia, it has also been a tradition, until the emergence of the regular army of the royal family. Saldus' eyebrows twitched. The archdeacon looked at the dispirited chief of finance. And if we have military priests, the Sunset Church will be able to allocate a permanent fund from the believers' donations, justifiably subsidizing a portion of the regular army's costs, and relieve the pressure on the Department of Finance. This is something that the lofty and self-proclaimed Orthodox temple cannot do. The initially bored Kirkuk perked up. His beady eyes sparkled. It's not that we can't consider it. On the other side, the military advisor was silent for a few seconds. He asked cautiously, In that case, the Sunset Church can fund the expansion of the regular army, provided that His Majesty grants permission for your priests to join the regular army of the royal family to replace the military priests. Right? The archdeacon smiled. Of course not. But his gaze changed. But without this bargaining chip, I'm not that confident in convincing the bishops. Sauter scoffed. This is blackmail and profiteering from a burning house. This is more for the kingdom, Guy swiftly retorted. The priests of the temple are basically of noble birth, and are related to the various feudal lords. They are naturally at odds with the regular army. Following the army is just a story. And us priests are mostly born poor and are used to educating the lower classes. We will be more competent, more capable, more passionate, and more suitable for the regular army than the priests. Yes, that's exactly what I'm worried about, Sauter sneered. At this point, King Kessel suddenly snorted. His meaning was unclear and intriguing. I say, Guy, you're a priest who serves the gods. On the other side, Prime Minister Cullen narrowed his eyes. Full of benefits and calculating bargaining chips. Don't you think that's too vulgar? Vulgar. Stylianides smiled. The king of Renaissance's faith teacher and close comrade, Brother Mohatsa the prophet, famously said, Theology is the knowledge of men. Gilbert stirred slightly. Divinity exists in human nature and human nature carries divinity. Only by exhausting every corner of human nature can we hope to find that glimmer of divinity. Guy smiled. Who says the secular world isn't holy? There's a kingdom of heaven in the mortal world. Ah, you're not just a little interesting, Guy, the Prime Minister's tone changed. You're also very scary. The archdeacon made another prayer gesture, very devoutly. The goddess test always makes the path of truth seem more treacherous and rugged. No. After a few moments of hesitation, Sauter figured it out and firmly rejected the offer. The regular army of the royal family does not require priests to accompany them. He said decisively, the regular army cannot be restricted by forces other than His Majesty, especially in terms of financial resources. As Sauter said this, he glanced at King Kessel. But to his disappointment, the king remained unmoved. Guy was unperturbed and continued the discussion. If it's limited by the form of payment, we can discuss it. For example, the church can donate the money to the Department of Finance, and the Department of Finance can allocate it to the budget of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Sure. The Chief of Finance's eyes lit up. If this succeeds, you'll have saved my life, Guy. Stylianides nodded politely. Thanks to the goddess, I dare not claim credit. But Saldus' attitude remained the same. What's the difference? Constellation spent 500 years with endless sacrifices and bloodshed to drive religion and theocracy back to the temple. As long as I'm in charge of the Ministry of Military Affairs, history will not regress. Sauter spoke with certainty and uncompromising. That's not necessarily the case, Kirkuk muttered. Based on your stance just now, you're probably willing to make anyone prime minister if they can help you expand the regular army. Saldus' expression stiffened. Then I'll thank the heavens. Prime Minister Cullen sighed and shifted his large buttocks that covered the entire chair. Please do, Archdeacon Guy. Archdeacon Guy smiled humbly at them. I understand your concern, Sir Sauter, but what you've said is a lesson learned long ago. The priests of the temple fell into the self-righteous path of the youngest, arrogant, greedy and corrupt, allowing their selfish desires to overshadow the public, condoning lies to obscure the truth, flaunting the might of the gods for worldly gain, fighting for power through faith and never turning back. Archdeacon Guy nodded as gentle as ever. And it was precisely because my ancestors, the priests of the missionary department, saw their mistakes that they broke away from the temple and established themselves, upholding the teachings of the goddess, and established the Sunset Church. It's been nearly 4 centuries since then. The head priest and the archbishop are not subordinate to each other. The priest department and the missionary department abide by their boundaries. We do not. Sauter waved his hand impatiently and cut him off. The temple or the church, the priests or the priests, in my opinion there's no difference, they're all jackals of the same tribe. When we were weak, we asked for help, of course we'd be obedient. When we're strong, we're greedy and bound to take a mile when given an inch. He said warily, times have changed. The days when the Sunset Temple had unlimited authority and hundreds responded to a single call, and even dared to challenge Renaissance Palace and interfere in the succession of the throne, are gone forever. These words sent a chill through the entire imperial conference. Guy heaved a long sigh, making no attempt to conceal his disappointment. I understand, Sir Sauter. It looks like the wishes of the priests to serve the country can only be realized in the future. At the end of the long table, the king's cold gaze was once again overshadowed by the setting sun. In that case, in the face of such a dilemma, it's unlikely to force through military reform, Prime Minister Cullen, who presided over the imperial conference, said with a sigh. Hearing this, Sauter glared at Kirkuk again. Don't look at me. If you want money, Guy and the church have it. Kirkuk knew what the other party was thinking and was unconcerned. As for whether you want it or not, it's up to you. It's not just a matter of money. Unexpectedly, Prime Minister Cullen spoke up again, interrupting the dispute over military wealth that was about to erupt once again. This caught the attention of all the officials. In fact, speaking of the prince's banquet, I thought of something else. Duke Cullen's eyes burned. Last night, that minor Western Desert noble made a scene at the royal banquet, but was saved by Duke Thales. Gilbert furrowed his brows. This inevitably reminds people that His Highness returned to the country under the protection of the Western Desert Army, and that sort of fakin has. This could easily give people false expectations, or even be interpreted as the royal family's stance. Things will be troublesome, especially at this juncture. Cullen shook his head as he spoke, seemingly extremely regretful. Prime Minister. Gilbert reminded him sternly. Cullen shuddered slightly as if he had just understood and smiled apologetically. But after hearing the Prime Minister's words, many people nodded thoughtfully. Right, the Doyle family in question, the Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, who had not spoken much all day, spoke up. Their Mirror Lake district has been a major grain-producing region for the past few years, and also an important source of soldiers for the Jadestar Private Army and the Central Regular Army. Moreover, they are part of the 7 Jadestar attendants, which may affect the attitudes of the other families. This will also affect the process of military reform. He looked at everyone cautiously. I think we need to determine the nature of the case as soon as possible, sort out the clues and make a judgment. Indeed, the incident at the royal banquet has brought us a lot of trouble, whether it is the upcoming military reform or this letter. King Kessel's figure moved slightly on the throne. Viscount Kenny glanced in the direction of the king. Seeing that he did not react, he cleared his throat. Forgive me for being blunt, but I heard that Mindy's Hall has become the new place that everyone in the capital flocks to. Look at the Doyle family, they made a huge mess, but His Highness still risked his life to protect them. I do not want to criticize Duke Thales, but his attitude at the banquet is sometimes easy to misunderstand. Kenny. Gilbert sensed the direction of the meeting and he was shocked and angry. There is no problem with His Highness's handling of the matter at the royal banquet. He is merciful, magnanimous and impartial. Governor Kirkuk shrugged his shoulders. But now, looking at this letter, what we need the most is merciful and magnanimous. Viscount Kenny nodded in agreement and added, and impartiality. Gilbert was incredibly anxious. Regardless of the consequences, His Highness has saved 2 lives and 2 families with his superb skills, preventing a worse situation. But it is a barbaric method of a bloody duel, another voice said. May the setting sun forgive him. Gilbert turned his head around in disbelief and stared at his best friend. Guy. Archdeacon Stylianides nodded apologetically. Before I entered the palace, the bishops were discussing this matter. The officials exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions. The archdeacon made a penitential salute. With the setting sun as witness, the Duke of Star Lake dueling in person and resorting to the ancient rites of barbarism and heresy, that's a terrible signal and demonstration. No, that happened at night, Prime Minister Cullen scoffed sarcastically. It should be, witness of the North Star. All the officials in front of the Emperor lowered their heads. Gilbert sucked in a deep breath and explained to his good friend. Guy, my friend, as far as I know, the duel was unreasonably proposed by the other party, and Prince Thales agreed to the duel out of pity. Putting himself in danger was just an expedient measure. Guy nodded in understanding. Of course, I understand the prince's difficulties, and I admire his benevolence, magnanimity, intelligence, and wisdom. But do you think that after this story spreads throughout the kingdom? Duke Cullen clicked his tongue and shook his head. When people mention a duel, well, the first thing they think of is the prince's benevolence or Jadestar's violent duel. Gilbert furrowed his brows. The archdeacon smiled as well. What Lord Cullen said is not without reason. Just like how the bishops of the church are also worried. In Northland, the Extension warriors may have given His Highness the courage to fight to the end, but they also numbed His Highness' thoughts in the midst of violence and bloodshed, causing him to not reject the barbaric and backward ancient rites. Gilbert stared at his good friend deeply. He could not hide his disappointment. And the king still did not move. As time goes by, His Highness, as the heir to the kingdom, has not avoided heretical beliefs and rites time and time again. Guy's tone became worried. This will have a profound impact on people's attitudes and ways of doing things, causing young people to be hot-blooded, desperate people to take risks out of desperation, and imitators to advance wave after wave. This will be greatly detrimental to the kingdom's existing governance. Moreover, the goddess will not be happy to see her believers bleed because of barbaric duels, and the same goes for her believers. Count Kroppen looked at everyone's expression and interjected with great interest. That I also think, enough. The Foreign Affairs Minister's rare outburst of anger silenced the gossiping crowd. Everyone. His Majesty did not summon us to this room for us to judge right from wrong and pursue the matter to its roots. Gilbert's breathing quickened. He stood up and glanced angrily at each of his colleagues. Sauter, I know that the regular army's expedition to the Western Desert has involved a great deal of effort, but it was not a complete success. You have your own difficulties and are brooding over it. The military advisor pursed his lips. Chief Kirkuk, I also understand that the accident at the banquet caused the Department of Finance to lose a considerable amount of forfeiture money, and caught you off guard. The Chief of Finance crossed his arms in annoyance. As for the Prime Minister, you are trying your best to avoid unnecessary conflict between Renaissance Palace and the vassals, so you have used His Highness as a target to divert attention. The plump old Duke chuckled nonchalantly. Viscount Kenny, please be rest assured that no matter how popular His Highness is, or how he recruits talents, it will not affect your position as a pillar of the King's support party. The Minister of Commerce's expression darkened slightly. As for Guy, old friend, I swear to you that it is not His Highness' fault that you failed to become the Prince's theology tutor, and it does not mean that His Highness is closer to the temple. The Archdeacon closed his eyes and lowered his head. And Lord Kroppen, you have been silent for the entire day, and that is already smart enough. Echoing the crowd at the end will not make you look smarter. The Minister of Agriculture coughed in embarrassment. Gilbert took a deep breath and calmed his emotions after he made all the officials in front of the Emperor shut their mouths. He resisted the urge to look at the figure at the end of the long table. That's right. I can feel it. I know that all of you have your reasons, your thoughts, and your resentment, the Foreign Affairs Minister said solemnly, but all of you, I implore you to put yourselves in the prince's shoes and understand his situation. Then you will understand that for the kingdom, His Highness has many times no choice, many things he has to do, and many encounters are beyond his expectations. And he has done his best in those tasks that he should have completed. Gilbert slowed down his speech, and unknowingly, there was a hint of regret in his voice. From the National Conference to Dragon Cloud City, from the Great Desert to Mindy's Hall, in the face of the covetous Northland vassals and the turbulent domestic politics, any one of us, even His Majesty, even Prince Midir back then, could not have done better than him. His voice was loud and impassioned, and it shook Ballard Room. Not to mention that we all owe him a favor, be it for stopping the Northlanders from moving south, or stabilizing the Jade Star royal family and Constellation's political situation. On the throne, King Kessel leaned against the back of his chair again. His gaze was distant, and no one knew what he was thinking. As for the other unexpected consequences caused by Thale's actions, be it the chaos in the Western Desert, Doyle's case, the duel, the dispute, or this damned letter and the predicament it brought, they are, in fact, the result of our lack of consideration and planning. This is the dereliction of duty and incompetence of our servants, and it is the responsibility that we should bear. Gilbert exhaled, paused for a moment, and looked at everyone. Everyone turned their heads away to avoid eye contact with him. When Gilbert said this, he felt bitter. Shift the blame to His Highness? This will not cover up our incompetence, nor will it solve more problems. And that child should not be responsible for a mistake that he is unaware of. At this moment, Duke Cullen suddenly spoke. Even if he is a Jade Star? Gilbert's expression changed. He turned around abruptly and showed no signs of weakness. It is precisely because he is a Jade Star. Prime Minister Cullen frowned. After pausing for a few seconds, the Prime Minister sighed. I know, Count Casso, you are his teacher, but Gilbert quickly interrupted him. I am not saying this just because he is my student. Gilbert turned around and faced his other colleagues. His tone was resolute and brooked no room for doubt. It is also because of Prince Thales himself. Whether it is his courage and achievements in going north as a hostage, his experience in traveling thousands of miles back to the country, or his courage in saving people at the banquet, all of these prove that he is worthy of being the Jade Star descendant, the Duke of Star Lake, and the bloodline of the kingdom. When he said this, Gilbert's voice trembled slightly. We should all feel honored and proud to have such a prince. We should be the long swords in his hands, not the stones in his boots. We should help him, not obstruct him. When he finished speaking, Gilbert raised his hand and pressed it against his eyes. He took a few deep breaths. The Imperial Conference was silent. The king's gaze was still like a sharp blade in the snow, emitting a cold glare. Vice Bishop Guy sighed and patted Gilbert's arm, gesturing for him to sit down. Gilbert. Gilbert flung his friend's arm away and took a deep breath. Please forgive me, everyone. He tried hard to adjust his emotions and calm his tone. Just as Your Majesty said, I am tired and old. Ballard Room was silent. At least you are not fat. Prime Minister Cullen took over the conversation. He was a little dispirited and sentimental. I will not be an eyesore to certain people. This sentence had a profound meaning and no one dared to continue. That was until the King of Constellation tapped her fingers lightly and broke the dull atmosphere. Gilbert. Kessel V's gaze was directed at him. He could not hide the complicated and subtle tone in his voice. Old friend. But Gilbert suddenly raised his head. And you, Your Majesty. The Foreign Affairs Minister's voice suddenly rose. Many people were taken aback by this. Gilbert stared straight into the king's eyes, which were filled with pressure. His chest rose and fell. Forgive me for overstepping my authority, but... Gilbert raised his right arm as if he wanted to point at something, but he gave up halfway. He gritted his teeth. His face was conflicted. But until today, all the unfair scrutiny, accusations, criticism, and difficulties His Highness has received since he returned to Constellation in Eternal Star City, and even at this table, in the face of King Kessel's sharp gaze, Gilbert made up his mind and spoke through gritted teeth. He said through gritted teeth, "It is all because of your attitude towards him." As soon as he said this, the expressions of all the officials before the king changed. Gilbert. Guy warned sternly. Prime Minister Cullen's face was tense as he sank into deep thought. But the king only stared back at Gilbert quietly and did not say a word. Only Gilbert gulped, closed his eyes and sighed. To be honest, Your Majesty, I am not very competent as a subject or as a father. I have no right to lecture you. but as a friend. Gilbert opened his eyes. He was sincere and serious. Your Highness Fifth Prince. These titles made everyone's thoughts stir. King Kessel did not speak. But at that moment his fingers that were tapping on the table stopped. You really should be proud and gratified that you have such a son. You should be proud and gratified by his awareness and ability, his character and intelligence, his strength and optimism, and the fact that he didn't collapse under the heavy burden of the entire kingdom. Gilbert stared at him from afar. I believe, and I am not the only one. We all believe from the bottom of our hearts. Prince Thales will be the future that we all look forward to. At that moment no one in the Imperial Conference spoke. The silence lasted for a whole 10 seconds. You give him lessons every day, Gilbert. The king's deep voice traveled, and his emotions could not be discerned. You are too close to him. Gilbert was stunned for a moment before he smiled. No, you are the one who is too far away from him. Just like the late king. At that moment the Iron Hand King's eyes suddenly moved. It was like the first crack on a flawless iron wall. But at that time you still had Mindy's Hall. Gilbert looked at the throne quietly, but he seemed to be looking at something else. And now he has nothing. King Kessel seemed to be fixed in his chair. Even his gaze did not move. Get close to him, Your Majesty. At least try to get close to him. At least talk to him. Gilbert took a deep breath and sat down shakily. He pressed against his eyes and flashed an ashamed smile at the people around him. My apologies, everyone. Ballard Room seemed to have sunk into an ice cellar. The king and his ministers were all silent. They either lowered their heads in silence or looked at each other. Only the sound of breathing remained. After a long time. Everyone trembled slightly. King Kessel's voice was like the first ray of sunlight that broke through the ice and broke the silence. Don't worry about my son. I have already talked to him. At the end of the long table the Iron Hand King slowly raised his head, but he did not look at anyone. He will not be a problem. He closed his eyes and exhaled softly. Everything is under control. His voice faded away. Prime Minister Cullen curled his lips. Gilbert forced a smile onto his face. The others had different reactions. They were all worried. Duke Cullen picked up his teacup, sat up straight and performed his duty. All right, everyone. Now back to what we were. But the Prime Minister's words came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked over in confusion. Only then did they realize that Cullen's expression had changed. The Duke of Eastern Sea was staring intently at the teacup in his hand. There were tiny ripples on the surface of the teacup. Almost at the same time, the ministers in Ballard Room sensed something amiss and turned around. Thud. 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 The sound of footsteps in groups came from outside the room, causing an obvious tremor. This was a rare occurrence. The ministers looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. These footsteps, there are at least 30 people. As a military advisor who had served for many years, Sauter looked up warily. What happened? But no one answered him. On the contrary, different orders were faintly heard through the crack in the door. Vanguard Division, gather reinforcements. Run. The situation is unclear. Guard Division, deploy on the spot. Something was not right. The ministers were alarmed and uncertain. The king also frowned. Strange. Gilbert frowned. Is the Royal Guards having a drill today? Near Ballard Room? The next second, a rapid and ear-piercing ring of a bell penetrated the wall and rang in everyone's ears. Ding! Many people were startled and looked around in panic. This is the Royal Guards. Advisor Sauter was stunned. He blinked and stared at the dark stone door, unable to believe his own deduction. An emergency alarm? The king remained calm, but his frown deepened. The scar-faced spy from the Secret Intelligence Department was the first to move. He reached for the door. But before he could touch the doorknob, the door to Ballard Room was flung open.